What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, October 31st, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the latest injury news for Texas football, just over 24 hours away from kickoff against Vanderbilt. We'll let you hear some sound from Steve Sarkisian talking about Arch Manning, Michael Taft, Cole Hudson, and a number of key Longhorns who could be back on the field tomorrow. We will continue our preview of Texas Vanderbilt, giving keys to the game as well. We'll also go around the country and talk about the biggest action in college football and the NFL. A huge game coming up for the Texans on Sunday. Cowboys getting set for a Monday night must win. We'll talk a little World Series baseball as well. We'll dive into the mess that continues to be YouTube TV. And we've got a pretty funny Halloween video from up in the Metroplex to get to. So plenty of fun, plenty of football, plenty of sports. A lot to get into over the next couple of hours. We appreciate y'all starting your Friday morning with us. Happy Friday. Happy Halloween, my man. How are you today?
Same to you there, James Taylor.
Oh, I'm going James Taylor this year.
Is that Benjamin Button?
The other Benjamin.
James Taylor looks like a picture of James Taylor now, but it's not. It's not BK. It's Benjamin Button.
God, Benjamin Franklin.
Oh, Benjamin Franklin. Oh, I want the kids to know. That's a little bit of history. That's Benjamin Franklin there, kids.
This is Benjamin Franklin. Is this what James Taylor looks like now?
No, he doesn't look that bad. His hair is not as long as it used to be. I'm just picturing that's what he's going to look like in a few more years.
A little grayer than he once was.
It's the old long hairs that won't cut it, when it gets like that.
Yeah.
My hair was long like that, and then I just said, let me just get rid of all of it.
You had hair like this?
Oh, I was long like that, yeah.
Wow.
Well, maybe not as long.
We need some pictures of that. I don't know if I've ever seen a picture of you with – I've seen pictures of you with hair, but anything close to what I'm rocking today.
You are rocking it, man. Are you going trick-or-treating tonight?
I have to spend some time
There'll be some
around.
tricks. There could be some tricks going on.
Could be some tricks up my sleeve. Yeah. I pulled this one out on you quick. You and I were talking before the show as we do every morning, and I was dressed normally wearing a TSU hat. And we play our intro video, and in those 30 seconds, boom.
I know.
Ben Franklin bald cap wig and the old school specs. Oh.
I should have come on. I should have brought my Yankees gear out.
Oh, the full uni?
The full uni.
Oh, you're going to bring that out on the day the Blue Jays, one of your big division rivals, win the World Series?
Oh, they play today, don't they?
Yeah,
those non-Americans can win the title today.
The trophy will be in the Rogers Centre.
Wow.
Yeah, game 6 tonight. Toronto up 3-2, trying to close out the heavily favored LA Dodgers.
It's not right. It's not right. I have to ask the governor of Louisiana to fix that.
Oh, he's
fixing all the problems these days.
He's causing all the problems these days.
Hey, like I told you before, Lane Kiffin is not going to that gig. As good as it is, as good as it may sound, and as good as it may be, those guys want their settlement, don't they, at the end?
Well, a couple of days ago, we were talking about all of the vacancies around college football, and we were spitballing, okay, what's the best opening? And I think the universal consensus like 2 days ago was that LSU was the best gig. And after the governor of the state of Louisiana came out and held that news conference the other day, where he just dunked on the athletic director and basically was like, oh, Donald Trump should make the hire. And it was a clown show out there. Yesterday, the AD got fired, by the way, the least surprising update to the story of all time.
By the way, they still owe him $6 million.
They owe him money. So, yeah, Brian Kelly's getting more than $50 million to leave. Scott Woodward is now getting $6 million to leave. And, yeah, all of a sudden that job that was universally lauded as the best opening in college football and one of the best jobs, just regardless of if it's open, now looks like a clown show, Buck.
No, nobody wants to deal with that. Not these coaches. Not when there's money to be had for not coaching.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be able to get like a John Sumrall from Tulane, no
Oh,
problem.
yeah.
But will they be able to lure a guy like Lane Kiffin?
No, Lane Kiffin is not doing that. That guy's going somewhere that if he's successful or not successful, he's getting paid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he could stick around at Ole Miss and they'll bump his
Oh,
pay
yeah.
a lot. Just the
Yeah,
fact that his name is
that
being
may have
every
just
job.
secured the deal for him to stick around.
Right. Yeah, Florida's still open. You know, people would argue that Florida's a better job than LSU. I would make that argument, but you know, Lane Kiffin obviously has built something pretty special at Ole Miss. If he goes to Florida, he's got to, I don't want to say start from scratch, but there's some restarting and rebuilding to do out there. So we'll see. I mean, Ole Miss has never won a national championship. Florida's won their share. LSU has won their share. So it's proven that you can get it done at those schools, where at Ole Miss it hasn't been proven possible yet. But he obviously has them on the right track, and maybe he's just comfortable staying there. A lot less pressure in Oxford than there is in Baton Rouge and Gainesville.
Yes, there is.
And the money can be pretty close, if not the exact same.
They're talking about statues for Lane Kiffin just by sticking around there and winning couple SEC championships will do them well, you know?
Yeah. He's already had some of their best seasons. I think he has had their best individual season in school history. So
yeah, Marcus Freeman's not leaving where he is for that mess right there.
Marcus Freeman?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, you know, we saw this, and I don't know if what's happening at LSU right now is as bad as what was happening at Texas in the last decade, but considering the governor said what he said, and considering the university does not have a president right now, maybe it is. But like we know how important alignment is, Buck. Texas
Absolutely
did not have that last, you know, with Steve Patterson here. I mean, the governor, and then Steve Patterson, and then you had interim ADs, and then it just everything was out of whack. Nobody was seemingly in cahoots and aligned with what they wanted to do. And that's why the whole athletic department here was a mess for a long time. Well, now you finally feel like you have alignment, and look what's happened to Texas, all these directors' cups in the last 5 years. Like LSU right now looks like they are so out of whack. And you're right. There are plenty of coaches who are like, I don't know if I want to leave my good situation to go be a part of that situation.
Yeah, that's a tough deal there, you know, with the governor saying we'll do everything we can, metrics, and I'm like, dude, what do you know about any of this stuff? What do you know about? You don't know anything about it. You're just shooting stuff out of your mouth just to be talking, just to try to, you know, I mean, he's a popular governor in that state. I mean, he's, you know, it's not like he's got to garner a bunch of votes for next week. He's doing okay, but he just sounds so weird and political that he doesn't sound anything like anybody that knows anything about football and the way it works. But he'll gather some people around him, and he'll get the guy from Tulane or something like that. You know, that's what they'll end up with. You know, it's just silly. If you want to say things about the guy and he's done a bad job, then you did okay. Get him fired, but don't get too far into it where, you know, we can't have this, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to have this person pick the next coach. Just be quiet on that front. Leave that stuff alone.
Well, I just don't know who's making the hire, Buck, because right now they don't have a president and they don't have an athletic director. So you've got the governor saying that he's not making the hire. He's saying some sort of board of directors that he appoints is going to be a part of the hiring process. But since he appoints those people, does he have the final say on whoever they go with?
Well, what will they know? Who their board of governors? Who will they be? We're going to grab a bunch of high school coaches?
Maybe Donald Trump. I don't know.
Well, if he said that, believe me, I think he'd let that be a part of it for sure.
That would be something right there.
I don't think he would say that without calling and asking, would you mind being on the board? And you know that dude will say, why not?
That would be awesome.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, but don't think he's not going to make that phone call since he's put it out there.
Who knows, man? Who knows? It's such a clown show right now. And yeah, I mean, they're almost making me feel bad for Brian Kelly. Almost. I don't yet, because he's still Brian Kelly and he killed a kid and he's not a good person. And he's also getting paid $50 million to leave. But like, that's having that as your boss and having that as your workplace situation. Goodness gracious, dude.
No kidding, no kidding. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for the great job that you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, to all of you on this Halloween day and Halloween Eve this evening, please be safe out there. Be very, very careful.
Head on a swivel tonight.
Always. And tonight, for sure. You're right.
God, it doesn't matter how many.
Head on a swivel for your children. You're responsible for your kids. Don't put your kids, don't put anybody else in charge of your children. You make sure that you know where they are, who they're with, and most likely you need to be with them.
Yeah, well said. And, be in charge of yourself if you are driving tonight. Please be smart.
Yes.
Plan a sober ride. Doesn't matter how many times we say it over the next couple of hours. There will be some drunk drivers out on the road. So don't be one of them. Please be safe.
And they will start early. They will start happy hour, 5 o'clock. Oh, sorry. They'll start at noon today when they don't go to work anyway. When they check into their boss and say, I got a meeting. Hey, I got a noon meeting. I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah, Friday, Halloween combination. It can be a lot of fun, but it can be dangerous out there. So please be smart. Please be safe.
Days that they get, hey, go Waymo if you have
to. Go Waymo. Why not? Go Waymo today. Take that self-driving car.
I saw Waymo up north.
How far north?
Burnett Road, up past Sue Patrick, up past that.
Nice.
The old Trudy's up on Burnett Road. Waymo went right by.
I didn't know they were going that far north.
Which tells me they probably go to the soccer games out there.
Maybe they do. There is a soccer game coming up on Sunday. Austin FC.
I saw a bunch of little Waymos going around.
I like that. Take those Waymos. They're better than sober drivers, let alone drunk drivers, Buck.
And I'm such a clown because I wave at them when they go by. I wave at the Waymos. I'm like, like two black people who don't even know each other, how they give the old heads up when they see each other. They have no clue. Only thing they know is they're black and the other person's black. So they give them the head. I do that to the Waymos. I put my hand up like, why? There's nobody checking me out. Because I am part
back to you.
I'm part machine. That's why probably.
Doesn't wave back to you when you wave.
Nothing ever. It doesn't beep. It doesn't do anything.
Also, since when is that a black thing? Like white people can't give the head nod to somebody that they don't know?
They can, but I don't see them doing it that often. I see black people nod. I've been seeing it for years. Like you don't know that. Do you know that black person? I always like to say to somebody, to a brother, I said, do you know them? They go, oh no. I'm like, so what's the head nod for? Are you dating the same girl? Is there something about that nod that does something? Is it a wavelength or something?
Well, you know how we founding fathers do. Whenever we see another founding father on the street, we make sure to go up and give them a clean dap,
Nice. You founding fathers. Great.
Oh, my God. Well,
you got any history on Benjamin Franklin for these kids? Was Benjamin Franklin, I know he's part of obviously the Declaration of Independence, which was signed in my city of my birth, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Liberty Bell, the whole works, Susan B. Anthony, the coin and everything. But I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, was Ben Franklin born in Philadelphia or was Ben Franklin, look this up, was he born in Philly or was he born in Virginia? I'm gonna venture to say he was born in Virginia.
Benjamin Franklin was born in Boston.
Oh, that's even worse. But I don't know that. And I lived all those years in Boston.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah. That's your city right there. What are we doing?
I know Sam Adams was because we've been drinking his beer for a long time.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I can't believe he brewed that more than 250 years ago. It's pretty impressive stuff.
And it's still bad.
You're asking what I did?
Yes.
Well, I am the author of the Declaration of Independence and, of course, one of the signers. I was also a part of the Constitutional Convention. I was also instrumental in negotiating the Treaty of Paris, which ended the American Revolution.
Spent a lot of time in Paris. You spent a lot of time in Paris, by the way.
I spent a lot of time in Paris. I was also the first U.S. Minister of France. So no big deal there. Hanging out, making some things happen.
What about the key and the kite and the electricity?
Yeah, I was a big electricity guy. I conducted some famous experiments to help us realize what electricity was. I invented the lightning rod. Some say I have the rod of God as well. I don't know if that's related to lightning or not. Also, bifocal glasses. You see these right here?
There you go.
A lot of people wearing glasses these days. Like, that was all me. So, yeah, I dipped my toes in a number of different waters, Buck.
Yeah, I don't know if you died of syphilis. You may have died of something really pretty nasty, I think. I think you may have died of venereal disease, but other than that, hey, you got to die of something.
Yeah, it was the black lung that did me in.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I made it to 84, which back then might as well have been 124. So
It's true. Good job.
it was one of the longest living founding fathers of all time. What
Yeah,
is this
see,
accent that
I
I've
think
just
I learned that dying from syphilis from the show The Office, which is hopefully is not on YouTube. Oh, there's nothing on YouTube that's any good right now.
Oh, yeah. How are you going to watch? This is a question for like half of our audience here. How are y'all going to watch Texas Vanderbilt tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.?
I'll be still hanging out at Schultz's watching the game.
You can hang out with us at Schultz. We'll be doing our pregame show there, and they will have the game on at 11 o'clock. But yeah, you YouTube TV customers, I think most of you probably know this, but maybe you went to bed early last night, didn't see the news. Starting today, Disney programming is not available on YouTube TV. So that means ABC and ESPN and all of their affiliates. So basically, 90% of college football this weekend, you can't watch. What are we doing? Oh, by the way, though, YouTube TV with a very friendly tweet, Buck, saying,
"What's that?
We know how disruptive it is to lose channels you enjoy, and we're committed to continuing to work with Disney to reach an agreement. If their content is unavailable for an extended period of time, we'll offer our members a $20 credit."
Oh, go Subway, eat fresh.
I get you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, you were the first postmaster general. You're the one who screwed up the American postal system.
Screwed it up. I'm the reason it exists.
It really does exist now?
It still exists out there. Yeah. Blame those other jabronis.
Yeah.
Blame the people working at the post office now who look like they'd rather be anywhere else in the world. It ain't my fault. I didn't hire them. I just invented the damn thing, you know?
Wow.
No big deal. So, yeah, there's the YouTube TV mess. Godspeed to all of you out there. Of course, again, go to Schultz Garden, go to Cover 3. Plenty of places. Hat Creek, Sky TVs. You know, all of our sponsors.
The League Kitchen and Tavern has them.
The League's got TVs. Tony C's got TVs. So, obviously places you could go. But if you are a YouTube TV subscriber, unless somehow, some way in the next 24 hours, Google and Disney can agree to something, you will be SOL for college football this weekend.
Yeah, my boss in the house right now is like, we need to get rid of YouTube. This is twice this year that they pulled this. Remember before the season was about to happen, and now in the middle of the, towards the end or the middle of the season, they're doing it again. It's like, she goes, what's better than the YouTube now? What do we have to go back to? I'm like, please don't say back to DirecTV. Let's not go back to that route. Let's not go backwards in time.
Yeah, well, I've got the rectum still, and
you'll be able to watch it.
I'll be able to watch. Now, rectum, I think 2 football seasons ago had that scare, like going into the first game, that first Thursday of the college football season.
Yeah, I think we started this year with this same mess going on here.
YouTube TV did. Yeah. So I would say, like, hey, just go back to cable. You're guaranteed to be okay. But again, 2 years ago, cable had one of these disputes. So I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of options. There's Sling, there's Fubo TV, there's other streaming services that you could go with, but it feels like the odds are at some point down the road, they're going to have to deal with these negotiations too. And I don't know if there's any winning as the consumer right now. When billionaires and trillionaires duke it out, who gets screwed? It's us, the common folk. And that's why I wrote the Declaration of Independence.
That's exactly right. If we follow that, we wouldn't have this problem.
Oh, man. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all TV networks are created equal.
Sorry, Ben, that's not going to work that way. Benjamin Button.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell y'all. It's, you could try something else, but again, at some point that alternative is going to screw you too. So
I always have to hear rabbit ears. I don't do rabbit ears. That's way, whatever rabbit is, I'm not doing all that stuff. I'll just go to the bar and sit there and have a tonic and lime.
Yeah, sure. It'll be more packed. The bars probably love this. At least the bars who don't have YouTube TV probably love this because they know more business is coming their way because of all of this nonsense. So, yeah, there you go.
All right, you got an injury update there, Benjamin?
I got an injury update for you here, Bucky. Last night, the second injury report of the week for Texas Vanderbilt came out. And, well, no changes for Arch Manning. No changes for Michael Taff. Both guys remain questionable. Now, there were some more positive news on the injury report front. Cole Hudson, this team's starting center, who has missed the last 2 weeks with a lower leg injury, was upgraded to probable. So he was questionable on Wednesday night. On Thursday night, he was upgraded to probable, and it sounds like he will be good to go back at center for the Longhorns tomorrow, and that's important because you're going up against a very good and a very experienced Vanderbilt defensive line, so you'd like to have all hands on deck. Also, Lance Jackson, the freshman edge, who has played a good amount for this Texas defense this year, he was upgraded from questionable to probable last night too. Here's a little sound from Steve Sarkisian, though. I think, no disrespect to Cole Hudson or Lance Jackson, but I think most Longhorn fans are more curious about the number 16s. Here was Steve Sarkisian yesterday when he was asked for updates on Arch Manning and Michael Taff.
Both Arch and Michael practiced again today. I don't have anything beyond for Arch just because we have to follow the protocol of the days and the reps. But Arch is making good progress as well as Michael.
That's good news right there.
Yeah, so not much more than that from Steve Sarkisian. Again, there will be one more injury report that comes out tonight. You do wonder, especially from an Arch Manning standpoint, if there's any gamesmanship going on here, right? Where, Texas wants to make Vanderbilt prepare for both quarterbacks. And we've seen this all the time. Hell, we saw Oklahoma do it against Texas a couple of weeks ago. Like, this is not new. If this is something that Texas is doing here, maybe that's the case. But Buck, for me, it's like, I don't think Arch Manning would be practicing if Texas didn't feel like there was a chance he was going to play tomorrow, right?
Yeah, but once again, if you're not at practice, you don't know what practicing is. Practicing, it could be going out there with your helmet, going through warm-ups and stuff like that, but not actually getting in the huddle and taking 8 reps in a row. You could be taking 1 rep every 4 or 5 reps, with the guy who's got his guy who's not cloudy and foggy out there getting the majority of reps. I don't know. When I think of practice, I think of him dropping back and running a couple series in a row with the first team and doing stuff like that. I don't know. Well, yesterday was probably shells anyway. It was just probably a helmet and maybe shoulder pads, or maybe even without that, just doing that kind of stuff. But I know he didn't. When they said he was out there on Wednesday, I don't know how many snaps he got. We just don't know. I don't know. I know it. Participating in practice and jogging around the field with your helmet in your hand is 2 different things.
For sure.
And a coach can say he participated at practice. Yeah, he stood behind the huddle with the group listening to the plays. He may have taken a snap here or there, but you want to make sure a guy is good on his feet, can drop back. But he's going through all those drills that they have to put you through anyway, through the those 5 phases. So you got to be able to drop back and do quarterback type things, set your feet, drop back, even if it's on air. It's not like they're going to hit him at practice, but you don't want him stumbling over his own feet because he's not quite sure of how his footing is and stuff like that. And it takes more than 1 rep to do that. Now, if you told me he was in there for a couple series and he was dropped back and throwing the ball down the field, that's practicing to me. Being around the huddle and listening to the coaches call the plays, that's not practice. That's just you're there.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know exactly how much Arch Manning has been doing. I don't think anybody outside the facility does, but
your people were supposed to find that out. Hey, Benjamin, did you not have?
He's been at practice. He's been at practice. What more do you want? You want an exact snap count for practice?
No, I want to know if he's practicing. I know it's just practice, but I'd like to know
practicing.
What's
the point? Even if he is getting a few reps, like if you're not planning on playing him, you are wasting reps by giving them to Arch Manning.
No, you're not. You want to make sure that all of a sudden, what if he looks good and those are the small amount of reps you give him, and he's fine on his feet, his cognitive
playing.
stuff.
That's my point. Like if you're giving him reps, you are planning on him playing. If you know he's not going to play this weekend, you should be giving every single rep to Matthew Caldwell and KJ Lacey, because you've got a bye next week. You don't have to worry about rust or anything like that for Arch Manning. If you don't think he's going to play, if you have already mailed it in and you're saying Caldwell's the guy, then he would not be doing anything of note at practice.
No, you're going to give him every opportunity to play because, as you said, he's so, Sark is so in tune to his starting quarterback. He's going to give him every opportunity to show him that he can or cannot play. So if you don't give him anything and you give the other guy all the snaps, then you really don't know. Then he should have never been out there. But if you give him some of those snaps, you're letting him say that, you know what, so you're telling me there's a chance.
Right. Yeah. And it sure sounds like, based on Steve Sarkisian, what he said right there, at least to me, it sounds like Arch Manning has been getting some actual reps at practice. Like, oh, he's not just there like hanging out on the sideline or just running around. Like, to me, it sounds like he is a guy who is preparing to play in this football game tomorrow. And he still has to be cleared. He still has to clear protocol, and the medical team has to give this thing the green light. But, I've seen some interesting discourse, Buck, from Texas fans. Like, there's no saving Manning. People are like, just save him. You've got a bye week next week, and then he'll be ready to go for the Georgia game. If you lose this game tomorrow, your season is basically over. So I'm not saying don't listen to the doctors. If the doctors say he can't play, then he can't play. This is not a, hey, just rub some dirt on it, you'll be fine situation. But your season is on the line. Arch Manning gives you the best chance to win a must-win game. If he gets cleared, he's going to be out there, and he should be out there. There's no debate on this for me.
Yeah, he has to be, but as clear as it is, his head has to be totally clear too. There's still going to be, he's still going to get hit. For everybody who thinks that he's not going to get, that dude's going to take a hand on the helmet. He's going to get hit. It's football. So you're going to get hit. The doctors will clear you if they think you're clear, but there still may be a little bit of fog and everything else that's left in there. It's been less than a week.
Right. It's been less than a week, but we've seen this before. It's not like we've ever seen somebody play a week after suffering a concussion. I brought up the Lenore Sellers example earlier this year. A quarterback in the SEC got knocked out of a game, was in the protocol, and he was out there 7 days later against another SEC opponent. So
it doesn't matter. We'll know in the first series how he is anyway.
Well, if he's playing,
if he plays and he's shaky, you're going to know. You're going to see his motions and everything else, his movement. You're going to see what that's like anyway.
Well, he's looked shaky when he's been healthy at times this year. So I don't know if you can attribute that to just concussion symptoms. Can you?
What's the best thing? What's the best thing for the team?
Best thing for the team is he plays. He's your starting quarterback. He gives you the best chance to win. Best thing for the team is he gets cleared by the doctors and he's out there tomorrow morning, right? I know Matthew Caldwell's been good when he's been out there, but he's thrown 11 passes this year, 2 in the SEC. Now, they've been great, but you can't just say, oh, look at that throw he made against Florida. Look at that throw he made against Mississippi State.
Oh, no, I'm not looking at
he's
that.
He's definitely going to do that for 60 minutes in a game like that.
I also want a guy who can make it the distance in the game. I don't want a guy who's going to be in there for a couple series and then all of a sudden that's it, or has made a couple of mistakes because they haven't let him rest the right amount of time for his head. It's up to the doctors, and it's up to the doctors. I know what the kid's going to do because kids always want to play. It doesn't matter. They want in no matter what. They feel like they're fine, but whatever's best for the team will be best. Will happen tomorrow morning.
Well, Arch Manning's not the type who's going to be like, yeah, my last name's Manning. I've got an NFL future, so I'm going to go ahead and sit this one out. Like, I got bigger things down the road.
But he does probably have a future, and you do have to be careful of that with a head injury.
Of course, and that's for the doctors to decide. That's not Steve Sarkisian is not a doctor, so Sark's going to listen to the doctors. If the doctors say he can't play, Sark's not going to be like, F you. Get him out there. He's not going to go Brian Daboll into the medical tent and say, I need Jackson Dart out there. Like, he's not going to do that. But Sark's job is to win football games at the University of Texas. And the quarterback that gives him the best chance to win tomorrow's football game at the University of Texas is Arch Manning. So if Sark is given the green light, then he's going to start Arch.
If Sark is given the green light and the kid, for those practices that he's been in, that he's looked sharp or looked okay, he can't just be out there just surviving and doing some things because he made it through a practice or a couple snaps. He has to be effective for the team to win. You can't put him out there if he's not going to be if he's ineffective for what they're trying to do, then you can't do that because he's Arch Manning, and you can't do that because you think he gives you the best chance. You have to do what's best for the team. So there's a lot. There's kind of this fine line in that. I mean, if he's ready to go and they say good and he's got those first couple series, but if you see that he's still a little shaky, you have to make a move.
I don't know.
You can't wait. You can't wait till the fourth series or whatever. I mean, you have to make a move.
Well, there have been fans calling for that all year long for a move to Matthew Caldwell, and we haven't seen it. So
yeah, but I don't give a rat's ass about those fans, what they're saying that the other guy should be starting. Anyway, I'm talking about for what's better for the team right now in this situation. If there's a healthy Arch Manning, yeah, of course he's going to be playing, and you can't wait for him to play. But if he's going to be ineffective in a couple series and he's not looking right, and some of the residuals of a hit from last week are still coming back to him, then you have to do what's right for the team.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course. I don't know. Like, I don't think that's the plan. If Arch Manning starts, it's not like, oh, let's give him a couple of series and see how it works. I think the plan is going to be he's going to play the entire game. And I don't know. Maybe there is look, it could be obvious. If Arch Manning takes one hit and then gets up and starts stumbling around all over the place, then he's not right. But if he just struggles, well, we've seen him struggle this year. Like, if he's inaccurate on a few throws early on, it's like, is that concussion symptoms or is that just Arch Manning having an off day?
No, he has an off day when he has an on day. So the deal for me is his communications with plays and calling plays and putting protections in the right order and things that you have to do as a quarterback during the course of a series or two or six or eight or whatever. Yep. That's what I'm talking about. If his cognitive skills are ready to go, or is he still just a little off from that? And the coach that knows him so well should be able to actually see that at practice, BK.
Sure.
You should see that when he's calling plays, at practice and going against his own defense. So if he plays, then he's healthy enough to go. And for those that will get upset and say to Sark, he should have never played, don't do that. You're trying to give your team every opportunity to win the game. And if he's cleared by the doctors and the kid says he's all right, and you've seen him at practice and he's all right, and something happens during the course of it, that's just football. Yeah. That's just the way it goes. Been plenty of people that got out.
You know how this works. I mean, this works. Like,
I know they'll be pissed anyway.
Right. Well, Oklahoma fans thought John Mateer was the greatest thing since sliced bread or the bifocals. Yes. That's a reference I should make. Yes. And they were so excited when he came back for the Texas game, right? Like, they loved him, and oh my God, we have to have him back for Texas. And he came back and they were pumped. And then Texas obviously kicks Oklahoma's ass, and John Mateer doesn't look good in that game. And Oklahoma fans are like mad at Brent Venables. Like, why'd you bring him back? You rushed him back. You shouldn't have played.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, that's why you get paid. Hey, Governor, that's why you get paid that kind of money. You got to take that heat. If that were to happen, that's the way it goes.
So, yeah, I think you just got to ride or die with your guy. Again, if he's cleared to play, it's a must-win football game. If he's given the green light, then he's the guy that you have to throw out there. Because if you lose tomorrow, your SEC title hopes and your college football playoff hopes are likely down the drain. So there's no saving him for anything.
There's nothing to save him for except for more injury if that were to happen. That's the only thing. I mean, if he's not totally there, then all that stuff is stupid to do to the kid himself. Once again, you also always have to be sure in sports to save the person from themselves at times too. You got to be careful of that.
That's why you have doctors, don't you?
Yeah.
Isn't that their job?
That is, yes, that's what they get paid to do.
I mean, speaking of hindsight being 2020, if we find out the doctors cleared Arch Manning and Sark's like, nah, I'm going to go with Matthew Caldwell, and Texas loses tomorrow, then everyone's going to say, why the hell did you not play your starter? He was healthy.
Once again, that's why you make that money, because you got to take that heat either way.
Yeah. All right, we'll take it.
Playing him doesn't guarantee 100% you win the game anyway.
No, of course not. It gives you a better chance, wouldn't you agree?
If he's healthy and as healthy can be, as healthy as he was 2 weeks ago, yes. But if he's dazed and confused and not quite sure of himself, no, it doesn't.
If he's dazed and confused, I don't think he's going to get cleared. So he won't play.
Don't underestimate the person who's got that and how they can do things and how they can make you think that everything's everything's okay.
Underestimating Arch or the doctor?
The Arch.
The Arch. Okay. All right. We'll take your thoughts.
The player that's, out there doing stuff.
I think if you asked me on Monday to put a percentage chance on Arch Manning playing, I would have said 10. You asked me on a Friday.
I was going to think about 30% of him doing that. Yeah.
You asked me on a Friday, I'm going to say 75%. I'm going to put it at 75% that Arch Manning plays tomorrow. Yeah. It sounds like he's trending in the right direction and sounds like he wants to play. And you know how loyal Sark is to him. So I think he'll be out there. We'll all find out. Maybe tonight, maybe the injury report tonight will tell us, or maybe when the Texas offense takes the field for the first time at DKR in 42 days, that's when we'll get our answer.
Yeah, I believe it'll probably still be probable tonight.
Well, it's questionable right now. If it's probable tonight, then he's playing.
Yeah, then if
it's questionable tonight, then it's like, all right, well, we'll just wait and see. But if
Michael Taft will just, cast it up and go play.
Yeah. Oh my God. Michael Taft would, I think, amputate his thumb for a chance to play in the game tomorrow. So, all right, we'll talk about him. We'll get back into this game. Plenty more sound from Steve Sarkisian. We'll obviously talk keys to a Longhorn victory as well. But before we dive back into Texas and Vandy Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout outs?
Folks, our good friends at Relax the Back, they, of course, embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is to live wellness, and right now there are great savings on select massage chairs over at Relax the Back. Zero gravity recliners are available for you. Select human scale office chairs, desk, all the accessories that you need and you want to make your back and neck and shoulders and hips feel absolutely fantastic. And they've got two great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center. I was up there yesterday, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free, like the Buck at Relax the Back. I'm loving my chair today.
Yes, love Relax the Back. Also love our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. See this TSU hat that I'm holding in my hand. How about a TSU koozie? If you want to cop one of these TSU koozies, just come see us tomorrow morning at Schultz Garden. But all of our gear, our signs, our koozies, our everything was made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, based right here in South Austin. They can get what you need to you very, very quickly. So if you have a business or just a big event coming up that needs merch, reach out to Adam, 512-300-9641, and he and his great team will take care of you.
Sweet. And of course, our good friends at Hat Creek Burger Company. Great day to go to Hat Creek Burger. And at some locations throughout the city, you can actually have breakfast at 7 a.m. at Hat Creek Burger. But it's about the lunch. It's about the dinner. It's about the double with cheese. No pickles, please. Don't even put them near don't even add them to the side. Just put onions, tomato, ketchup, lettuce, mustard, no mayo. Don't put mayo on my burger. And let's go to town. And it is absolutely delicious. Hat Creek Burger has almost 25 locations in the state of Texas. Plus, it was born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. You want the great fries there. You can get sweet potato fries also, but it's all about the shakes too now. It's not quite there yet. Remember, I'm still a holdout till Thanksgiving. No ice cream for the Buck, but for you, hey, kids, it's Halloween. Hey, you're not going to school today. Are they going to school today? Oh, yeah, they got to dress up in costumes. It's not All Hallows Day. Doesn't mean you get off from school. But it would take me all day. I would probably have to take Halloween off to get my gear ready for tonight. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Well, I just put the sheet on and put little holes in it. I got things to do to prepare myself to be that to be that goblin tonight. So Mom and Dad, take them over to Hat Creek Burger. Hey, and while they're there, now maybe you don't want a margarita at 10:30, 11 o'clock this morning. But, before you go out this evening, 4 or 5, since you're not going to work either, go ahead and take them over there and have yourself a nice margarita at some of the Hat Creek Burger locations.
What is this costume you're talking about? You're going to take a white sheet and put it over your head? Were you in the KKK?
That was my gear for like 5 years, just to put a hole in a sheet and put my little eyes in there and walk around, put lipstick on the deal. That was fun.
You're doing the Clayton Bixby skit from the Chappelle show. Black guy in the Klan.
I never got to buy. Only thing we got to buy as kids was the mask. I never got the whole uni, you know.
Oh, that is
Go
great.
get a mask. That's it. Go to Target or Walmart or something. It was Woolworths back in those days. You don't even know what Woolworths is. No. Woolworths used to have the old Woolworths used to have actually a pet section. I bought a little baby alligator at one of those things.
Is it a grocery store?
No, it was like Woolworths was like Walmart, like your version, you know, and you know how you feel about yourself and going to Walmart. Well, back in the day, everybody went to Woolworths in the Carolinas.
Dude, I could wear this to Walmart and I'd be one of the most normal looking people there.
Yeah. Why don't you go in there today and take pictures of other people and compare them to yourself and see how good you feel about yourself?
Yeah, one of us is in costume and it's not them. I can tell you that.
Oh my God.
Well, kids, let me tell you about the best beer in human history.
Oh my God.
Don't drink Sam Adams. He was a tyrant. Drink the Altstadt beer, the best beer that you could find. I'll be in costume tonight, but I will also be drinking some Altstadt beer tonight.
Yes, you will.
And tomorrow. It's a great football weekend and Sunday. I mean, it just doesn't stop. Love the Altstadt beer. It's the best beer that's ever been invented. And trust me, I know about inventions. You can get Altstadt all across the state of Texas. If you're hitting the town this weekend, your favorite bars, your favorite restaurants, make sure you ask your waitresses, waiters, bartenders, servers, whoever for Altstadt. And of course, if you're doing some last minute Halloween or tailgate shopping for tomorrow morning, make sure you pick up a 6-pack or a 15-pack of the Altstadt beer. So many different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. You show up with some Altstadt, you are going to be the life of the party every single time. But please, as we mentioned earlier, remember to drink your Altstadt responsibly and plan a sober ride home. But it is the official beer of BK and Ben Frank. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
You know what? You're about Ben Franklin's size too, I believe. You know, Ben Franklin was not a round-shouldered man, I don't believe.
Oh, I thought he was pretty big, don't you?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. Samuel Adams had a little girth to him.
Oh, you were looking down
short,
there.
He was short and he was squatty.
Is there like a founding fathers roster somewhere that I could find that lists like their height, weight, school, all that stuff?
Yeah, I think George Washington had some size to him, you know, since he had to, you know, row himself across the Delaware, as he sat at the edge of the boat while the other dudes rowed across. Yeah,
George Washington listed at 6'2".
Yeah, that's pretty tall. That's pretty tall back in the day.
Ben Frank.
I've seen the spot at the Delaware where he crossed. You could have crossed it in your tub if you needed to.
I don't know if I was girthy enough to cross the Delaware. I don't know if I had the balls that G-Dub did, you know?
You could have been the brother that stayed back there and held the horses and froze to death.
Yeah, someone's got to do it, you know?
Someone had to do it back in the day, huh?
Ben Franklin, according to Google, and they're never wrong, 5'9", 220. 220.
Yeah. Oh, he was girthy. Wow.
That is a round-shouldered guy.
He's fat.
He was bald and round-shouldered.
So he's what? 2 inches taller than you.
No. He was my height, 5'9". Yes.
And
220. He outweighs. He's like 2 of me.
Yeah, he's a lot heavier than both of us, honestly. So, yeah, Ben Frank was a big dude, man. He had a little pudge to him.
220 at 5'9".
220.
He was definitely a fullback.
He was definitely a fullback back in those days.
Yeah, he was Gibson, the kid who's not here anymore. He was built sort of like that. He was kind of round shoulder like that.
That's a tough comp. It feels like every week you say something meaner about Jarrett Gibson, and I feel like you can't get meaner than what you said the week before. But now saying he's built like Benjamin Franklin, that is tough.
He's not here anymore. What can I say? I mean, he was a great one.
I think
now he's no longer here with us. He's still alive.
He is still alive.
Somebody.
He may still be in school for the rest of the semester because, you know, he can't transfer anywhere. He's just not playing. He's redshirting this year, so he's not a part of the team. But, like, he might still be taking classes at Texas.
That dude's back in Pompano Beach.
Maybe he's back in Florida. Yeah, that's what I would do. I wouldn't be sticking around for class. To hell with that. I'm taking a semester off. Thank you very much. I'm good on that.
No better place to take it off than here.
Oh, that's a good point. That is a very good point.
Somebody gave him some NIL money, I presume.
Yeah, I don't think he has to give it back, right?
No.
Maybe he doesn't get all of what his deal was. I don't know how it works. Sometimes guys get paid at the beginning. Sometimes guys get paid throughout the year. Easy for me to say.
Well, you're going to need that money when you get to Pompano Beach Community College. You're going to need that.
All right. See, that's even meaner. Unbelievable.
It is?
No, you're right. I think saying he's fatter than Ben Franklin is still meaner than community college, but it ain't great. All right, back to Texas and Vandy, Buck. Steve Sarkisian was asked if it's tough preparing a game plan for two quarterbacks, right? Like, hey, you might not know if Arch is going to be cleared by tomorrow, so you're planning for him, but you're also giving Matthew Caldwell all of these first-team reps. Is it difficult trying to practice with both of them? Here's Sark.
We haven't changed anything that we've done. Our system's been our system. I know that as coaches and his teammates have the utmost, confidence and respect for Matt Caldwell. He performs really well. I know you guys have a very small sample size of what you see in game, but he gives us a ton of confidence in the way that he practices every day, the way that he works. Naturally, he's been thrown into the fire here a couple different times in SEC play and has performed very well. So the game plan is the game plan. And I think that all of his teammates have a ton of confidence in Matt if it's his time to go.
Well, yeah, he's an experienced guy that's been around football. So, yeah, you wouldn't expect him to be anything but confident enough. He's been everywhere in America, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing to have that kind of experienced quarterback, because they surely don't talk about the other guys very much, because they don't have any experience, and this guy does. So if they have to go with a guy, you'd want a guy with some football knowledge right now.
Oh, there's a reason Texas went out and got Matthew Caldwell from the portal, right? And they got him after the spring. So they went through spring practice, and they didn't feel good enough about what they had behind Arch Manning. They wanted to go bring in somebody with some experience. And like you said, Matthew Caldwell's a fifth-year college player. Texas is his fourth stop. He's played a number of games at both the FCS and FBS level. And, like Sark said, we've seen what he could do, in those situations, to come in cold off the bench and make the two throws that he's made so far in SEC play. And he deserves a tremendous amount of credit. I know every backup says that, I'm always ready. I always prepare like it's going to be my day. But to actually do that and to be ready in those spots, with less than a minute to go in the fourth quarter of a one-possession game in the Swamp, and then obviously in a tie game in overtime in Starkville, to actually be ready when, oh, shoot, all of a sudden you got to come in for a play. And, that's a big deal. So
yeah, it is. Half the guys will be over there talking to their buddies, and you'll be looking for, hey, where's my backup? Hey, where is he? Where is he? Oh, he's over there talking to, what's his name? Oh, really? I need him right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's like, oh, shit, I can't find my helmet. Where's my helmet? Where's my helmet?
No kidding.
Yeah.
What down is it? What down is it?
I think, you obviously can earn the respect and trust from your teammates with your practice habits and just your work ethic day in and day out, that stuff behind the scenes that Sark was talking about. But, if Matthew Caldwell had thrown two passes in SEC play and they were both interceptions, I'm here to tell you those guys wouldn't trust him that much.
No, are you kidding me? In a big situation, he's come in and thrown two picks.
Right.
No.
And fans,
if he just short-armed the ball, no, they would not.
You're seeing some fans this week who are like, look how good Caldwell's been in these two throws. Like, he's got 100% completion percentage. He's better than Arch Manning. He needs to be playing this weekend. So that's what can happen if you deliver in those big moments. And that's why the discourse around Matthew Caldwell is what it is. But the good news from a Texas standpoint, like Matthew Caldwell has a similar skill set to Arch Manning, where, he's a dual threat quarterback. So it's not like, I don't think that's lip service from Steve Sarkisian, where he's like, no, the game plan is the game plan. We're not going to change that much. I don't think you're not going from mobile guy with Arch Manning to statue in the pocket with Matthew Caldwell. So maybe there are some things that you feel like Caldwell can't do, but I don't think you're completely changing up the way you would call an offense if number 18 is out there instead of 16.
No, that's up to the coach to protect that dude, because he doesn't have a lot of experience in game times now. He's been in a couple plays, but he hadn't been in a game. He hadn't been in a full quarter of football or a bunch of series. So That's why you're the guy who has to call the right plays, the right protections that can protect him and know exactly what he can do to help out your team. Don't put him in a situation he hasn't been in with those guys blocking in front of him, that cause him to panic,
Yeah, I mean, I think this should be the game plan regardless of who's playing quarterback, but especially if it's Matthew Caldwell, just short, quick throws to your best playmakers, right? And
he looks like he delivers the ball in a hurry. When it's time to let it go, he just lets it go.
He's been confident. I mean, he's made the right reads. That deep end to Ryan Wingo was the right read, and it was a great throw. And obviously the fade touchdown to Emmett Mosley, the right read and a great throw. So that's the experience, right? That's playing in a number of college football games that showed up in those spots. And yeah, I mean, I think he's confident. I think he trusts himself. And it sounds like Steve Sarkisian and this offensive staff trust him too, if he's going to be the guy. Now we'll see. If Caldwell's the guy and Texas tries to run it 40 times tomorrow, then it was all lip service and they don't actually trust their quarterback. But I feel like now the offense wouldn't be too different either way. And again, get the ball to your playmakers in space, right? Like Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore. I think tomorrow needs to be huge days for them.
And Wingo needs to have a consistent day of catching the football. Yeah. No matter who the quarterback is. You need him to be, your stars have to shine tomorrow. This is their star is going, they're going to make sure that Pavia, he's going to make sure himself that he shines in this game, no matter who he's playing against. I mean, they're the number 9 team in the nation. He's going to be ready to go. They got a lot at stake too here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, it's like a playoff elimination game, I think. And obviously Vanderbilt only has 1 loss and Texas has 2. So Vanderbilt can still find their way in if they lose tomorrow. But if they win, the analytics say they have more than a 70% chance to make the 12-team CFP. It's a huge, huge game for them. This may be their toughest game that they have left. They do end the season at Tennessee, which won't be easy. But if they win this game, they're going to be on the inside of the college football playoff field. So massive game for them.
I still think that they are going to run the ball. They're going to do what they always do. Nothing's going to change about what Vandy does. For Texas, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is, whether it's a 3-stop, whatever, quick releases or throwing the ball down the field. You're going to have to do a better job of protecting your quarterback, no matter who the quarterback is. So if you get your center back, that's key right there. Whoever's playing left guard, whoever that is, 71, 79, 52, 57, 83, no matter who that is, they got to do a better job on that side of the football. Or it's a long day in the throwing game, period. And it's a long day in the throwing game if your quarterback's coming off of a concussion, if it's that particular quarterback, because he will get hit. He will not go unscathed because of that left side. That's just going to happen. No. And they're going to play to the echo of the whistle. If Arch Manning is in there and knowing he's in there, coming off a concussion, believe me, guys are going to knock him to the ground and have their hands up in the air like, wait a minute, I hit him cleanly. I didn't trip him and knock him to the ground because, I'm trying to get a late shot on him. There'll be a lot of hands up from Vandy guys saying, oh, I was close, but I wasn't that close, Mr. Official. Keep that yellow hanky in your pocket. So a lot of that kind of stuff will go on early tomorrow morning. Your team has to be up and ready to go. This team has done that before at 11 a.m. I'd like to say they're going to have to be able to run the ball. They're not, because they can't. So,
well, it would sure help, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm not confident that they can. I'm not going to go
through the wishful thinking of saying 140, 150 yards. If it happens, I like for that to be a surprise, because I'm not going to say that they're good enough to do it, because they're not.
Well, they got to 136 against Oklahoma, and as good as
how many months ago that was now?
This same month, they got to they got to 136 against Oklahoma, and Oklahoma has a better defensive line than Vanderbilt. So we know they're capable. Now, more often than not, they have not been capable. So betting on a strong rushing attack tomorrow feels like a big risk. But we know this group is capable of it, Buck. And this is the healthiest this overall running game has been since SEC play started, because you've got your full complement of tailbacks, and it sounds like you're going to have your full complement of offensive linemen tomorrow. So,
well, I'm looking for a surprise in that part of the offense, period. I'm not going to give a number, but I would love to be surprised with a healthy, decent running game to hold off the animals from getting to the quarterback.
I would too. I mean, all the conversations that we had going into the Red River game, I think apply here. Now, there's no golden hat that's going to be given out tomorrow. I'm not calling this that level of rivalry, but in terms of like hard hat, lunch pail, more physical team wins, that's what I think tomorrow is going to be. So
will this group on offense show that like they did at Oklahoma? That they have to do that.
They have to. They didn't do it against Kentucky or Mississippi State, and they were lucky to walk out of both of those places with wins.
Yes.
So now you're playing a much better team that's not going to just gift you the game on a silver platter like Jeff Lebby and Mark Stoops did. The good news is you're back at home. You're going to have the crowd on your side, but you cannot play the way that you've played in these last 2 weeks and expect to beat this team. It's going to have to look a lot more like what we saw in Dallas than what we saw in Lexington or Stark Vegas. So they're capable of it, but will they actually do it? Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, and they can't come back here gripping because it's Vandy, because the old Cinderella story's coming to town, and that's all everybody's talking about for the last couple of years is Vandy, Vandy, Vandy. You got to go and want to punch them in the face. You got to be the team. This is your home turf. They've still got to come here. This is not tearing down goalposts in your stadium. This is taking care of your land right now. So we'll see if they're up to the battle. They really have been in those type of games and done a fantastic job, like you said, against Oklahoma. They didn't do it against Florida. Florida punched them around and smacked them around. Mississippi State was physical with them, and so was Kentucky. But those were hard-nosed games, and you should have been better than those two teams, and you escaped, and that's okay. But you can't keep trying to escape in this conference. It just won't work. No. Because one of these good teams, like the one that's coming in tomorrow, will just beat you, period. And, they don't have to beat you at the buzzer. I mean, they can beat you at the buzzer, but they can also run you over if you let them.
Right. And Steve Sarkisian basically said that last week in the post game. He's like, we can't keep living on the edge. And he's absolutely right. And that's what Texas has been doing. Again, it's a minor miracle that they're 3-1 in the SEC right now, considering the last 2 games that they've played. But he knows it. Everybody in that locker room knows it, that they got to play a cleaner brand of football. They can't have 8 first downs like they did against Kentucky. They can't be down by 17 points in the fourth quarter like they were against Mississippi State. It's got to be better than that. And I know it's Captain Obvious, Buck. I feel like we've talked about this a lot on Fridays leading up to game days. If you could start fast tomorrow, boy, that would really help. I mean, it's a great plan for any game, but against a team like Vanderbilt that likes to run the football, control the clock, and limit the possessions that you get, if you could start fast, a.k.a. play with the lead, I know that doesn't necessarily guarantee you a win, but the easiest way to stop the run and control a game is to put points on the scoreboard and pressure the other team to move faster.
Oh, yeah, give me a 3-and-out for defense. As good as the defense really is, tomorrow, if they get the ball first, get Pavia off the field 3 and punt to your great punt returner. So we'll find out if they're kicking it sideways or whatever it is. The 3-and-out, not one of these where they get to hold the ball for 7 minutes for three points or any kind of points. Just get them off the field. Don't let them milk the clock. Get them off.
Yeah, you don't want them playing with the lead. Like, go back and watch that Vandy LSU game. Vandy took a lead early in the second quarter, and they controlled the game. And it felt like every time LSU made a push, Vanderbilt had a response. You want this team to have to move fast because they want to slow the game down as much as possible. You want to play with the lead so they feel like they are rushed. And obviously, it's same with any offense. You want to turn them one-dimensional. As good as Diego Pavia is throwing the football, the strength of Vandy's offense is their run game. If you
and they're better than Florida's single guy because they've got 2 or 3 guys that can run the ball hard. And the one kid from Austin's coming back home, and he's that's why I was asking questions about him yesterday. He's a different looking back than he has looked, and he's a more mature, bigger guy now too. He's a physical guy. They've got 3 physical guys. So, and this guy coming home to play in Austin on a Saturday morning. For the defense has got to stand. I mean, defense has got to stand up really, really tall early in the game. They got to get them off the field.
Well, here's the good news for Texas. The Longhorns have the best rush defense in the SEC. So that's one thing that they have done really well all season long is stopping the run. So
yes,
That Florida game that you talked to. Cedric Alexander's great. Always root for our local kids. He's a great story. He's not as good as Jaden Ball at Florida. Jaden Ball is a better individual runner than anybody that Vanderbilt has. But collectively, with Pavia, with Alexander, and with MK Young, and with Newberry, Vanderbilt's got a lot of different guys who are very good.
They got a better line, and they got a better offensive line than what you saw at Florida.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's probably safe to say. They're more experienced. They're
well,
not.
And it's easier when you got a quarterback like they have.
Yeah, well, the quarterback's definitely better. I mean, that's why Vandy is what they are right now. He's the most valuable player in college football, Diego Pavia. But what makes him hard to stop is when you spend so much time focusing on him that you forget about the other guys.
Yes.
That's when Vandy hits its big plays, right? And PK came up with a great game plan last year. He had Jelani McDonald glued to Eli Stowers, their number one tight end, who I think is the best tight end in America. He had a guy locked to him all game long, and he also kept the safety over the top of Stowers on every single play. So that's where teams get lost, is they spend so much focus on watching Pavia that they just lose their eyes, and all of a sudden there's Junior Sherrill or Eli Stowers or somebody wide open, and then boom, big play. Or it's, hey, on a zone read, you're so worried about Pavia keeping the ball that, oh, he handed it off or he pitched it on this option, and there goes this other guy taking it 60 yards to the house. Like you almost, as weird as it sounds, you almost have to make Diego Pavia beat you. You can't let the other guys just get free because you're so focused on him. You need what Alabama did. They put the ball in Pavia's hands the entire game and said, we're going to take away everybody else. You've got to do this on your own. And Pavia wasn't very good. He had two very bad red zone turnovers from trying to do too much. Key. So it's like in the Mizzou game last week, like outside that 180-yard MK Young touchdown run that Vandy had, Mizzou's defense was great because they took everything else away from Vanderbilt. So that's everyone's going to focus on the quarterback, but you cannot ignore the other guys because that's how they've been dangerous this year.
And he improvises when he's scrambling around to find the guys down the field to look to throw to also.
Yeah, he's great at that. He's great at that. So he's not an easy cover. Everything that I'm saying is much easier said than done. But just, I'm telling you, that's the difference. We had Will on yesterday, and he's like, well, there's a lot more explosive plays with this offense this year, talking about Vanderbilt, than there was last year. And that's happening because Pavia is attracting so much attention that people are just losing the guys that they're supposed to be covering. This is just simple assignment football. If you're Pete Kwiatkowski, you're telling your guys, don't worry about all the misdirection and motion and all this crazy stuff they're doing. This is what I want you to do on every single play. Do your job. Do your job. If you do that, because you have the athletes, because you have the depth that Vanderbilt doesn't, I think you can keep this offense in check. We'll see. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Send us your thoughts, your keys to the game, your score predictions for Texas Vanderbilt. Of course, we got to get to Bucky's Gold Star locks in hour 2. Got some other college football stories to get into, maybe some Halloween fun, and more sound from Steve Sarkisian talking about tomorrow's game. But before any of that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Hello, our friends over at Sue Patrick, of course, and it was great to be over there this week, and hopefully we'll be back after a victory tomorrow, as a matter of fact. 5222 Burner Road for all your Longhorn apparel, polos, hats, all those Texas-themed items, books, gifts, as you get ready to go through the holidays. Anything volleyball, they've got it there for you also. Basketball season just around the corner, BK. I'm sure Jay and the gang will start getting some of that basketball gear in here, some of the polos that we need to wear for basketball season. Hey, that's right. We're basketball people too. You know what I'm saying?
You are?
Yeah, I'm a basketball guy too. Don't you think I'm not? So I'm ready to go. And, of course, they've got everything you want at Sue Patrick's. Free curbside pickup on online orders over $59 and plenty of parking available for you. You're not going to walk 3 or 4 blocks to get into the store and have to pay for parking. You can walk right there, right in the parking lot. Heck, you can go over to the Austin Diner and have a little breakfast there before you go see Jay in the morning. If the chef decides to come in, for breakfast over there, you know. Sometimes the chef can make it in for breakfast and sometimes he can't.
Yeah, that's a weird bit right there.
Got to make sure the bus is running on time so he gets to work, but that's okay. But Sue Patrick is the place to go. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love our friends at Sue Patrick. By the way, quick shout out to the Texas volleyball team. Huge weekend for them. Tonight, they're in College Station to take on number 9 Texas A&M.
Oh.
And then on Sunday, the Longhorns are back here at Gregory to take on third-ranked Kentucky. What a weekend. So Texas ranked number 2. They'll play at number 9 and then home against number 3 in the span of these next 3 days, Buck. Yeah, we're going to learn a lot about this undefeated volleyball team this weekend. They're 18-0 right now, but best of luck to Coach Elliott and the squad. It's going to be fun to watch these next few days.
Yes, sir, Ben Franklin or James Franklin or whoever you are.
James Franklin. I got too much hair to be James Franklin.
Dude, I'm hearing some really weird things, about even Mike. Is Mike Elko, is he from Jersey?
He is, and he also went to Penn.
Yeah, you would know about that, being a Penn Quaker.
I invented Penn.
Being from the area, that guy would not leave Aggie Land to be the head coach at Penn State, would he?
Well, let's get to that in a second here, because there are some interesting rumors on the college football coaching carousel that is starting to spin. We'll get to that. First, how about a quick word, though, from our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Awesome there, Ben.
Nice looking cars there.
You're used to horse and buggy, I believe, there, sir.
That's new right there. I've never seen those things that
no.
That was in that what do you call that? A commercial?
Commercial, yes.
Commercial. I like that there. Shout out to our friends out at Covert Bee Cave. Also, some love to audio-visual consultations as well. Yeah, this weekend's going to be pretty cool. How about tomorrow? Here's what we could have going on tomorrow. We could have a Game 7 of the World Series. We've got an incredible slate of college football action. We've got the NBA. We've got the NHL. And then on Sunday, it'll be the NFL. On Monday, it'll be the NFL. College basketball is back next week.
Nice.
Like, there's so much going on in the sports world. There's no better time to make the call to audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. If you want to upgrade your home TV setup, do it with AV Consultations. Don't buy a TV and try to mount it yourself. It's going to look horrible. Wires are going to be sticking out. Nothing's going to look good. Let the pros hook you up. If you want the multi-screen man cave like I have, if you want the giant 85-incher like the Buck has, the home theater room with the surround sound Sonos speakers, you can play music all over your house from your phone. They can install that kind of stuff for you, plus the whole home lighting and surveillance and just everything to elevate your home to another level. avconsultations.com, that's their website. You can look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last nearly 40 years. They've been around since 1988. And when you're ready, make the life-changing call. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 for audio-visual consultations.
You know what I'll be doing today? I'll be sliding down to Retama Park because it's the start of the Breeders' Cup.
Hang on.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
I'll be hanging out. That baby, I'll be right out of here this morning and headed down to Retama Park. And from Retama Park, I'll be going to the high school game, and dripping the back door 281, getting back here around that time. I'll be doing a full Breeders' Cup day at Retama Park this morning. I told my wife, if I disappear today, please don't call BK. Don't try to find out. You don't need to know where I am. You'll just know that I'm at Retama Park.
Yeah, take your phone with you this time, please.
I got it. I've already indicated what my plan is. So I'll have it with me in my pocket.
Oh man.
And I got my life alert on my wrist.
There you go. Yeah, the Apple Watch. You could take calls on that thing. Even if you leave your phone, I think
it's got to be a certain distance away. I think there's got to be mine's got to be, semi close, so the talking isn't that bad. But I've had it like downstairs and had phone calls here and hit the button and talked on it. Yeah, and it was clear.
I think it's just like Bluetooth, right? So as long as you're kind of close to your phone, you can take the calls from the Apple Watch. But
I've actually taken it on the golf course when it's outside and clear and whatever. I've taken a couple, and the phone has been in the car or in the golf bag. I try not to keep my phone. My phone gets in a spot on the golf course, BK. I put the keys in the same spot. I put the phone in every time. I don't change up that. I never say, okay, this time I'm going to put it in this compartment. It has to go in the same place every time. So I don't have to have miracles. God doesn't have to have miracles where it makes my stuff appear again.
That's a good strategy, right? You always know where it's going to be.
Yeah, I've seen Paulie lose his car keys that way. I said, did you? He goes, I put my keys somewhere different this time. I'm like, well, you're a dope.
The Texas cheaters or the Texas dopes? I'm not sure.
The dopes. There was a dope that day. I watched him look around. He had a spare key, thank goodness. God. But he had put the keys somewhere else. Don't do that. Everything goes in the same spot. Golfers know that. And in your bag, everything goes to the same spot every single time. You don't deviate from that plan. That's a plan.
Yeah.
That's being a smart coach. Don't punt the ball to Ryan Niblett. Don't nibble it out there to him.
Who you rooting for? No, do punt the ball to Ryan Niblett, please.
Yeah, that's true. That they're not going to do that. This coach is smarter than that, though. He's not Levy dumb.
Clark, I am a founding father. Listen to me. Punt the ball to number 21, please. Nothing bad.
And don't bounce it to him.
Nothing bad will happen to you. Just punt it to him.
Yeah, we need him. That team needs to be at their best because that's one of the best parts of this team. They got to be great again tomorrow too.
Yeah, the special teams. Yeah, Vanderbilt has had an elite special teams unit this year. Their kicker hasn't missed a kick all season long. Their punter's been very solid. They've got a couple of good returners. They don't have a return touchdown. I mean, no one's doing what Ryan Niblett is doing right now, but Vandy has a couple of good athletes out there. Martell Height, I believe, is the name of their punt returner. He's pretty good. So, yeah, they have been stout in that third phase this year, but that can all go away if you decide to punt the ball to.
Yeah, and can we have something that when he comes in the game as a running back, that we play off of him instead of just throwing him the ball or giving? Can we go the opposite direction? Send him one way and throw the ball the opposite direction. They won't expect that because all 11 guys are going wherever he goes.
Right. Yeah, I would like maybe you give Ryan Niblett like a series or two on offense instead of just like one play here and there where, like you said, everybody on the other team knows you're trying to give him the ball. It's like, especially if Niblett has if he has a good punt return early and then, okay, everyone on Vanderbilt sidelines like, oh shit, this is 21. I mean, they probably already know from watching film. But
like, all you gotta do is watch the film.
Yeah, you see it with your own eyes in person. It's like, all right, like let's make sure that doesn't happen again. We can't let that guy beat us. So all of a sudden, if 21 trots out there on offense, everybody on that Vandy sideline is pointing and yelling. 21,
yes,
21.
They are.
Like
they've been doing that for 3 weeks. BK, they've been doing that for 3 weeks. That's why when he gets it, it never goes anywhere.
Right. No, you're right. I mean, I think Niblett had 3 offensive snaps in Starkville, and he got the ball twice. So
yeah,
it wasn't every time, but there's not a player in America who gets the ball in his hand. Even like Diego Pavia doesn't end with the ball in his hands on 67% of the plays.
No.
Like you don't. So, yeah, if you're going to put them out there, don't just have it be one play because everyone's going to know that that's where you're going.
There's got to be something off of the action or the swing screen this way and the quick screen back the other way because 11 are running where he is. You got one on the backside. Quick screen it back to Wingo, and here we go because 11 will be on one side of the field. 11 guys on to wherever Niblett runs to.
I like that. Yeah, you're right. Fake something to Niblett and go to Wingo. Fake something to Wingo, go to Niblett. Like those two guys, those are playmakers. They're your best players with the ball in their hands this season. So finding ways to get those guys the rock more, I don't think that's a bad strategy, but you got to be a little less obvious.
I like to see what the return of Trey Wisner will be like because we haven't heard very much from him this season. This has been a season of that dude had 1,000 yards of rushing, 1,100 yards of rushing last year. It has been wow. Yeah,
the whole run game has been a disaster for Texas this year. A disaster for Texas. And
yeah,
they have one rushing touchdown. Buck, they played 4 SEC games. There's one rushing touchdown by a running back so far in conference play. That's tied for last in the league. And
you got to come up with some schemes or something to help that out, to help out the team. It's not helping out the running backs. Forget them. Because I'd be looking at what can I do to help the team? I'm a part of this deal. I'm an integral part of what we do offensively. I'm supposed to be at least. What is it that we need to do? How do we and my deal this week, VK, I want to see them get the perimeter. I think that they're better suited to get outside and try to jam this ball inside against this defense.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. By the way, last year in SEC play, Buck, for a little compare and contrast, the Longhorns averaged 153 rushing yards per game.
Wow.
This year they're at 94. So that's about 60 rushing yards per game less in 2025 than compared to 2024. So you wonder why.
At the end of all of this, what we'll end up saying is, boy, that offensive line that we thought that could have been better than could have been better last year, that we thought that should have been better than they were, we sure missed them an awful lot this year.
The offensive line?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's no doubt. And, I mean, that is the worst roster construction decision that Steve Sarkisian has made in his entire time at Texas, by the way.
Yes, I agree.
Like, there's not a lot you could do in your first year when you're taking over for what Tom Herman left you. So 5-7 was the worst team, obviously, that Sark has had. But in terms of, like, Sark has done a great job of putting together elite rosters in his Texas tenure. It's why this team has had so much success the last couple of seasons, right? But not going out and getting an offensive lineman, hell, you should have gotten 2 or 3.
No, I definitely agree on 2.
That is the worst decision, without question, that Steve Sarkisian has made from a personnel standpoint in his 5 years at Texas. So it ain't going to happen again. But obviously,
no, I don't think so.
You can't do anything for this season. So the last 4 games, you got to hope that you're able to coach these guys up and just hope that they're able to show you a little something different than what they've shown you so far.
And you'll probably have to go get a running back in the same vein too.
Yeah, well, there's a few things I think offensively that you have to address when the portal window gets here. But now it's just, hey, I don't, Buck, if Texas loses this game tomorrow, that's what Longhorn Nation is going to be talking about next week. We're going to be talking about 2026. Who do we have coming back? What do we need to do? Who do we need to get? Like, that's the conversation. Yes, there's 3 games left to play, but no one's going to be talking about Georgia during the bye week. It's going to be 2 weeks of what do we need to do to make sure that this doesn't happen again in 2026.
For sure.
We don't want that to happen.
They'll be doing that and honing in on Texas A&M. That's what they'll be doing. That's what they'll be thinking about. That's what the players' minds will be.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, you want them to go beat Georgia. You want them to go 3-0 to end the year and be 9-3. That's better than 7-5 or 8-4. Thanks, Captain Obvious. But the fan base is going to turn its attention pretty quickly, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, that's how important this game is. This is a really, I mean, and even you can play your best and still not beat this team. You can be the best you can be, and this team that you're playing is pretty good. They got a pretty good leader. They've got a pretty good coach, and they've really built on physicality. And you better be able to match it tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be hard enough to match it. You better be in it with them. You can't get punched in the face at home.
No, I think if Texas plays its best, they're going to win tomorrow. I just think they're the more talented and they're the deeper team than Vanderbilt is. But again, I mean, it's this Texas football team in 2025 is Forrest Gump talking about a box of chocolates. You just never know what you're going to get. So if they play the way they did against Oklahoma, then they're going to win tomorrow. I don't know if they're going to win by 17, but they're going to win tomorrow. But if they play like they did in Lexington 2 weeks ago, they're going to lose tomorrow. Hell, they might lose by 17 if they play like that.
I just don't know if you can keep escaping the way they're escaping.
You can't. You definitely can't.
I know. Yeah. I'm just thinking, can you get through with a little late field goal? Can you keep escaping? Can you make mistakes and get away with it? I don't know if you can with this team because of the ball control. Because if they get it, if they get it back at a certain time, they can screw you up that you never get it back.
They can. Well, let's hear from Sark on that. He was asked about going up against Vanderbilt's offense and the extremely slow tempo that they like to deploy. How tough is that as a team to compete against?
I think that's one of the keys to their success, right? They're one of the top third down teams in the country. I think they're over 50%, maybe 52% on third down. Which is an excellent number. And part of that is they generally move the ball forward. They run the ball, they get themselves in third and short situations, they convert third downs, they stay on the field. And then that allows them to be an efficient offensive football team. And so the idea is how well can you do on first and second down, to put yourselves in a winning situation on third down. And then when they do get to the red area, to doing a great job of playing red zone lockout and keeping them out of the end zone. On the flip side, offensively, that it's probably more pressure there to remain efficient on the offensive side of the ball. Just knowing how deliberate they can play, and it's a nice style of play. They do a good job of playing complementary football. Vanderbilt does, and so your ability to remain efficient offensively, I think, is equally as important.
Yeah, and not only that is you got to be efficient, but you also have to have some explosive plays offensively somehow tomorrow, because they're going to grind it out and keep the ball away from you. Work your defense, try to wear your defense down. What will you do offensively? Because you're not going to wear them down. This is not a wear you down offense. So there's got to be some explosive plays that have to go big tomorrow, BK. They really do. I mean, I'm not looking for 10. I'm looking for maybe 2 or 3 really explosive plays that really hurt their defense.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. And that you had some of those in the fourth quarter in Starkville last week, right?
Yes.
Like this offense, and I think it's the same for any offense. They're at their best when you can pick up big chunk plays. And, for Texas, they haven't been able to do that on the ground at all this season. But at times when the passing game is humming, they have been able to do that. And, we know Arch Manning throws a beautiful deep ball. The reason we haven't seen a lot of them this year is because the offensive line doesn't protect long enough for your receivers to get open deep down the field. But if you can strike on a couple of those, and hey, they could be bubble screens that turn into explosive plays.
Sure, they can be regular screens, dump off to the backs.
Sure.
This defensive line is coming through. So if you can dump it off behind them and get down the field, that's fine.
I think you have to. With the way Vanderbilt plays, they're an overly aggressive style of defense. I think that, you have to kind of throw the ball sort of, in the flats and throw those screen passes and just kind of punish them for being over aggressive, for trying to get into your backfield. So, those plays are going to be big for Texas, and hopefully you can turn a few of those into explosive plays too.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's Vanderbilt's defense is very good. I don't want this to come off as a slight at them, but it's more of a Texas offense issue than a Vanderbilt defense thing. It's like this offense just hasn't shown you the ability to consistently put together long drives.
Yeah, they got a bunch of grinders. That team that you're playing tomorrow will just grind you. So they're not, they can get their explosive. They'll get their explosives in the run game. If you're out of position on defense, that's where they can hurt you, because now they have home run hitters at the running back position. Not just Pavia, but the runners can hurt you with what they can do. So, but they want to grind it out. They want the clock to run. They only want to run so many plays. They just don't want you to have the ball.
Right.
And when you have the ball, you have to make use of it. You can't be the 1 3 and out.
No. Yeah, this won't be, Texas had more than 80 snaps in Starkville last week.
No.
This ain't going to be one of those games, right? Now, I will say this. Somehow, some way, Missouri had 83 snaps against Vanderbilt. They lost. I don't know how they lost. Vandy only ran 49 plays in that game.
I mean, those two similar offenses going at it just pound you in the face. Missouri wants to run the ball with their big running back too.
Yeah,
and I don't know how that all went when the quarterback got hurt last week, and how things started to change for them a little bit. But they still hung in there pretty good. They've got 2 outside rushers that are pretty good at Missouri, so they defended Pavia pretty well.
Well, that's the thing. They have athletes, and I think Texas has better athletes than Mizzou. And I think the most athletic team that Vanderbilt has played this year is Alabama, and that's the game that they lost. Yeah. So, you have better athletes than they do. Their offensive line is solid. They're very experienced. I mean, you got some 22 and 23-year-olds on the offensive line, but Texas, I mean, we know how good the athletes are up front for this Texas defense. So, I think Texas can win that matchup tomorrow. But you said it, discipline is so important in this game. Setting the edge, or maintaining push lanes, doing your job. You do those things. Like Texas last year, a couple of things that they did against Diego Pavia in that win in Nashville. Again, I talked about them, basically sticking Jelani McDonald to Eli Stowers and also putting a safety over the top. But Texas did a lot of 3-down fronts, and they would put the defensive linemen in either B gap. So the edge rushers, their job was to contain. It wasn't communication with them and the linebackers on every play. Hey, are you setting the edge here? Am I setting the edge? No, every single play it was the edge is setting the edge. So the linebackers can play downhill. If they try to run it up the middle, they're going to be right there to make a tackle. That's what I don't know why you wouldn't do that again this year, because it really worked for Texas against this same Vanderbilt offense. Now, I think they're a better team, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot of the same players. It's the same coordinator. It's the same scheme that they do. And PK,
yeah, and they don't run. Yeah, they don't run finesse run plays. They're not cute counters. They're downhill running. They'll stick
they do
somebody.
A lot of option. Like I think there's some cute with the option, right? Like they're not scared to run it up the gut, but they will run some zone read and some option. They want to confuse you. They know that they don't have the Buck. Texas has had, 25 players drafted in the last 2 years? You know how many Vanderbilt has had drafted the last 2 years? 1. You know who it was? It was their long snapper. I don't know who drafts a long snapper. So they've got better athletes this year than they've had. There's a few draftable players on that team, but like their coaching staff, they know that they don't have the athletes, so they want to win with scheme and disguise.
Yeah, you have to be disciplined in what you do against them.
Right, and that's it. Like that's the biggest key to the game. And again, I think PK having an elite defensive coordinator like that, I think I trust him. I know I trust him to come up with a game plan that's going to give Texas a very good chance to win. I think this game's just going to come down to if the offense can do enough. Stop me if you've heard that before.
Yeah, they got to score. They need some explosives. They need to score in the scoring zone. They've been better, but they needed some explosive plays too, because I just don't see them getting any explosive plays in the run game. I don't have any faith in that running game at all now. I'm at that point now that I've seen enough. The sample size is plenty from the Oklahoma game. That was nice, but I haven't seen anything outside of that makes you think that they're gonna ground and pound if they have to. Well, once again, Cedric Baxter is still. I mean, that guy. That's another week. He's made it through. He's not on the injured list, folks. He's on the I'm ready to go play list, and that's another week of getting better. What will he be able to do? How will he help? I mean, can he help in the ground game?
You're the running back coach. You tell me. Oh, boy.
He's not on the injured list. I'll just say that.
That's not analysis. That's looking at a sheet of paper. Come on, give me something here. Like, have you seen anything from CJ Baxter?
No, I'm not seeing anything from the offensive line. And I'm not seeing anything from the kid that tells me that he's coming off a knee injury, that he's spectacular. He's 100%. He's able to play. That's all I'm saying right now. I don't see anything special in his running style that's changed very much. I mean, he's able to compete right now. So once again, it gives him another week, and now he's been in a game, so maybe he's another week better. So we'll just see how that works. Trey Wisner is the one that needs to get cranking, and I feel bad for him because he still plays hard, he still runs hard. It's just some of that stuff's just not there. And he's not an over-talented guy anyway. He just did a lot of things on just guts and some one-cut stuff that he was good at, giving you the ability to, with his velocity at the end of runs, to get a little bit extra on it. So he's going to have all of that tomorrow, because that's what it's going to take from him. Because there's not going to be, as we said, there's not going to be gaping holes for him to run through.
I will say this about Trey Wisner. His 2 best games were against the 2 toughest opponents that Texas has played this year. Go back to Ohio State in week 1, and then obviously the Oklahoma game in Dallas. Like, he has saved his best ball, and he's been big in big games throughout the entirety of his Texas career. He saved his best ball for the biggest spots. So
yeah, and it doesn't have to be a huge amount of yards. It's just got to be some really meaningful yards for him.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're right. I mean,
you got to be excited about coming home and getting off the road after a month of just being away.
Sure, and you hope that can help this offensive line, because they need all the help that they can get right now. You have a prediction? You have a prediction for how many rushing yards you think Texas as a team will end up with?
110.
110. Okay, that would be their second highest in conference play this year.
Well, you said they do their best against this kind of competition, so I'm thinking 110. 110 at home would be okay.
All right. Yeah, I'd love to get to the number you got against OU, that 138. Yeah. That would be fantastic if you could get there.
That will come as a unbelievable surprise to us all, I believe.
I think so.
If you're at 130, 150 yards of rushing against this group.
It feels impossible to predict that, but they're capable of it. We at least know they're capable of it, but now they got to go out there and just win in the trenches. Win in the trenches.
Yeah, I mean, and they got to play loose, and they have to play they can't play uptight. They got to play, like you said, this is a championship game. They have to let all the skill level that they have, like as individual players, go too. You can't be uptight worrying about, they got this great quarterback over there. I've got to do this when I get the ball to make sure. No, you just got to go play. You got to go really, really play tomorrow. And they all do. You're going to make mistakes. That's, that just happens. You're penalized. You get a lot of penalties. So you can't worry about, I can't do this. No, you got to protect your quarterback, and you got to open up some holes for your running backs. And your running backs have to make plays when there's plays to be made. And your great wide receiver who has a good day has to have a great day. Can't be dropping balls that hit him right in the hands.
Right. Yeah. Ryan Wingo, God, last weekend was so hot and cold, right? I mean, 5 catches, 184 yards. He's a big part of why Texas won that football game, but he had 3 big drops. And
no, you can't drop the ball tomorrow. You have to – the play from now on has to be right on the money. And, I mean, these games – look at the games that you're going to have to play from this point on. Forget – you can't be subpar here. You got to be excellent now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, your margins are very thin. I mean, you've got 3 top 10 teams left on your schedule.
Yes.
So, obviously, it starts tomorrow. You can't worry about Georgia or A&M just yet. But, yeah, you're playing some really, really good teams down the stretch. And if you're not buttoned up and if you keep shooting yourself in the foot with drops and bad penalties and turnovers, then the season might be over a lot earlier than any of us want.
Yeah, I see Mike G's up and ready to go.
There you go. He's been maintaining this score prediction since the start of the season. Vandy 53, Texas 3. He's not backing down. He is not backing down. And congrats, Mike G's Crimson Tide did beat Vanderbilt this year. They didn't do that last year. So maybe now he's earned the right to talk a little smack about Vanderbilt now that game has already happened.
53? There ain't enough time in the game. It's not that much time.
Little do people know that Mike G's favorite artist is the Commodores, Buck. He's a big Lionel Richie guy.
Oh, so he is, isn't he?
That's why he's been so confident in the Doors all year long. Yeah. I think so. Night Shift is his favorite song, too, is what I was told. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line, 512-222-9328. We got to go. Bucky, I totally lost myself and you for a moment. We got to get back into the Mike Elko thing. You asked me a Mike Elko question.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the college football coaching carousel a little bit. Of course, we have to get your Gold Star locks for the upcoming football and baseball weekend.
Tough
a little
weekend.
Halloween fun to get to, some World Series talk. A lot more to discuss. But first, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, for close to 7 years in Central Texas. They've been the very best at delivering when it comes to heating, air conditioning, and now plumbing. Trusting them in your plumbing. If you've got plumbing situations or problems in your home or around your home, call on Woods Comfort Systems to get that done. Definitely as the winter comes upon us, to make sure everything's working properly, to winterize your home, you can call in their technicians. They'll get right out. They'll be on time. You won't have – they'll give you a time. And actually, if they can get there earlier, they'll get there earlier. They don't sit and make you wait all day long, 5 hours of waiting around for them to come to your home. They've been doing a fantastic job. And as I said, now they're doing plumbing. So trusting in them when it comes to plumbing, folks. Close to 70 years in Central Texas. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
No, they do not. WoodsComfortSystems.com. I saw the Woods Comfort Systems truck driving around yesterday.
There you go.
Always making it happen for you. Give them a shout. WoodsComfortSystems.com or call them 512-842-5066. Also, some love to CentexTickets.com. First home game in 42 days. If you want to be at DKR for Texas Vandy tomorrow, only one place you need to look to find your tickets. That is CentexTickets.com. And hey, basketball returns next week. The women start on Monday. The men start on Tuesday. If you want to bless the mood with your presence all season long, head over to CentexTickets.com to get your tickets. The best place to buy or sell all year long. And don't forget to use our promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase for any event all year long at CentexTickets.com.
Love it.
Also, some love to OLIPOP as well. Again, as a guy who has invented a lot of things over the years, Buck, I'm here to tell you about one of the finest inventions our world has ever seen. I feel like this is what old people do. They have the shakes, so like the whole time when they're holding their glasses, they're shaking them nonstop. OLIPOP is that's distracting me.
Are you talking about Coca-Cola?
I'm not talking about Coca-Cola. No, that's in the past. Like my father didn't even drink that shit. The founding fathers are all about the OLIPOP. It's fantastic.
Now you're talking.
It is one of the best inventions of all time because it's soda, and everybody likes the taste of soda, but it's actually good for you. So unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past, every time you drink a can of OLIPOP, you are supporting your digestive health. 9 grams of fiber in every can, hardly any calories, hardly any sugar. You've got ingredients in there that support your guts. You're going to support your taste buds because they've got 20 different flavors, and there's bound to be at least a few that you love, but you're also going to support your gut health as well every time you drink OLIPOP. So you're going to be eating a lot of candy this week. You don't need more sugar. You don't need more crap going into your system. Maybe wash it down with some OLIPOP instead. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Walmart, Costco, Target, Whole Foods, wherever you shop. Make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Thank you there, founding father.
All right. You're welcome there, sir. Peasant. I don't think they were mean to the locals, were they? The founding fathers? We were about the locals.
I'm pretty sure Ben Franklin had a few slaves back in the time. I was born in Philly, by the way.
I thought he was born in Boston.
He was, but I was born in Philly.
Oh,
I was right there, right by the Liberty Bell. I was born right down the street from the Liberty Bell.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your service.
Yeah. Thank you for you and your family's service.
Thank you very much. Well, all right. So the college football coaching carousel continues to turn. And let me ask you this, Buck. We started the show off talking about LSU firing their athletic director on the heels of the governor of the state of Louisiana just dunking on him in a news conference a couple of days ago. I'm sure if I were to ask you on Monday or Tuesday what the best opening in college football is, you would have said LSU. But on a Friday morning, if I asked you that same question of all the jobs that are currently open in college football, we know a few more will be coming, but all of the jobs that are currently available, which one do you think is the most attractive to a potential candidate?
Florida, University of Florida.
You going Florida number one?
Yes.
Over LSU, over Penn State?
Yes.
Okay. I would still go LSU, even with the clown show.
You want the show, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that. I mean, I hope that, if I'm taking that job, I would like some assurances that, okay, there is going to be an AD and there is going to be a university president here.
Let's not forget they piss on the floor. Let's think about this now.
All right. Well, I don't have to worry about taking the few extra seconds to get to a toilet, so I'll take that. That's another perk of the job right there. But I don't know, the recruiting. I mean, they've got money. They've got the support. Recruiting, you're the only flagship university in the state, right? When you're in Florida, you've got to recruit against Florida State and Miami. When you're in Louisiana, you've got to compete against nobody from a recruiting standpoint.
I'm just trying to figure out, was he the governor there about 4 or 5 years ago when they were talking about they didn't have enough money to be doing this for their college football programs? Remember there was a struggle about how much they were spending in football in the state of Louisiana. And that wasn't that long ago.
No, Jeff Landry, according to Wikipedia, and as I've said, you can't put anything on the internet that isn't true. He assumed office last year.
Oh, okay. He wasn't that dude.
No. So I don't remember what you're talking about, honestly, but I guess it wasn't him who you're referencing.
No, it wasn't him.
So, but I think everybody, I should say every LSU fan hates him right now. Maybe the Tulane fans and the Louisiana Lafayette fans may love him still, but I don't know if any LSU football fan is real thrilled with that news conference he held because, I mean, it changed the opinion and perception of that gig for a lot of people. So I don't know if it'll cost them the chance to get Lane Kiffin or some other top dog who's available.
No, Lane Kiffin is too much about Lane Kiffin to be messing around, worrying about how he's got to compete with whatever the governor says on a weekly basis. Or not having an AD right now. He's got enough money where he is. He's got his own program, and they would take him in a second in Florida.
Yeah,
so Mississippi is now competing with Florida for Lane Kiffin. I don't think there's any place else that Lane Kiffin would go. I don't think he would go to that madness. Now, there are a lot of other guys that would take that job at LSU because that's just a step up. I mean, obviously, a guy at Tulane. I mean, Georgia Tech's guy would take that job. Hell, Vandy's guy would take that job if offered to him. I mean, they couldn't pack their bags quick enough probably to get there. But a guy like Lane Kiffin, that guy's going to want to get paid at the end, win, lose, or draw. If he walks away, he's looking for a settlement just like everybody else has been getting.
Right.
50,
I don't
49,
know.
60, 70. He's looking for that. He's going to make sure that he's taken care of whether he's there or not.
Yeah, I mean, he'll get that at Ole Miss, right? I'm sure he has a pretty nice buyout with his contract already, but everybody knows he's going to get paid somewhere, and part of that payment will be, more guarantees from a buyout standpoint. So
everything is upped for him right now where he is.
Yeah, of course. There's no doubt about that. There's nobody happier with all of this than Lane Kiffin. Like that guy, I mean, he probably likes the Sark to the NFL rumors too. Like all of this stuff is very good for Lane Kiffin right now. So he is going to get a fat paycheck, and he may become the highest paid coach in college football after this year, even ahead of Kirby Smart, even ahead of Ryan Day, as crazy as that sounds. But
as much as I like to think the Vandy guy is sticking around after yesterday's conversation, now money's going to make you move. Money's going to get you up and out of your house and get your wife to getting those boxes ready and getting your kids in another school. That kind of money, when you're talking $10 million, $11 million, you're getting up and moving.
Well, he's going to get paid too. I mean, it's we see this happen in college sports all the time. Hell, we've called it the Texas bump around here. Like whenever Texas is looking for a new coach in any sport, you see a bunch of people get extensions and raises at their current spot. You're going to see the same thing with a lot of college football coaches. So Clark Lee, if he chooses to stay at Vanderbilt, he's going to get a nice pay raise there.
Absolutely.
Brent Key, if he chooses to stay at Georgia Tech, he's going to get a nice pay. Matt Rule signed an extension yesterday at Nebraska. 2-year contract.
And what have they really done? I mean,
Penn State was rumored to be interested, and Nebraska didn't want to lose Matt Rule. So here you go. Here's 2 more years on your deal, and we're going to increase your buyout for another team to go hire you. So, if you're linked, it's the market. It's supply and demand. If you're linked to other jobs, then you are going to get paid one way or another. So Brent Key, if he wants to stay at Georgia Tech, then guess what? Georgia Tech's going to pony up the cash. They're going to have.
It's not like these people I'm talking about. I mean, except for the guy at Tulane, he's only going to get so much there. Period. And then he got his ass beat last night.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, like some G5 school, like Tulane's a G5 school. I think it's a different conversation for like that guy. I think would walk on glass to be the coach at LSU, even with what's happening right now in the state. So, I mean, Willie Fritz at Houston. I know Houston's Power 4, but like that guy with Louisiana ties. Hell, he was the coach at Tulane before John Summerall was. I think he would walk on glass to be the head coach at LSU. So there are levels to this, of course. Like everyone's like, who wants that LSU job? Plenty of people want that LSU job. All right.
For sure.
But can they get the top end guys anymore? Or do we see a lot of the top end guys stick around? I don't know. Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri, another example. Like if Mizzou wants to keep him,
he'd be gone.
But yeah, I think he goes. I think if Florida or LSU offered him, he would go too. But we will wait and see. And then for Mike Elko, this is an interesting one. I saw an article from ESPN. They're just running through some rumor mill for the college football coaching carousel. And Adam Rittenberg wrote a couple of paragraphs about Mike Elko being a top target for Penn State. He's from New Jersey, played his college football at Penn, spent the first decade and a half of his coaching career coaching in that part of the country. Like, could he be? I mean, A&M's going to have to pony up to keep Mike Elko, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. But could Mike Elko, who's obviously doing a tremendous job in his second year in College Station, could he up and leave after the year?
Yeah, it all depends on what happens at the end of the year for him. I mean, I can't imagine him going in there barking about needing more money after what they just went through. I mean, if he, but those guys go, you got to, obviously you have to ask for more money, but is Texas A&M willing to do that if he has I don't know, what is a great year? Playing in the national championship, winning the SEC, getting in the SEC championship game, what will be a great year for them? That he can go and start asking for tons more money at Texas A&M.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time A&M started 8-0 since, I think, the 90s. But
they're paying an awful lot of guys not to be coaching right now.
Right, yeah, well, they are paying Jimbo, but, I mean, that's just how it works. And look, like, A&M, they've got money, So if this does turn into a bidding war, they are going to pay to keep Mike Elko around if they end the year on a high. If A&M goes 1-3 down the stretch somehow and they end the year 9-3 and they miss the playoff, then it might be, you know what, Penn State, you can have them. But
yeah, I mean, or is Penn State jumping up and down about a guy like Mike Elko too? I mean,
right now, I think so.
You think so?
Like, who else would be higher on their list? Like now that Matt Rule especially is out of the equation, apparently, like if you're looking for fits, if you're looking for guys with ties to the area, I think Mike Elko goes to the top of the list. He's not the most proven coach in college football, but he's in the running for National Coach of the Year right now. He's doing a tremendous job. So I would want that if I'm a Penn State fan, and as a Texas fan, I would want that too. but it's interesting.
You want Mike Elko out now?
Yeah, I do want Mike Elko out. Yeah, he's doing a good job. That's the nicest thing I could say about somebody. Is that I want him to leave A&M because he's got, like, I wanted Schloss out. I'm glad Texas got him. That's a double whammy right there. But as soon as Schloss started having success in College Station, I'm like, how do we get this guy out of there, please? They play for a national championship. They don't do that at A&M in any sport besides judging other men's meat. And track and field, I guess, are pretty good at that too. But, I'd like, that's the nicest thing I could say about you. So I would love Penn State to go in there and take Mike Elko away. That'd be nice. But I don't know. I don't know if he would leave. I mean, both programs are well-resourced. Penn State obviously has more history than Texas A&M does, but maybe there's some enticement. What is the word there? I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like sticking around and building A&M's football program. That could be intriguing for a coach like that, being the first guy to actually get them to do what people think they have been supposed to do for 80 years.
Just because you started out with Ben, with your Penn Quakers, doesn't necessarily mean that you go leave a job like Texas A&M to come back to Penn State. That A&M job looks to be pretty good. Yeah. And obviously they have plenty of money and like you said, plenty of resources. Penn State has the same.
For sure. And you wonder, another thing that's mentioned in this ESPN article here is, like, if A&M makes the college football playoff as a top 4 seed and they get a bye, like, Penn State might have to make that hire earlier than that, because you got to worry about signing day. You got to worry about the portal window and all of this stuff. And you're trying to put together a roster for 2026. You need a coach.
Yeah,
to go out there and recruit.
Yeah, that's a place that you need to make a move. You have to have somebody in place to recruit. Ohio, the Northeast, the Carolinas. You have, at Penn State, you got to get to cranking when it comes to recruiting. And this isn't the greatest time of the year to be bringing people up to Penn State for visits.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think Elko, I think Clark Lee too, talking about him for taking another SEC gig. I mean, I think Penn State would be intrigued by the job that Clark Lee has done too.
Oh, there's no doubt.
How can you not be? So those are two guys that and look, I know Penn State hired James Franklin from Vanderbilt, but James Franklin wasn't having this kind of success at Vanderbilt. He never had 7-1 or anything like that. So Lee is also an Elko protege. So you could see, like, those guys have worked together before. So you could see maybe for all the reasons Penn State's interested in Mike Elko, they could be interested in Clark Lee as well.
Can't leave. Vandy guy won't leave. Remember, he's a homer.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That's what every Vandy fan wants to believe. That's how it always works. We're seeing it with Texas right now. Sark would never leave. He loves it here. It's like, oh, maybe he will. No one leaves until they do, Buck.
That's right. No one leaves until somebody puts their name at the bottom of that check for you.
Right. That'd be a pretty big check. Again, Vandy could pay, but it is easier to win at Penn State than it is at Vanderbilt, I would think.
Yes.
But that's going to be fascinating to watch. So, yeah, Mike Elko, that's – again, I don't think he leaves because I think A&M is going to do anything they can, and that's a good enough job. I know they don't have history, but like you said, they've got money, they got facilities, they got resources. They're in the SEC, they're in Texas. The reasons why it's like laughable that they've been as bad as they've been for so long, they've got things going for them. So I think he stays.
Maybe the return of Bill O'Brien after they get rid of him after this week, after Notre Dame hammers Boston College.
Yeah, I don't think Penn State wants Bill O'Brien right now.
Hey, he held their program together for a little bit. You know?
He did. Yeah, after the Joe Pa stuff, where Joe Pa had no idea what was going on. He
held that group together for how many years? 2 years, 3 years?
2 years.
2 years. He did a good job.
Yeah, he was 8-4 and 7-5, and then he got hired away by the Houston Texans and had a lot of regular season success down in Houston, but whenever they had to play a playoff game, it did not go very well. And then he got.
And now they've seen what he's done at Boston College. They would not hire him now. No.
Oh, no. None of these big jobs. I don't think Oklahoma State would hire Bill O'Brien. Forget Penn State.
That is going down. That's going down the mountain right there. By the way, who is getting that gig?
At Okie Light? I have no idea. Zach Robinson was the Vegas favorite.
Is he a former
quarterback there? And he's the current offensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. I think they kind of want him gone too. You know, I don't think the Falcons are real thrilled with what he's doing. But
man, there's some boy, and this thing hasn't even. There's going to be some others opening up here too.
Oh, for sure, sure. We could see some more firings. I mean, Kentucky and Auburn play this weekend, right? Did I have that right?
Yeah, Auburn can't lose that job. Kentucky may rather hold on and pay the money.
Yeah, Mississippi State at Arkansas. Arkansas has already fired their guy. I don't think Jeff Lebby's going to get fired this year, but if they lose to another winless SEC team, fall to 0-5 in the conference,
and decide to punt to a great punt returner, he's going to be gone too.
Can you go 2 years in the SEC with 0 conference wins? Because Lebby didn't win one SEC game last year, and they're at 0 this year. They've got Arkansas on the road, Georgia at home next week, at Missouri, and then Ole Miss to end the year. If you lose all 4 of those games and you're 0-16 in the league, do you get a year 3?
I don't know if you get it. In most places, you're not going to. In these days, no, you're not going to get a year 3 on that.
I know they beat Arizona State, and they won their non-con games, but I don't know how far that's going to get you. So
you're right.
Yeah, like you said, a lot more still to come, but that's what we've got right now. All right, Buck, the people need to make some money this week.
Yes, they do. So they need me.
By the way, you did miss your Game 5 pick of the World Series. We did not get to this yesterday, but you had 100,000 units on the LA Dodgers in Game 5 the other night, and you savaged. Trey, you savaged. He was awesome. Blue Jays.
Dude, they could not even touch that dude.
Now, 12 strikeouts for Trey Yesavage. That is a rookie World Series record, and he is the first pitcher in World Series history, regardless of age, to have 12 strikeouts and 0 walks in a game. He's been amazing. Like, if the Blue Jays win, Vladdy Jr. is going to win MVP, but, I mean, Trey Yesavage, a 10-strikeout Game 1, a 12-strikeout Game 5 in a 2-2 series on the road. That guy has been ridiculous.
Untouchable. Yeah, and the guy who stinks for the Dodgers is the lefty who they've been throwing up there. Guy coming off. Yes, he's been awful.
Well, he gave up those, back-to-back home runs to start the game, and then he only gave up one more run in like 6 innings, which, I mean, he was out-dueled. He was the worst.
But he doesn't hit, so they couldn't hit hit anyway.
That was the biggest issue. The Dodgers bats, I mean, they just couldn't get anything going. And it's crazy. I think everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but most people thought, like, after Toronto lost Game 3, that 18-inning marathon, it's like, oh, man, how do you lose a game like that? You're not going to get up off the mat from that. Like, this series is over. Well, all Toronto has gone out and done since then is win both games in L.A., and now they've got 2 chances at their place to just win 1.
Yeah, I think you can strike out Mookie Betts right now. He's not even close when he's swinging.
Yeah, there are a lot of guys who just look lost in the batter's box for the Dodgers right now. So, Game 6 tonight. Obviously, we'll get to your college football and NFL plays here in a second, but do you have –
who's on the mound for the Dodgers?
It's Yamamoto, who pitched a complete game in Game 2. Same matchup. He's going up against Kevin Gausman. That was a game the Dodgers won 5-1 in Toronto. So, obviously, the Blue Jays win tonight. Series over. Dodgers win tonight. Game 7. 2 best words in sports tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to say that Toronto ends that tonight. I'll take them for a 50,000 unit play.
50,000 unit play on the Blue Jays in Game 6.
Yeah, they just got so much momentum, and then coming back home now.
Oh, that crowd is going to be insane.
Absolutely. All those non-Americans.
All of those terrorists,
From
tyrants.
Toronto, my goodness, yes.
Whatever you want to call them. All right, so there's your baseball play. What
Yes.
about your football action this weekend, my man?
Yeah, I'm believing that Georgia's going to take care of Florida. 2.5. I'll take 100,000 unit play there.
2.5. It's 7.5.
Oh, is that what that looks like? Okay, that's a 7.5. That's fine. I think Georgia takes care of Florida.
Okay.
I'm also going to take 100,000 unit play on Texas Tech versus K-State. That's the 2.5, I believe.
That's also 7.5.
Boy, my sevens that's 7.5 also.
Are you reading your own handwriting? Where are you reading?
Yes, I'm screwing up my own handwriting. You're right.
Oh my God. So you want 100K on Texas Tech?
Yes.
Minus 7.5 in the Little Apple.
Here comes a scary one for those folks out there. I'm going to take the University of Houston for 100,000 units over West Virginia. That looks like 12.5 in my writing. Don't tell me it's 17.5.
13.5.
Okay, that's fine.
100K?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll take 50K on Georgia Tech versus NC State. You know we don't believe in NC State this time of the year.
You hate NC State.
I hate them in the middle of the season. They always come out like, oh, they're going to be something special. But by midseason, they stink. And so I'll take that. I'll take 50,000 on that. I'll also take 50,000 on the University of Minnesota over Michigan State.
Oh my God, you're betting on the Gophers here?
Yes, row that boat.
I feel like we need to give you the hotline or something. Okay, Minnesota
Also
minus
take
3.5.
50,000 units on Utah over their running backs. Cincinnati won't have their running back, so I'll take Utah playing better at home.
All right, they're 10.5-point favorites tomorrow night.
That's fine. They're in crushing mode. They're trying to get into the big things in the Big 12.
Okay.
And just for the fun of it, BK, in college football, I'm going to take the Cuse over North Carolina. They've got a really, really good dynamic coach. Why nobody's talking about that guy? Coach Brown, why are they not talking about him and when he's big job?
Belichick or Fran Brown?
Fran Brown.
Syracuse is 3-5.
Sorry about that, Fran.
1-4 in the ACC.
They'll win that game.
The deaf against the blind, and I'm being disrespectful to the deaf and the blind by comparing them to North Carolina and Syracuse. My apologies.
Here's a couple plays for in the NFL.
Okay.
100,000 units on the New England Patriots.
Who do they have?
They have Atlanta at home.
Ooh, okay. Minus 5.5.
Yeah,
Penix playing in that game, do we know?
I don't know. Atlanta looked so bad in that game the other day.
Yeah, well, they had Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
at starter. Looks like Penix is questionable right now. So,
and I'll take another 50,000 unit play on. Remember, anytime the Detroit Lions play, and if the line is less than 20, you got to take them
against your Vikings.
Yes, that young kid's not coming back, and that game's in Detroit, correct?
It is.
Yeah, I'll take 50,000 units on that.
Okay.
I'll take another 50,000 unit play on the Colts. The Steelers are cooked.
Damn. Already given up on Pittsburgh. All right, Indy on the road, minus 3.5 in the Steel City.
Yeah, they'll run right through them.
God, the Colts are 7-1. I knew that, but still seeing it on paper is stunning to me.
And another 50,000 unit play. Now let's make this 100,000 unit play on the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, Monday night.
Yeah, I'm gonna give everybody, after you've collected all this money, go all in on the Cowboys versus Kyler. I'm limping again, Murray, if he plays.
Arizona's lost 5 straight. They're coming off a bye. They've lost 5 straight by a combined 13 points.
That's okay.
How is that
Cowboys.
possible?
The defense for the Cowboys.
Well, Kyler Murray is 9-0 all time at Jerry World, dating back to his high school days at Allen.
That's over with. That they won't be able to stop the Cowboys. How are they going to stop the Cowboys? Cowboys are going to score 40.
Arizona might score 50.
Oh my God, take the over. And those games with the Cowboys, I don't know if Arizona can do that. If Kyler Murray were healthy, but he's coming off this bad foot injury right now. He's like almost questionable again. Can he do it? Can he not do it?
Yeah, I don't even know if they're 100% sure he's going to play. I think he's expected to return, but I don't know. We'll all find out, I guess, on Monday. Maybe we'll have some answers closer to Monday. But all right, anything else in the NFL?
Yeah, let me give you a quick 50,000 unit play tonight on Memphis over Rice. I know every time I bet against Rice, the curse of the Sunday night game versus Rice comes back to haunt. Memphis is playing pretty good right now.
Okay. Yeah, Memphis beat South Florida. You lost that game last week.
Yes.
But Rice beat UConn. You lost that game last week.
Yeah, I want to take Memphis, and I also want to take UConn for 50,000 units. They're playing UAB at home.
What?
Yes. UConn basketball, UAB. Put 50,000 units on.
Is it basketball or football?
Football, UConn. Take UConn this week. 50,000 unit play on UConn.
Where do I even search to find that line? Give me a second.
That line has got to be like 11.
11.5.
Okay, take UConn, folks. That one's going to be the one you thank me for right there. That was a sneaky out of the blue. Take UConn against UAB.
I think you're 0-2 betting on UConn this year.
I know.
So maybe third time will be a charm.
I'm not touching the Boston College versus Notre Dame game. That line is way too high.
Dude, you need to treat – who do you always bet against in the NFL? You always bet on the Lions. You need to treat Boston College like the anti-Lions. Just whoever they're playing against, you bet on that team.
No, they covered against Louisville last week,
Oh, did they?
Yes, they did.
Interesting.
This is a very similar line right here, 28. And
Notre Dame, come on. They're fighting for a playoff spot. They need those style points.
In Chestnut Hill, too.
Oh, it's in
At home. You know how many people will be there? 27,000.
6. How many did you say? 7,000?
26,000 will show up for this game.
Oh, well, I guess probably like 20,000 Notre Dame fans and 6,000.
Oh, yeah, from the Boston area. Yeah, including Brian Kelly will be there trying to get that job.
Maybe. No, he doesn't want BC. No way he wants BC.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, because that means he's looking for a job and he can get all that money.
All right.
And he can get some of the governor's money too.
He'll take that. Hey, quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm, by the way. Ryan, Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in the Austin area. If something happens to you this weekend, hopefully nothing does, but if you get hurt in a car accident, if you get injured on the job, not just this weekend, but anytime here in Central Texas, reach out to the best personal injury attorney that you can find here in Central Texas. That is Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He's been a close friend of mine for over a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade, so he can get you what you deserve. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. If you get into a wreck, you're dealing with enough trying to get your life back on track. Call on Hurricane Hecht, and the best part, no fees unless he wins your case. He's that confident in what he does. Give him a call, 512-938-8929. You can find out more at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
See, Rodney and the gang, I've got to get ready to prepare. I'm going to go spend a couple minutes talking with the Hall of Famer Bob Cole and Eric Raines this morning.
You're leaving us to talk to Bob and Eric Raines? Come on,
well, Bob Cole, he won't have to have on a costume. He's as old as Ben Franklin.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
Like, double check that your lights stay on after the phone call, sir.
They want to make sure that I'm still up to date on my country music right now.
There you go. I love
that's
those
right.
guys. All right.
It's good dudes.
You got time for this video here, Buck?
Let me see it. Yeah, I got time.
It's Halloween. Are you familiar with the Spirit Halloween store?
No, I'm not.
So it's like a pop-up. It's all over the country where just from like, I don't know, September to the week after Halloween, they just open up. So some of them are at the mall. Some of them are, brick and mortar and shopping centers. And it's just a Halloween store. You can get all your decorations. You can get your costumes. You can get everything. They're open for a couple months out of the year, and that's that. Yeah. Well, quick video from a Spirit Halloween store in Plano near the Metroplex. This is, it wasn't spooky enough in there. check out what was swinging from the rafters at a Spirit Halloween.
Whoa. Dang.
Oh, my God. It's what's his name's monkey that used to play with the Cowboys.
Dez.
It's Dez's monkey. How did Dez's monkey get in there?
Is it Dez's or is it Jeff Banks's?
It's Dez's. Jeff Banks' monkey, I think, is bigger than that.
Yeah. A monkey in a diaper. Maybe this is the one from The Hangover.
Could
my God.
Well, it may belong to.
I am a monkey fan. I can stand in a zoo and look at them all day long and die laughing. And my dad was in the wild animal business and had over 5,000 wild animals.
My dad was in the wild animal business.
Thank you, Jerry. How about that? Like, this is not AI. This was really there. And
look at that shit.
They were able to eventually, nobody got hurt. They were able to eventually corral this monkey. The owner of the monkey, the guy who brought him into the store in the first place, was able to lure him back down with a cookie.
Of course. With some Mars bars.
Nice.
Yeah, police were called to the scene, but again, nobody got hurt. And I think the monkey, like the reason he went up there, he got spooked by one of the decorations that was making noise. So he ran away from the owner and went up to the ceiling to try to hide.
Dude, if they would have taken that diaper off that monkey, he would have shit all over the place.
Lucky he wasn't like that raccoon that we saw the other day that attacked that whatever that was.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, that was an epic one right there.
That's crazy.
That's awesome.
So there you go. Here is him.
Look at him.
They almost got him. Man. He's like, nope, psych. I don't trust you guys. Where's my cookie?
Where's my cookie at, dude? Bring me my cookie.
Yeah, look at that. Goes right back up to the top.
Hell,
he was running around for close to half an hour.
Make that dude a fireman. Look at that.
Oh, down he goes. He's knocking over stuff too.
Suckers.
Yeah.
Later.
I'll tell you, they had to have like the Monkey Olympics. You know how they have the dog show where the dogs jump over the little barricades and all that shit? They'd have the Monkey Olympics or for.
Oh, you know who's coming back? Who's coming back soon is your lady that fell off of her tricycle.
Oh, Red Panda? Oh, she's back.
Yeah,
Brenda.
She's back. She should be back by now.
Red Panda Express. Yeah, because basketball
that
started.
fake act of hers.
Oh, what's fake about unicycling and flipping a bunch of bowls on your head?
Bunch of plastic bowls wagged, right?
That is just creepy.
What, Red Panda?
Brenda or the monkey?
You. Like, and you wear it every year.
Who,
I don't wear this every year. Give me some.
I have seen the Benjamin Franklin before.
I have worn this before. I wore this back at the radio station days. Good memory, because it's probably
bloody Benjamin Franklin, if I can recall.
7 or 8 years. Bloody Benjamin Franklin. Oh,
all right, I gotta go. I'll tell Bob you guys said hello and keep the lights on.
Tell him to stop talking in the bathroom.
Hey, ask him for some cool water cologne.
He's up on the cologne. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Zach,
my computer.
That just came out of my ass.
And tell Eric to quit smiling. I'm tired of looking at him teeth.
Stop asking me what kind of watch I got on when I'm next to the urinal, Bob.
I didn't tell you guys this, but I saw Bob at an event right before the season, and the event had just ended. It was a speaking engagement that Chip was speaking at, so I went to go support Chip, and I just went to take a leak before I left, and then
there he is.
And then somebody
old?
I can't remember who it was. I'm really mad at myself. It'll hit me. But a former Texas football player walked in, and there were probably like 5 urinals. So he just goes to a urinal 2 away from me. He's following the man law. Don't ever take a urinal next to somebody if you have
the safe space. The safe space, right?
Safe space, exactly. But we're not talking. It's all good. And then in comes Bob Cole. And he goes right next to this guy and starts just having a conversation with him. Hey, man, how you doing? What do you think about the team? How's your family this year? And just nonstop. Dude, I wrapped up my piss mid-piss.
But you cut midstream? That's dangerous.
He didn't see me, thankfully. Like, I was like a few urinals away. And like, if he knew I was there, he would have brought me into the conveation.
Oh, Brad.
A 3-way chat in there.
Because it's weird too. Because in the back, he leads with the grunt first. Oh, well, you know there,
Well, he always everything. Yeah, he kind of leads with that. It's like, all right. And he comes walking in to the bathroom, and it echoes in there, of course, with his voice.
Let me ask you this here.
He's got the boots coming in. Click, click, click.
Yep.
Click.
The word, like, it's it's bad enough when you're at the urinal and you're talking, but you can't be in the stall dropping a deuce and trying to have a conversation with somebody on the outside.
With the partition right there, right?
It's unacceptable. Thankfully, he closes the door. It'd be one thing if he just left the door open. And he's like, you got to look at me and talk to me right now.
Yeah.
But no, I love Bob. But that is a bit that he has always done that I will never understand.
It's got to be maybe he's so uncomfortable that he brings out the conversation in the bathroom to make everybody else uncomfortable.
I don't know.
Or is he just that comfortable?
Isn't he from Florida? Isn't that where he's originally from?
Actually, he's a Texas dude. Isn't he original Texas?
I think
dude?
I thought he was a Florida guy.
Actually, I actually don't know where Bob Cole was originally from.
I thought he.
The only thing I know of Bob Cole is he's Austin, Texas. That's all. So
yeah, I also know that if you want a restaurant lit on fire,
boom,
he's the guy to call. Allegedly.
Char-broiled food. And
are y'all doing? Did y'all do top 5 candy yesterday, or is that today?
We haven't done our top 5. It's supposed to be top 5 blockbuster trades, and I have slipped on this for like a couple of days.
Top 5 from 3 weeks ago that we haven't done.
Come on, boys! I heard y'all talking about candy yesterday. I figured that was going to be the.
I want to throw some I want to throw top 5 trick or treat candy in, man. But I don't. We didn't talk about it, so I didn't come up with it. I'm going to talk about Mike McDaniel.
Make that shit up on the fly, man.
And hopefully I can stay on the damn internet here, man. We switched up. We went to AT&T fiber. Fast is like everything was working fine last night, right? But I got I guess it's called a relay to set up hotspots downstairs for Katie when she works from home, right? Mm-hmm. So everything was working fine. She works from home today. So now then another part of the network has been activated and now shit has been on the fritz. Yeah, so it keeps jumping back from my network to her network and it just doesn't stay. So what I did was about 10 minutes, and I think I fixed it. I just killed the entire Spectrum network and rerouted the Euro over to the AT&T fiber. Hopefully it works. So
I've been told that once you go on a porn site once with fiber, it jacks everything up, Wag. So,
I used your stuff.
You messed up.
I use your stuff, so I should be good.
Oh, you used Rodney's old videos?
Right. I use all of Rodney's
homemade videos that
back
he made.
When I had a beard. Yeah, I had a beard back in the day.
Well, I only invented electricity. I didn't invent the internet, so I can't help you with that one.
Yeah. You kind of looked like an old radio DJ.
According to Michael Scott, you were president. So
I think a lot of people think Benjamin Franklin was a president. Like I feel like if you asked, especially the younger generation, because they're not. Well, I won't pin this all on them. They're not smart, but a lot of older people are not smart either. But I think if you surveyed 100 just random Americans across different demographics, ages, places, whatever, I would say 10 of them would tell you that they believe Ben Frank was a president.
I mean, he's on the $100 bill.
He's on a bill, a dollar bill. Yeah,
100%.
He's the only one that's not. Wait, he's the only person that is not a president on currency.
Yeah, right. Washington, Lincoln, Hamilton,
Susan
Hamilton,
Kennedy.
Hamilton wasn't a president.
Hamilton.
He was just a playwright or an actor or something. I don't even know what the hell else he did.
He was the aide de camp for Washington, and Washington was old, so he was basically the de facto president, in my opinion. If I don't know, I'm a historian, so
Susan B. Anthony. Remember the dollar quarter? I mean, the quarter coin or dollar coin, whatever that was.
That's right. Susan B. Anthony. There you go. That's a good pool. Yeah. So there's a few of them. There's a
big Susan B. Anthony.
What's she done lately?
Not much. All right, guys.
Hey, BK, what time is pregame tomorrow? 5 a.m.
Shoot, 8:30 a.m. start time at Schultz Garden.
What is Hamilton on? Is Hamilton on the 20?
Hamilton's on the 10, I think. Isn't the Trail of Tears guy on the 20?
Who?
I think so. Yeah.
Andrew Jackson.
That's right.
All right, guys. Well,
I've never called him that before.
I'm gonna go write another famous document. I'll see you
later, man. There he goes. Here we are. Welcome
to
another edition of Chaos Theory on the chaotic Texas Sports Unfiltered. What is up, my guy? How are you, sir?
Buddy, I'm doing good. 39 degrees this morning, out for a dog walk. Sorry I missed your text. I kind of leave that thing behind.
All good.
But man, it feels great out there. Halloween, going to be a great Friday. Football Friday, my man. Football elimination Saturday coming up for some SEC teams, including the one that wears burnt orange.
Yeah, it's 4th and goal all year long around here from now on. That's the mindset that I think that I'm gonna have, and I think we need to have going forward, right? But also temper expectations, because when you are kind of living, in survival mode and week to week, I got to tell, people out there are flirting with the idea that 3 losses can get you in the playoffs. I'm telling you right now, we're dead as a doornail, buddy. If we take that 3rd loss, and if that happens this week, I mean, you might as well just go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off completely and just play for, I don't know, A&M, the win for A&M, but that's looking daunting too, in my opinion, bud. So
I still go back to, if you lose tomorrow, you're done with that. I think the Georgia game is the only
done with
one.
what? If you lose tomorrow, you're done with what?
You're done with these playoff thoughts, SEC stuff. But I think the Georgia game, you're going to get just a little bit of grace right there if you're able to keep that close. But again, this is one game at a time that we need to start dealing with right here. And the thing about it is, when you have a game like this, and when you really go in and look, I mean, obviously you want Texas to win this game, but Vanderbilt, what they've done is what Clark Lee has done there with that program. It's really cool to see, that of all people, Vanderbilt come in and could execute Texas's playoff hopes with a win. I mean, it sucks to think that way, but that program's come a long damn way.
It's reality. I mean, well, can you elaborate a little bit on open up a little bit more about that?
I mean, these guys were 2-10. I mean, you go back and you look at
it's now 2nd year in a row now they've tried to put together something.
Yeah, and here they are doing this. I mean, it's been, in 12 and 13, I think they were 9-4. They had a couple of 9-4 back-to-back seasons. So you actually had a little bit of hope right there. And then you had some scandal. You had all of that was in there. And the coach that you thought at the time was going to take you to the next level, then you have those situations. He's out the door. Here comes this new guy in, and you're sucking. You're winning 2 games a year. And then, boom, I need some money. The administration throws money at him, and in, of all places, Nashville. Here you are competing for SEC titles, man.
Yeah, well, they give Tennessee, Nashville's got some money for Tennessee though, too, right?
Yeah,
Or are they making it the city claim, like there can only be one school here? Is that what they're trying to say?
I think the thing is, where it's always been with Rocky Top has always been, the Nashville team. I mean, it's always been the Tennessee team.
Well, I've always thought Vanderbilt was like the school for doctors, right?
Yeah.
Or I've always associated baseball with Vanderbilt, right?
Yeah.
Or medicine with Vanderbilt medicine.
I think it's kind of been the way that it got in Fort Worth for a while. Like when TCU was elevating itself into a really good spot, and SMU had kind of fallen off the map after everything, to where SMU was that other school that's here in the Fort Worth area and the Dallas area. I think that's kind of what that was. But now Vanderbilt, it's like shit, damn, powerhouse. Good game tomorrow, man. I'm excited. I'm fired up about this.
So you know what? What's just intriguing about I've spoken about this a couple of times now, and I've gone back and I went and watched this UCLA game, Vandy versus UCLA again. The way that they flip, and I don't know if you are familiar with, I don't know if you've been picking up on what I've been talking about with their offensive line, but when they run to the strength to the right, they'll have their 2 biggest linemen to the right side. All right. And then they'll have their more athletic linemen to the back end or to the backside, protecting Pavia's backside. Right. And then when they go to strength to the left, or when the tight end's on the left side of the ball, the big end will move to the left side. They'll be on the strong side that way. Right. So the running side, or I want to call it the running side, but it's not really the running side, because they do run off tack, or they run backside as well, right? But a lot of this RPO is generated based off of, engineering, coming off of these 2 hog mollies up front, and then Pavia can get the edge around the end too with the athleticism of the other guys, right? So, I'm trying to go back and find tells with with the sets, like if there's something that we can, kind of key in on or find keys, that the linebackers can kind of key off of and play downhill. But hell, man, they do influence pulls too to get people going the other way. Like this, Tim Beck has got a solid offense here installed. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if you're shifting strengths on offense, aren't you giving away your plays or aren't you giving away signs? But this is just old school football, amigo. That's all it is. And you know what the key is? You know what a pretty like just revolutionary thing that not revolutionary, but I guess it's reinvigorating, right? Both of these tackles, all these tackles play both sides of the ball. Like they know each of the positions except for the center, right? Like that's gonna happen.
Well, and the thing about it is the one thing where Vanderbilt was not good last year was the offensive line.
Right.
I mean, they were not good on the offensive line at all. And so what do you do? What makes defenses, what is one of the strengths of Texas defense is doing shifts and doing stunts and doing different things. So it's a really innovative idea that you're talking about where let's fucking move these linemen around, right? I mean, and guard and tackle, people don't understand. It's like, okay, when you're a guard, you're going to be a little faster because you're going to be the guy that's pulling. And when you're the tackle, you're the anchor and all this, that, and the other. But when you have that versatility there with those big dudes up front, that when you're able to start moving those dudes around, and Pavia's growth has been great. I mean, and Pavia does what he does. But when you look at it's essentially a three-headed monster in that running game right now. And when you have the flexibility and the versatility of the offensive line, like you're talking about, dude, that's a game changer.
It's wild, man.
It's a game changer. Yeah, absolutely.
Like it's not revolutionary because it's been done before, right? But just to bring it back to surface and to see it done in the 2025 era, right? Where I don't know, you're expecting high, powerful arsenal and high potent attack through the air, right? Like the air raid stuff. Like that's kind of what we've been privy to, right? Now you're starting to go back and seeing some old ground and pound from these Commodores here, man. And here's the thing. So one thing that does give me a little bit of hope, right, is that we are pretty stout against the run, right? I don't have the stats from, but I believe we're third in the nation with rush defense. That gives me a little bit of hope, right? Because this offense, the Commodores' offense, is pretty fairly balanced, right? 200 on the ground, 250 through the air. They can strike in all types of ways, right? But usually most of it's that chunk play, that chunk yardage that you get from Pavia, right? And we talk about Arch's ability to break down the play and scramble and kind of extend the play. This dude, I mean, the numbers are pretty comparable when it comes to Arch Manning and it comes to Diego Pavia. He's got almost the same. As a matter of fact, he's got over more yards than Arch does on the ground. I think it's close to 500 for Pavia, maybe like 40 yards short of Pavia, if my memory is serving me correctly here. But yeah, the dude's got a pretty solid season going, right? And he's starting to get whispers for the Commodores to be, I guess, maybe fifth or fourth on this Heisman race, right? So my question to you is, and I get it, I understand this. The Longhorns aren't playing. In my opinion, I don't think the Longhorns are playing for much, right? Maybe to stay into the playoff, a chip, a chair, and a prayer, right? Commodores only have one loss. Okay, if they continue to move this thing, Pavia is getting a little bit of praise. Does Arch maybe start to get back into the conversation if the Longhorns? Again, I'm not trying to prep us and hype us up and get optimal thinking here and saying, oh, we're going to ride into the playoffs. But if that happens, if we go week to week and win out, is there a conversation where Arch might be able to squeeze back into that Heisman?
I think you have to see a very sustainable rise in the offense for that to happen. I think it depends on the way that it
more
happens.
Fluidity, because I mean,
yeah.
But if you say that, though, right? If you look at the numbers. And we know Pavia's got one.
He was great yesterday. He was great last weekend, Wags. I mean, hell, in Oklahoma. I mean, the OU game. I mean, that in and of itself, right there. What is test 1 and test 2 and all that in the chat? I'm all
test
thrown
2,
off.
baby. Test 2.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know. Somebody put test in there, so I put test 2, baby.
I don't know, whatever. But I think it would take kind of that arrival to get that.
Where's the fifth test? That's what I want to know. How many tests can we get in here?
Test 5. Where's test 6? That's coming up. We're looking for 15 tests by the end of this program.
I'd like to see how many tests we can get.
Yeah, we're test 2.
Hey, let's put it to the test. Put it to the test.
Put it to the test.
Test
these 1, 2, 3.
There he is.
That's what I'm looking for. But you know when I look at this, but to your point, I think it's maybe too late at this point to Arch to reassert himself. What he could do, what is very viable, what could happen by the time this is all said and done, if this offense suddenly comes to life somehow, and it's suddenly driven by Arch Manning, again, like I said last week, Arch looked phenomenal to me, and the dude's out there, the dude's a warrior. This is where
my point is the numbers are there, but the winning is not
right, and the way that you're winning, But this is where look at Ty Simpson.
I say that they've only lost 2 games. Double R.
I know I was looking at stuff this morning, and I'm looking at SEC standings again, and I'm like, there's Texas sitting there with 1 loss, and it's like we're all over here crying a river, and
I have prepped myself for failure. Right, I have prepped myself for the Longhorns to lose. Right, just so I can have my expectations not be absolutely gutted and destroyed. Because, I don't think I'm, surprising anybody here or shocking anybody here. Like I felt like the Longhorns had a chance to kind of make a run at this thing, right? And then after the first 2 weeks, I'm just like, it's not there. Then hell, I also thought LSU was going to be able to make a run at this thing too. So,
well, and
when I'm wrong, I'm real wrong, buddy. I'm very wrong.
Think about this, Wag. So you look at this game tomorrow, and I saw something on ESPN Bet or one of those, and I saw that on the ESPN app because you can't see it on YouTube TV because, oh, by the way, if you're going to watch a game on YouTube TV tomorrow, you better find a different way because ESPN is not there. And the Disney stuff is not there right now. Yet another dispute going on.
Well, are you? I had it on my catalog last night. Are you serious?
Yeah. It worked last night. I watched the Roadrunners last night. It ain't there now.
That's what I was going to say. I had it UTSA on last night.
It ain't on there now.
That ass kicking on Tulane, huh?
Look at them. Jeff Traylor listens to this show when I say,
he's back and say, "Oh yeah, I'm not in the conversation anymore."
He's like, "Watch this,
head coaches, Rodney. You put me down a little bit. How about this ass whooping on?"
He's like, "Watch this." Matt Rule signs to stay at Nebraska. Watch this.
Tulane's got to have the worst color schemes, right? Like I cannot. If you want to talk, and maybe it's appealing to the younger generation, but
green wave
colors are just ass. Just look like straight up ass.
Well, and then that mascot, that green wave. At least UNT is like the mean green, green.
I can do a wave, I guess. Remember, there was an old ass. It's like double. I think it's called Double Dribble back in the day for Nintendo. It was called the break. Like instead of the Lakers, they were called the Breakers, and there was a breaking wave.
Yeah.
So they couldn't get any copyright infringements or whatever. They called them the Breakers instead of the Lakers. Double Dribble.
Speaking of UNT,
the logo, it kind of gives me like an old like Whalers vibe, but it's not the Whalers vibe. I just hate the damn colors. I cannot stand the color scheme.
That green is not. I tell you, the green that I really like, as much as I hate to say it, is fucking Philadelphia Eagles. No. I like that darker green, but in the silver, that all works really well. But I'll tell you, speaking of a sleeper game, I got to mention this because I'll forget that UNT Navy game coming up. I guess it's tomorrow afternoon. That's a big one. I think that's going to be a sleeper game there. There's a lot on the line right there with those two.
I think UNT handles Navy. But
I hope so. I'm an investor at that school, so I'm hoping for good things for UNT. Hopefully that turns out well.
Yeah, hold on. Are you on the board of regents? What do you mean you're an investor? What the hell you got going on?
No, I'm the board of. I'm on the board of. We paid 4 years for my kid.
I was going to say, are you on the board of donations? Right, you donating to the to academia there? What's going on?
I'm on the board of people that overpaid for education for 4 years there. This is what I'm not for me, for one of my kids that, hey, I'll tell you what, they did a good job because she went and she actually got out of college 2 months out of getting her degree over there. She got a job here in Austin in her field, entrepreneurship or something like that. Or I don't even know what it is. I just know we paid for it. But
there you go. You're probably still paying for it.
Can I
play devil's advocate?
Yeah. UNT's no good.
I don't have a devil suit on. I don't have a tail. I don't have any horns. Not that you guys can see yet, but you say the right things to me, whisper sweet nothings in my ear, and you might see those horns grow a little bit.
A horn right in the middle.
The tail kind of extend.
Big knuckle.
But let's just get straight down to it here. The Baltimore Ravens, right, going into last night, the Baltimore Ravens had the 28th ranked defense in total yards allowed, the 28th ranked defense in passing yards allowed, and then also the 30th ranked defense in points allowed going into last night. Okay. The Miami Dolphins struggled mightily and were only able to muster 6 points against one of the worst defenses in the league. Now, traditionally, the Ravens are stout, right? But not this year, okay? And they've been able to get got. They've been gouged, Rodney. They've been gouged, all right? Mike McDaniel's supposed to have this crazy type of scheming offense, right? This overpowering.
It's crazy, all right. It's crazy,
right?
All right.
It's so crazy that it ain't fucking working. All right, it's not working. Okay, it might have been a great timing scheme the first couple of years, but it looks like it looks like the tape is out on Mike McDaniel, right? It's just been inconsistent football, and I get it. Like there's talks of and rumbles in the locker room, and there's rumors that the team aren't buying into anything of his ideology anymore. Sure, devil's advocate. Maybe Sarkisian is ready to go to the NFL, right? But maybe a Titans job like that isn't appealing to him. What if a Miami job is?
Are you reporting?
How long do you think McDaniel is going to be ride? Do you think McDaniel finishes this season out? And if he does get a hook, right? Does Miami, thinking, all right, let's kind of get progressive here. Let's go with a little bit of an outside hire. We got some young talent. We got some offensive pieces that could use a, in quotations, offensive guru. There's been scuttlebutt that Sarkisian wants to, go to the NFL or has aspirations for the NFL. Let's throw a feeler out there. Let's see what, let's throw out we're giving McDaniel $3.5 million. Let's see if Sark will take, $5 million less than what he's making now, and see if he wants to come for, wonderful Miami here and see if he can, make the wonderful offensive pieces that we have kind of click and work here. Quinn Ewers is here. Maybe they can kind of rekindle a relationship, right?
There you go. That's what I'm thinking. Get the
Devils,
band back together.
Do I think it's going to happen? Absolutely not. But for All Hallows Eve, I'll play devil's advocate today.
Yeah. I mean, it's something that could work. I mean, and Mike McDaniel. I think I said yesterday where I think that maybe this is the week, especially a longer week, because Miami with a Thursday night game. You're going to have a longer week. I think that this is when he's finally going to go on, as my good friend used to say, going to go on the shopping block instead of chopping block. I think it's when it finally happens. I've been waiting for it the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and then I'd see the comments coming in. So Troy, as much as I have joked about Sark to the Dolphins with Quinn, he would be an absolute moron to make that move. Troy, I think we absolutely agree with you here. I do not see Saban letting him do that without giving him advice. 100%. Yeah, I'm just playing devil's advocate here on this fine Halloween Eve here. My dude, yeah, but I mean, can I see that happening? Maybe, like,
anything's possible.
Wag. Yeah, anything. Exactly. You just mentioned it. At this day and age, anything is possible. But great points were made all throughout this week. Is this just Sarkisian trying to secure another bag and trying to stay put on the burnt orange and on the 40? So I think there's a lot of scuttlebutt that was out there. It's time to sift through the bullshit, and it's fun to kind of, I guess, be hypothetical when you don't have the national championship upon you. I say that, right? But we're only one game away. Like, everybody else can lose one game and we can be right back in there. And if we continue to win out, you know, it's ours for the taking. But here's the reality of that, right? When the payload is this heavy each week, like, just the magnitude, the level of the game just rides on your shoulders each week like this, it's got to be taxing, right? Like, Georgia doesn't have this breathing down their neck, right? You know, they can lose a game and they can lose one more game and they'll be fine. They'll be okay, right? They're still in good terms. A&M's, you know, they can lose a game and sure, their perfect season's no longer upon them, but they're in no way in trouble to be out of the playoffs, right? To be eliminated from the playoffs. That's what I'm saying. Like, some of this stuff just looms on you and kind of takes, I would think, kind of just takes, you know, a toll from week in and week out mentally, right? You talk about the mental game all the time. It's got to be taxing, right? But again, counterpoint to that, you're kind of primed and ready, right? It's just how long can you endure? How long can you sustain?
Yeah, and I quite frankly, I think that Vandy, if they lose tomorrow, I think that they still have somewhat of a puncher's chance, even if they lose. I think
well, yeah, Vandy's only got one loss, right?
Yeah, pressure.
Vandy's anybody with 2 losses, I think you're in. I think 2 losses is the barrier. I think 2 losses is the gatekeeper. I think
pressure is squarely on Texas, and not just for Texas's fate in and of themselves. I think for Vandy's fate, for Ohio State's fate. Ohio State's going to get in. But I think when it comes to seeding, but I think for A&M and for Georgia, when all this is down the road, I mean, whatever happens tomorrow, I mean, and it really is, because then you got Oklahoma and Tennessee tomorrow as well. Oklahoma's fate, I think, is part of sealed in what happens with Texas the rest of the way. But you've got 2, I think, possibly 2 elimination games for Texas eliminated if they lose tomorrow in the SEC.
I mean, Texas is 20th with 2 losses, right? You have to think, has Notre Dame played better football than Texas?
I think they have, but I think what's kind of jacking up Texas was the performances in the games they won. Because you remember, you'd win a game and you're
right. It hasn't been convincing wins.
Yeah, that's the bad part about it. But what do we get if Texas comes out tomorrow and does what they did in Dallas against OU? That drastically changes all the perception, and I don't care however so I guess the college football rankings come out this weekend or after this week, right?
Correct. But I mean, if I'm just looking at the AP top 25 now, right? And Texas is at 20 with 2 losses. Oklahoma's at 18 with 2 losses, and Texas has the head-to-head on that. So in my opinion, Oklahoma doesn't get a bid there. Texas gets the bid, outright over that. Tennessee's another 2-loss team. They're at 14. Notre Dame's another 2-loss team. They're at 12. I think Notre Dame has the better resume moving forward based off of, based off of quality wins, if that's what you want to call it, right?
Yeah. Well, and Wags, this is where it gets so crazy with this whole system, because I heard some conversation yesterday about, like, with the Big 12, for example, to where it's like maybe only 1 or 2 Big 12 teams, would get into this thing. And to me, the Big 12 race, I mean, hell, that one is all, that's pretty tight right now. But you look at that, how many get in from there? So I would say right now,
does Missouri have a better resume than Texas?
See, that I think they do. Let's see what happens. See, there's another effect, because what was last week? 17-10, Vandy over Missouri.
They've just been on the slide, right? Yeah. Recently, so it's that could be detrimental, to some of the voters too. But I mean, hell, they right the ship. It's only 2 losses, so
yeah. So what do we have right now? So I'd say that we would have A&M, Georgia. Let's see. I'm trying to go these things off the top of my head. SEC standings. So what are the top SEC teams in right now? A&M, Georgia, Ole Miss.
What are you asking, bud? I'm sorry, I won't pay attention.
Top SEC teams in the top 25. Like, if we were going to per se try to
well, A&M's 3, Bama's 4, Georgia's 5, Ole Miss is 7, Vandy's 9, Tennessee's 14. Ole Miss is
they're higher up. They're like
8.
9 or
Ole Miss is 18, and then Missouri is 19, and then we're 20.
God,
so yeah, I mean it's cloudy, right? It's kind of complicated.
Yeah, that's where this game tomorrow is just so huge for so
no,
many
it's
reasons.
pivotal, right? But that's why I'm saying, like, if you lose this game tomorrow, you're done. There's no, you can't climb back from this. There's not, and somebody said it yesterday or 2 days ago. There hadn't been enough craziness in the college football landscape right now. That it's just been us and Penn State that have kind of mainly Penn State. Right, like Penn State's done. They're not making it. We still have a fighting chance. So let's bring that Texas fight on Saturday, guys. Let's hopefully we can send the Commodores home and be able to keep this thing alive. Right, just one week at a time. That's got to be the mentality going forward here. 1 week at a time.
And that's where you look at right now with the games that we have coming up this weekend, coming up tomorrow. I mean, Penn State and Ohio State.
And Jake's right there. Sorry, Double R. Go ahead.
No, at the beginning of the year, we're like Penn State and Ohio State, coming up on November 1st. Man, that's going to be huge. Man. Well, it'd be huge if Ohio State lost it now. And then Georgia and Florida. I mean, if somehow Florida could get in there and knock off Georgia, then that's a monkey.
That would be great. That would be absolutely fantastic. And we absolutely want that.
Wags,
right?
That is new life for all of these people that we're talking about.
But also, it just creates a little bit of a conversation. Hey, maybe Florida, maybe Florida is something to kind of, maybe they were underperforming with Billy Napier, right? And maybe that there's a little conversation, a little bug in somebody's ear that maybe that loss to Texas, or maybe Texas's loss to Florida wasn't as bad as it seems, right?
That's the biggest thing with that. If that
I'm doing anything to give us some votes, anything to give us. Actually, I won't say anything. I won't sell my
and if that Florida job wasn't already appealing, we're sitting here, which is the better job, LSU or Florida? I don't think it's LSU anymore now, because you see they threw the AD out yesterday after all that shit with the governor. So it's like, now that dude's out.
Yeah, that was only. I mean, we called that. That was only a matter of time.
Oh my God. So here's.
Well, what are you gonna do? You gonna make him powerless? You're gonna take away all of his autonomy and just have him sit there and look like a puppet? No, you're not gonna pay him to do nothing. You're gonna get rid of him.
So you know what name I heard tossed around on a LSU message board this morning, as a matter of fact, is they want somebody with Louisiana ties. That's gonna you'll never guess this. Just a wild guess for LSU
for the athletic director.
No, to be the head coach of the football team.
Ed O.
Nope. Younger.
Oh, I saw things for Ed Orgeron coming back.
Kellen Moore. That he's going to be like, they're not going to get me a quarterback with the Saints.
Well, what's question? Well, let me look it up. I mean, Kellen Moore can't be making that much money as the Saints head coach.
Right? Is it really that crazy?
You'd like to think that LSU would pay him a lot more money to be the head coach, right?
Probably a better situation too.
And I saw that Kelly's buyout got reduced too. So maybe they have enough, a little bit more money. Not that would even matter. I think LSU can find a way to put a purse together to lure Kellen Moore there. But I don't think Kellen Moore is going to be leaving that job.
I think Kellen Moore is kind of in the NFL mindset right now, to where he's like, this is where I belong. This is what I want to do. I want to try to rebuild this. We're drafting for Arch Manning, just like we've been planning for the last 2 years. This is what we're going to do.
All right. Talking about what we're going to do. What do you think the Longhorns have to do on Saturday to kind of stifle this Commodore team coming into our Fairburg and looking for a win here?
How about winning the line of scrimmage and the offensive line? I'm going back to that, Wags. I think that's where everything starts. When I look at, we were talking about with Diego Pavia and the backfield there with our man Alexander coming back to Austin, and KJ, these guys that they all have right there. That's what I wish this Texas running attack could do, is that you would have that capability to where it's like the running back or the quarterback poses that. I mean, hell, he's the leading rusher, to where it's like, okay, it's a three-headed thing. That's what I wish. And I think if you establish the run game, Wags, Texas has to start fast. You have to start fast. We say that every week. We've been on a long leash with the last few opponents that Texas has had. But I say that, but hell, they came back against OU. So I don't know what to think about this group, Wags. It's like everything that I want to put pen to paper to for them keys to win the game, they can totally debunk and still find a way to win.
So here's what gives me concern. And LSU has a ton of speed, right? And when I was going back and watching this game, and Texas has a lot of speed on defense too. Like Texas's team speed defense is phenomenal, right? It matches LSU's team speed, I would say. Just LSU's team speed on offense is much more superior than the Longhorns' team speed on offense. But going back and watching this game, the one thing that the Commodores did well was they neutralized the team speed of LSU, and just by running directly at, like, just the plan of attack directly at the speed, or going nowhere near the edge, right? Running in between tackle most of the time. And then once LSU started playing downhill and started to creep up a little bit, they were able to sneak some wide receivers into the back, like behind the defense, right? And then inside the hashes too. That's where I'm afraid, and that I think that's where we are the most vulnerable, right? And we kind of saw that a little bit in the Oklahoma game and a little bit in the Mississippi State game late, to where we can kind of lose players in the middle of the field. That being said, like, one of their best wide receivers, or not really wide receiver, I guess their biggest passing threat is Stowers, right? Their tight end. And what he can do, if you start to play up and play downhill and creep up on Pavia and start to stop the run that way, they can release Stowers, and Sherrill too. Sherrill can get behind the defense and to get a chunk play, a nice little 60-yarder, and take that to the house too. So they got some weapons that they can beat us with their passing ability. I'm not that. I mean, their strength is in their run, right? They throw off of their run clearly. But if you start to play downhill and you get too tunnel visioned on it and focused on that, they can beat you with some chunk yardage. Ultimately, I think we will be fine on defense. It's will we be able to muster and run the ball with not. I mean, we're going to have to lean on the running game, right? Like, how much are you willing to put the ball in the hands of Matthew Caldwell? I understand was able to put it on a platter in a crucial clutch situation here, but are you going to make that the entire game plan moving forward going up against the Commodores? I don't think so, right? And their defense isn't, it's not terrible. It's just not, it's nowhere near as good as Texas. I think it's 31st if just on recall here. I don't have the stats up in front of me in terms of rankings here. But it's still, it's a formidable defense. And if you don't come up to play and you don't have a decent, solid plan of attack, like I think everybody's kind of envisioning the Quinn offense coming back to life here for Caldwell's package, right? So, I mean, if that's the case, hopefully you're gonna need a big day, a heavy dose of Trey Wisner, right, and maybe sprinkle a little bit of Baxter there too. And that's another thing too. Baxter's going to be so key for this too. What Baxter does, one of his unsung parts of his game is unsung, is his ability to block or pick up the rusher coming off the edge, right, or that late blitzer. Like, Baxter does that. I think he's the best running back that we had that picks up the blitz. So I think that's going to be, a big tell of the tape there. That's going to come into to fruition. So, moving forward, if you can't establish the run, it's going to be a bit of a struggle there for the Longhorns on Saturday. And I mean, that's not breaking news for football 101.
And that's where, with the struggles of the running game, to where that's what you can always lean on, where and again, it'll probably be a game time decision. I'm sure that Arch stays questionable even throughout tonight, but that's where, if you have the running game that's been successful consistently, that you can lean on, that's going to kind of, help a little bit of that. But Sark did talk about, because that, to me, that's the coaching challenge here, is you are essentially preparing for which quarterback. I mean, I'm sure they probably have an idea what they're doing, but Sark,
if Arch could play, Arch is going to play.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, as soon as he gets cleared for concussion protocol, he's going to roll out there. And then if I'm anyone that's guessing here, Arch wants to play.
Yeah.
Right. If it's up to Arch, screw y'all, I'm going in. Okay. But safety protocol is in play here, and if the doctors and medicine and team doctors deem him okay to play, Arch is absolutely going to be in the game.
Yeah.
Right. I would plan for Arch Manning if you're the Commodores.
Yeah. Here's Steve Sarkisian yesterday on having to develop a game plan for, one quarterback or the other.
I think the good thing for Matt, he's a very even keel guy. I thought he had a great practice today. I think, the players have a lot of confidence in him. I think it's his maturity, his approach. He's very engaged even when he doesn't play. If you ever watched our sidelines in game, 18 is probably the most engaged player on that sidelines. He's always picking guys up, offense, defense, special teams. And so he's got a really good relationship with the guys. And so I don't think it's like, well, who's this guy? He's in a lot of faces a lot of the times. And so it felt very comfortable, felt very normal today. I thought the bigger thing for today was that KJ Lacey got reps with the twos. And I thought that was really good for him. He's a very talented player who's been growing and getting better. So it was fun for us to see him get more reps today.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it in a game that has this magnitude that is going to have such an impact on your season and have an impact on just everything in general, all of your goals. The leadership quality is what's going to be very important, and that's where I go back to talking about Matthew Caldwell, to where it's like, again, this dude hasn't been in all these different situations. You talk about the lack of snaps. Was he going to be the starter at this other school? I don't know, but he's lived this life for 5 years. And I think that's a strength of Diego Pavia, that he has done this so long and he rallies that team. So if it is Matthew Caldwell, I think that the coaching staff has the faith in him where he's going to pass that on. And we may see a re-energized offense, Wags. We don't know. We don't know.
I apologize. I missed all that. My wife was yelling at me. So
what'd you do?
My other boss was giving me some stuff. So.
No, it's all right. It's Sark talking about with the two quarterbacks right there, that the one thing that Caldwell does, and we've heard this throughout the season, is that he has the respect of his teammates.
I understand that, and that's great.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. But Jordan brought up a really good point too. Like, this guy would be the number 2 at Troy.
Yeah. Well,
okay. And you know what? Maybe Sarkisian has been able to bring out some things in his game and develop some stuff in his bag that he wasn't been able to do that at other programs. But I'm telling you right now, I would have a heavy dose of the running game installed with this package. And sure, if it's going to be a timing package or a Quinn package, a carbon Quinn package, if you will, expect a lot of, slants, intermediate throws. And if that's the case, hell, man, hopefully the wide receivers, it's hitting them in the hands and they're catching them, because we've seen a bit of the yips too from the wide receivers a little bit. And I understand there's been bad balls being thrown, but still, if it's in the catch radius or if it's anywhere around you and if it hits your hands, you should be able to secure that thing and haul it in, baby.
Yeah, I don't care who throws it. I mean, you can throw it, I can throw it, Arch can throw it, and Matt Caldwell can throw it. I don't care. You have to, and tomorrow you have to make these plays. Man, I hate to see this. Sorry to go off track right here. I know that it's been this has been something that has not been going well for you want to talk about Longhorn legend, just a wealth of Longhorn knowledge. Mr. Wilson right there, I guess, looks like the end right there. So definitely thoughts and prayers there to the family and Longhorn Nation. It's a good guy. Really good guy right there that will be missed. But yeah, that's the thing, to where and it really is, to where if it is Arch Manning, this is the other thought that I have. If he comes out, I heard Bucky talking about this. If he comes out with a couple of slow drives, if things just don't look right, at what point, because I say it again, you can't do the slow start tomorrow. At what point do you throw the hook out there and you take the guy out, maybe for the betterment of the team? I know that's something that Stark doesn't like to do, but I think if something isn't right, you have to make that change if indeed it is going to be Arch Manning tomorrow. And that's
I'm sorry, I'm over here reading Troy's comment because it's like he had the same damn dream that I saw a pick six from I had a dream that Caldwell throws a pick six, but it wasn't on the screen pass. It was on a quick slant, and then the linebacker just takes it. Was maybe it's because I was a linebacker, and that's kind of like a gift on a platter right there, is when you throw an intermediate route or a quick slant route and the linebacker hadn't even looked off and he just is able to come in there and scoop it up real quick and then take off for pay dirt. Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm with you, Double R. I want to have some type of optimism going into this, but again, like if you got to come out and you have to be able to deliver and put it on a platter like Caldwell has. And if you have any reluctancy, if you have any type of, second guessing yourself, I feel like it's gonna do you in. I think you got to have the confidence and cojones to go out there just like you had in the Mississippi State in Starkville and be able to deliver. If you start playing a little bit coy, I think it's going to come back to bite you in your ass. And your offensive line, man, if you're looking for a game to find some type of identity, some type of game to hang your hat on, this is the game. This is absolutely the one to do it to. This is where you want to galvanize. You want to come together for something. You want to be a unit for your guy Caldwell, kind of lift him up and kind of prop him up on your shoulders here.
That's the whole thing. And the defensive side of the ball is going to be so interesting to watch because Vandy's going to come out and they're going to try to drag this thing out. I mean, it's going to be a slow tempo. They play that slow tempo quite often and then kind of get you with something, whether it's Pavi or one of the guys in the backfield or the tight end that you mentioned.
That's what they do. They lull you in. They get you playing downhill and then they dip it into you underneath or over the top. That's just they get you creeping in and then they sneak one back on you, man. Or they hit the tight end in the no zone. And then for those of you guys that don't know where the no zone is, it's right behind where the linebackers sit in the hook the curl routes, right? Like, so it's about 10 yards back outside of the line of scrimmage, past the line of scrimmage, right in between the linebacker zone and the safeties, the free safety and the strong safety zone when they go into that cover 2 package. It's right there in that little sweet spot. They call it the no zone.
Absolutely. They're going to sit there and grind the football and invite you to crowd the box, and then they're going to go down the field is what they're going to try to do slowly and methodically. So anyway, 56 after the hour, Wags. We got to talk about some sponsors. Our great friends.
My bad.
No, hey. It's Football Friday, man. It's Football Friday. It's Halloween. Gets a little busy. How about Covert Bee Cave? CovertBeeCave.com. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. One place to go.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Was I hearing some Hans Zimmer in that commercial there?
I think so.
A little Hans Zimmer bed as you're driving there.
That's what I heard right there.
Put you into a nice little state of mind. Another guy that can put you into a nice little state of mind is our guy Ryan Hurricane Heck. Say you get scared or somebody steals your candy and makes you fall down or something, and you get injured or whatever. You need a personal attorney. You get in a car accident or something, you get hurt on the job, hurt going out and getting candy, you get a dog bite because you try to take somebody's candy, you got to call our guy Hurricane Heck. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, man. And you don't pay unless you win. No fees unless Ryan gets the green in your pocket. He's aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients, and he knows what you're going through. He's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based, Texas proud, supports local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today, 512-938-8929. Again, his number, 512-938-8929. Go ahead and email him. Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTLawFirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. And we got to talk about audiovisual consultations. What a weekend. You got some elimination games. We can, so to speak, say in the SEC, across the country as well. All the good stuff. UNT, well, I mean, we got to figure out what's going to happen with Disney and ESPN, but there's different ways to watch it. It doesn't matter. You've got the ESPN app. You can watch it on your AVC setup right there. NASCAR playoff weekend, crowning a NASCAR champion. Hockey, NBA, Spurs, 5-0 for the first time ever. Audiovisual consultation is the only way to do that.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. Football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. avconsultations.com. Check them out today, 255-8678. Also, another number to remember, 512-633-9580. Looking for that outdoor renovation project. It's cool. It's nice outside. Want to spend some time outside of the house, or you want to renovate something inside the house, whether it's a primary bedroom or bath, a living room, a kitchen, whatever. One phone call to make, and it is our man, Mike McCall, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects for over 4 decades. This father-son team has been taking care of Central Texans just like you, just like me, just like Bucky Godbolt, and several others. Whatever the project is, tell them your vision. They'll add their expertise, just the best trades that you're going to find, top-notch quality work, and they'll call in and check on you. Hey, you enjoying that bathroom? You enjoying that outdoor space? All of that going for you? That's what they're going to do. McCall Custom Homes ATX, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Don't forget, free estimates right now for TSU listeners and viewers. And again, that number, the direct number, the hotline, 512-633-9580. It's our man, Mike McCall. Tell him you heard about him right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
So, yeah, Jake, I talked about this on Monday, right? We're 7 to the good in takeaways, and Vandy is 4, right? So what we've been getting in terms of, I guess, the crucial games and how we've been winning, like the close games, the deciding factors, and those extra possessions, I don't know if they will be available in this game just because of how clean Pavia is and how well he takes care of the football, right? Again, only 5 interceptions, this season for Pavia, 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. So again, both teams take care of the ball very well, but that has kind of been our saving grace. That's been the way we've been able to kind of pull ahead or kind of differentiate ourselves from these wins, right? Or in these wins, or even keep us close, into the damn Florida, except for the 2 interceptions that Manning threw in Florida's game. But yeah, man, the things that we used to have going into this, I don't know if we have, because they've been neutralized with the takeaways, right? So
yeah,
it's a good point. Yeah, I brought that up on Monday.
Special teams, are going to be huge. It's that phase that always gets forgotten, and I think that now
has it been forgotten? We've been reminded the past 3 weeks.
The thing about it is, I guarantee you, this coach is not going to be kicking to Ryan Niblick like those last 2 knuckleheads were doing. It's like I'm not kicking to that guy. So that's going to kind of be the added thing right there. And I still hope that Niblick gets involved in the offense a little bit more. Maybe
how would you get him involved? Like, we've seen a couple of packages with Niblick kind of sprinkled in, but it's been mostly through the backfield. How would you get this dude installed in your offense?
I'd kind of put this dude in the slot and kind of let him try to cut across the middle a little bit.
That's where I'm not so much, maybe in the middle, but also kind of like on the screen, like live on the edge, kind of like a Silas Bolden type of deal, right? When Silas Bolden was in there last year.
Yeah. And it's one of those things to where it's like it's really hard for somebody that has the big play impact that Ryan Niblick has to kind of let him get ahead of the second level right there and get lost in that defense.
Here's the thing, like this keeps it's driving me nuts, because I feel like we do this week in and week out, and other teams are not, right? Other teams are utilizing their speed. They're not bombing the ball 30 yards down the field and hoping that their speed outruns 2 defenders. Okay. Yeah. Instead, they create, a scheme or a way to get their guy in a 1-on-1 situation and throw a little 5 to 10 yard route to him and get him into that 1-on-1, get him into that open space. And then what do you know? They make a guy miss and they get 40 more fucking yards, right? Wow. It's just,
and here's a great point from Jake Bayless, and this is, to me, this is just kind of football 101. Roll that dude out there. You ain't got to give it to him. You ain't got to throw it to him. Utilize him to draw people.
Exactly. He's just got to be a decoy. He's just got to bring eyes off the other guys to create separation.
Just put him out there.
And they've had Rodney. They've had
injuries get lost about this.
Yeah, they have thought about this.
Yeah. I mean, you would think, and that's where I think that tomorrow it's going to be for everyone that wants to question the coaching and all of these different things, the offensive philosophy and everything that's happening right here. I think if indeed Matt Caldwell is your guy tomorrow, and again, not a slight at him, this is where you come out and you develop these kind of game plans where we're talking about this guy being a decoy and utilizing this guy and the running game doing things. That's where it can change a lot of the narrative on your play calling philosophy. But will that happen? I'm still hoping like hell that it's Arch Manning. With Arch Manning, I'm pretty damn confident.
I think the defensive line will show up tomorrow and be very stout, and it will be stifling for Pavia, right? Like I think he won't be getting the chunk yards that he usually gets. And that offensive line is too good to not create some holes every now and then, and fatigue will naturally set in. You'll see Pavia go for 10 every now and then, right? But I think our ability to scrape and the speed of the linebackers, Hill's not just going to have a great game, but LaFau's going to have a fantastic game too, right?
Yeah, Dave's got it right there with you.
Linebackers are going to have to, or secondary is going to have to play up and start playing downhill like they've been playing, most of the year. But here's the thing that scares me, that gives me a little bit of caution about that, right? Once everybody creeps up, boop, 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 over the back, and that's where the big play can get you, right? I don't think it's going to be, a blowout of any type of margin, regardless of who is the victor of this outcome, but I am picking Texas 24-23.
Yeah, I do have Texas winning as well. I think I went 20. Hold on, let me see here. I've had so many different numbers that I've thrown around. I think I went 24-20 is where I ended up, and I may be wrong on that. Yeah, 24-20 is where I have Texas in a very physical football game. I think the defense is going to rise. The defense, if the defense is on the field too much, oh man, again, I hate to say it, it's pretty obvious, Captain Obvious. It's all on the offense. I want to see some creativity, especially if it's Matthew Caldwell. And if it's Arch Manning, I think I still want to see some creativity. I want to see a fast start, Wags. Okay. Got to be a fast start.
All right, let's go to another game. Anything from this weekend that's kind of got your eyes? Any Friday fruitions that you're seeing?
No, I mean, otherwise, I'll be tuned in tomorrow night in prime time to watch Tennessee and OU. That's just such a big, impactful game on the SEC. Curious to see, is Venables' defense going to be able to? What do you do with the Tennessee quarterback? Because that to me is another game. Once the chips fall in that one, and the chips fall in our game, that will drastically change stuff in the SEC. That's really the other one. Nebraska USC is somewhat interesting. Kind of a same scenario right there to me, where it's somebody's going to get eliminated from some postseason conversation. And then, like I said, that UNT Navy game. Sorry, that one's got me intrigued. I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't have any ambitions to watch that game. Georgia and Florida has got my eyes, got my gaze and attention here. 7 and a hook, man. 7 and a hook. Can they go in here and do, or I guess go in here? Can they host the Bulldogs in Gainesville, or not Gainesville, Jacksonville rather, and make this thing actually victorious and hopefully give us a little bit more breath in the lungs?
I don't think
air
so,
in the
right?
lungs.
I mean, I don't think so.
It's only 7 and a hook. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
Texas played so terrible, on the road.
Yeah.
It's possible that Georgia can do. No, and that's the difference. That's the difference between Georgia and Texas. And I'm gonna catch shit for this. I understand that. And I can't help but be honest, right? We talked about this in the beginning of the year, right? Like, Georgia's just able to reload. Texas, and it's evident, Texas was not able to reload. Like, Georgia can send their entire offensive line if they wanted. They can send pieces. They can send most of their team to the NFL and they can reload, right? It's because they've been in championship caliber mode for a while now. We are just coming to that. Our culture's just starting to turn. We're just starting to get to that thing. We're opening the door to it, right? We are not, and it's evident we're not there yet. We're clearly not there yet. If we can't just unload or reload just like Georgia is able to do, and be able to beat the Cupcakes 45-0, 55-0, and without being, peaks and valleys of an offense or inconsistency. We're not there.
But we've watched Georgia though, to where
we're 2 seasons away.
From time to time, Georgia will come out and against, a cupcake, whatever we want to call them, they seem vulnerable.
They start slow, but then they'll still finish. They'll still finish with 30 points better. 30 points better. So
yeah, and then they come out and they beat
Ohio State. Case in point, Ohio State. State. They were able to reload.
And then whip a top 25 team, which that's why I would not at all be surprised tomorrow, Wags, if Texas comes out and they're lights out against Vanderbilt.
I'm just trying to temper the expectations, right? Like I get it. It's we're in survivability mode right now. It's week to week.
You just got to win. You just got to win. That's by 1 or by 12. Just got to win.
I will say, Georgia isn't quite the Georgia they used to be.
But they're still able to reload. They're in a lot better position than we are.
That is true, but they're starting a true freshman on the O-line, just like Texas is. Now their true freshman is a lot better than Texas.
You're proving my point.
Yeah, but they do not have the depth top to bottom that they have had in years past. Their D-line, their strength of this year's team on defense is the linebacker group. They have some really good pieces on the D-line, but they're also playing a true freshman D-lineman because that is the best they have in the second and third rotation. Now, This kid was a top 5 prospect in the country, but up until this year, these dudes weren't playing a snap at Georgia, right? Like, they're losing guys to the portal that they haven't lost in the past. They're losing out in recruitments they haven't lost in the past. Because instead of, hey, you want to win a natty, we're Georgia, we shit out NFL players, other schools can say that too, and if not, they can offer more money.
Right.
Believe it or not, Georgia
it appears that they're able to reload a lot easier than Texas is.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make, like, I view Georgia as, like, don't get me wrong, I don't think Texas is going into Athens and beating Georgia. No one has since 2019 besides Alabama, but, like, they're not the scary, fearful Georgia they have been in years past. They're beatable. They're more beatable than last year's team, in my opinion. I know last year's team was up 30-10 on Texas at half or 20-0, whatever it was. But I don't know. Like, they're not quite what they used to be, and I think that's all college football. The depth isn't there, that it had been on the previous top contenders because of NIL, the portal, and just spreading the talent out.
For sure. I'm just saying that I don't think that we're at the championship caliber level yet that those other, like Ohio State or Georgia is, to where we can just lose that many players to the NFL and just reload like that and just have another championship run at this thing.
Texas had, I think, 13 players drafted after the 2023 season. Next year went back to the Final Four. Had 12 players drafted. Like, man, it's hard. It is hard to do.
And we're looking down the barrel of a 4-loss season this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think though, like, the argument between Georgia being in a better spot than Texas in terms of reloading this year, it has nothing to do with Texas' ability to acquire talent. It has everything to do with Sark and Flood misevaluating the roster and thinking they don't need these guys.
Right, and what Kirby does, and you look over there, with the Ryan Day. I mean, some people still want to run that dude out of town, and they're the national champions. To where that's kind of part of that also.
Their programs seem to be their seasons seem to be in a lot better situation than our season does, right?
Oh yeah,
no doubt. But also, I mean, you brought up the point, like, make sure you beat the nobodies. Georgia beat Kentucky in Lexington last year, like, I think it was 11-10 or something.
Yeah, they struggled with that for sure. In Lexington, but also with the cupcakes, Jordan, they're putting the cupcakes away. They're not allowing. If they played UTEP, I don't think that they would allow UTEP's 3-man rush to beat a 5-man front. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah. That is true. Georgia, their own line doesn't look like a high school line for San Jose State.
To that point, like, what's the one thing that Kirby swears to and preaches about in terms of the SEC? Like, what do you have to win in the SEC?
Trenches
all the time. Yeah. Looky there, Nick Harris. Are we going to talk about drilling for gas today, Jerry Jones?
It's more important than the defense.
Yeah, ain't got time for that.
Yeah, it's one of many hilarious quotes throughout the years.
But anyways, 24-23, Texas. So the line's 46.5 for the over, guys. That's where we're at.
Yep.
Yeah, I went 20-20, but I've also gone, I felt like 20-20 all year. But that's what happens when Texas's O-line sucks. The offense is inconsistent and the defense is amazing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, third rushing defense. So I think, and that's just it. Like, I don't want to steal your all's thunder. It's the third rushing defense in the nation going up against one of the best balanced offenses in the nation, right? They put up 200 on the ground, 250 through the air. They have an offensive line that switches strength or plays to the strength of the offense too, which is just wild. They can do a lot. They're very versatile offense, and once they get you to play downhill, it's when they sneak those tight ends behind you and hit you in the nose zone and they're able to get chunk yardage on you. It's a very difficult defense, or a very difficult offense to defend.
Yeah, and they got a ball of knives playing QB. So
he makes you pay for hitting him. Yep. So
absolutely.
Yeah, the Scatterbo of QBs.
That's a good comp too.
Speaking of which, what is Scatterbo's injury? It's an ankle, right? How long is he out?
Dislocated right ankle.
And he broke his fibula, so it was
so
double
he's done for the year.
Oh yeah, he's done.
Yeah,
very dislocated.
The fibula, the bone in your leg that's supposed to be like as hard as concrete, was like
I thought that was
thinking of something else.
The tib fib.
Yeah, so something like that.
I don't know. I failed anatomy too, so
look painful. All right, boys. Looking forward to the program. Hook 'em horns.
Easy.
We'll see you.
Hopefully we get it's week to week. It's 4th and goal every year or every day now, man. So y'all be good.
It's a femur or tibula. I don't know. A lot of doctors here. No, I did not see the video of the injury, and I probably won't watch it if those were the injuries he sustained.
Don't watch it.
I love watching stuff like that. I'm a freak. I'm a sicko.
So you're like in middle school?
Yes, Kevin Ware. Like,
that's where I was going. I was like, you're like, oh, someone's bone popped out of their leg.
I actually got in trouble. It's funny you mentioned that. I got in trouble in 7th grade for showing that video to like my table of like in my English class. I was like, did y'all see this? And I got in trouble for it. It was
jeez.
Yeah. This shit's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Y'all see the bone?
It's crazy how you knew exactly where I was going with that in middle school. But hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. No more Kevin Ware or injury talk. And Rodney Smith, I agree with you. Like, Scatterbo's running style is not built for longevity in the NFL. Yeah, but hey, Cowboys got a big one. Monday Night Football taking on the Cardinals. That game is in Jerry World, right?
Correct.
What do the Cowboys got to do to bounce back after a pretty bad loss up in Denver?
They need to play complementary football. They got to figure that part out. Whenever they do find some momentum on offense, they need to sustain it on defense. And the slivers of momentum that the defense is able to create at times, the offense needs to be able to build off of that. And there was none of that against Denver. So that was tough toward that 20-point loss. But against Arizona, it's a winnable game. This team is 2-5, though, I will point out, and all 5 of their losses have been by 4 points or less. And that's while they've been battling injuries to Kyler Murray, James Conner out for the year. They've been dealing with a lot of issues in their backfield, trying to figure out what exactly works without those couple of guys. But Kyler Murray sounds like he will be back in for this game on Monday. He's been limited in both practices this week, so we'll see if he logs a full practice before Monday. But he's dealing with a mid-foot sprain, and he's going to be trying to push his all-time AT&T Stadium record to 10-0. He is 9-0 all-time at AT&T Stadium, going back to his sophomore year of high school. So that's been one of the many storylines this week, and we'll see what he can do.
Kyler seems like the type of guy to sit out this week to make sure he keeps that undefeated streak in Jerry. Like, could we put it past Kyler Murray to do what I just said? No.
Is it a Call of Duty double XP weekend?
That is a great question. Maybe he's on there grinding on the sticks. Who knows? Real quick, some breaking news. The Miami Dolphins general manager Chris Greer, I don't know. Well, he's fired. Mutually parted ways. He was fired. He's been with the team, the Dolphins, since 2000. He served as the GM since 2016. If you paid any attention to the NFL this year, you would know Mike McDaniel is on the way out with the GM fired. His death has pretty much been sentenced now. So not trying to stir anything up, but the one open job in the NFL was already tied to Steve Sarkisian. Chip Brown, several others, I believe, reported that he has interest in Miami. That's known. So don't be shocked if you get another Sark NFL report sooner or later with the way the Dolphins franchise is going. But I'll leave it at that. Any big injuries on the Cowboys side of things? I know you went through the guys on the Cardinals that might be playing or might be out.
Yeah, not really. Well, I mean, their safety position continues to deal with a lot of injuries. Both of their starting safeties have not practiced this week. Malik Hooker will not play. He's still dealing with a toe injury. And then Donovan Wilson, he hasn't practiced this week either. He's dealing with elbow and shoulder injuries. And then their primary backup, Wanye Thomas, he's been dealing with a migraine issue over the course of the past month. It's kept him out of 3 games now. It's been just a weird issue that he's been battling. So that's, or excuse me, 2 games. And so we'll see if he can play on Monday. It's one of those situations where you kind of see how he feels when he wakes up on Monday. And then another backup, Elijah Clark, had a rib injury against the Broncos and will not play in this game against the Cardinals. So they are down to like their 4th and 5th string safety at this point. They had their slot cornerback, Reddy Stewart, playing safety at the end of the game last week because of the injuries there. So I would also expect Zion Childress, the new Caney product, to get some work at safety this week. And we'll see if they can figure out how to tie up that back end with a bunch of 5th and 6th stringers.
I have a funny story on Zion Childress that I heard from someone who was at Texas State with him, which I didn't even know he was at Texas State till they brought him. So remind me to tell you that after we get off. It is.
Oh, it's not an on-air story?
No,
You're
not
just
an
teasing
on-air.
everybody? Damn.
So, well, I'd forget if I didn't. But no, if he's about to start in the NFL, I'm not going to say what I'll tell you off air or on air. But shout out to him and New Caney. They are a horrible program right now. I don't think they've won a game in 2025. But, well, that's what happens when you play in the same district as Willis, the Woodlands, College Park, etc. But NFL trade deadline coming up Tuesday. Any moves you think the Cowboys should make if you're the GM? And on the flip side of that, what is actually realistic here with, Jerry, Steven, and how the rest of the Cowboys franchise has operated near the deadline in years past?
Yeah, I laid out 10 realistic trade deadline candidates yesterday for 4-Star Telegram. And of those 10, these are, I'll give you like 3 that I think I would take a shot at. Number 1 would be Dolphins linebacker Jordan Brooks. I think that would be one that would prove to be fruitful. Multiple years left on his contract. Really smart player, leading the NFL in tackles right now. I know tackles isn't necessarily a success stat, but I think in this case it is because he's always on the ball. Instincts all around the place, both stepping up and defending the run and then also in coverage. A lot of zone concepts in Miami as well. So I think he would be a natural fit as far as what Dallas is trying to accomplish here on the Matt Eberflus defense. Another guy that I think would be worth taking a swing at, and a name I have heard, is Kayvon Thibodeau of the Giants. I would keep an eye on that one. Stout run defender, has had his moments in pass rush, but has certainly been up and down. I think the Giants are in a situation now where they want to develop Abdul Carter a little bit more. And Brian Burns is having a fantastic season as well. So pairing those 2 guys together looks to be their future. Kayvon Thibodeau has 2 years, or he has 1 more year after this season left on his rookie contract. Kayvon Thibodeau, he's a former number 5 overall pick, and he would step in and be easily the best edge on this team right now. So that's one. And then also Anthony Jennings, outside linebacker for the New England Patriots. That's another really good run defender that I think could work on this team. He's kind of been slotted behind Caleb Chason and Harold Landry III in New England. Now, New England has already moved an edge rusher and Keon White to your 49ers earlier this week. So they might not be willing to move 2 of them, but that is a guy I think to keep an eye on. Another name to throw out is Tyree Wilson of the Las Vegas Raiders, former number 7 overall pick out of Texas Tech. I believe that was in the 2024 draft or 2023. And he has just not panned out. It has not worked for him in the NFL at this point. But the athleticism and the frame is still something that, teams might want to bank on. And I think the Cowboys might have an opportunity to get him cheaper than obviously obviously what he went in the draft a couple of years ago at. If the price is right, I think that's another one that would make sense.
That'd be kind of wild. I mean, he was always like height, weight, speed measurements cat, even out of high school. I mean, he went to A&M, then transferred to Tech, played at, I think it was West Rusk.
He did, yeah,
Texas.
West Rusk. Yep.
But he's originally from Alaska. He's cousins with Adrian Wilson. You know that, who's now at UNC, was at Colorado, and played at Pflugerville Weiss, and that whole family's from Alaska. So, be a very interesting story. I'd kind of had forgot he was even in the league or on the Raiders. The Kayvon Thibodeau one is very interesting. Like, how realistic do you think that actually is with the Giants and Cowboys being in the same division?
Yeah,
they played only once or twice already this year.
They've only played once. They'll play again in the last game of the season. But that was part of what I laid out in the article, is that the Giants might have some PTSD from letting Saquon Barkley go to the Eagles, and that not working out whatsoever. And so they might not be as inclined to let the Cowboys take Kayvon Thibodeau. But if the price is right, I think it makes sense. I think Kayvon Thibodeau is worth probably a second or third round pick at this point in his career. So, if you can get that kind of draft capital back, why not?
What do you think at all about the fact that they got rid of Micah Parsons? And you basically kind of be bringing in another version of Micah Parsons as this edge rusher, who's not as good as Micah, but he might have arguably the same, if not more, like off the field random stuff where he's talking shit on Twitter in like the middle of game week. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I think I will give the Cowboys PR a lot of credit. Because when this team traded away Micah Parsons, they did a really good job of spinning it as like, hey, we didn't want the player. The player is fantastic. The player is a great pass rusher, but, he didn't show up in the playoffs and he didn't give us run defense. That is what was preached in that press conference right after the trade was made. And they can talk about that and they can throw that dialogue out there. But truthfully, behind the scenes, it was the person. They did not want Micah Parsons, the person. They really wanted Micah Parsons, the player, but they were tired of dealing with the person. And so if they can go find someone, whether it be a Kayvon Thibodeau or whoever else that's out there on the market that can give them a better, percentage or better quality in the person department and still give you quite a bit in the player department, then they'll take that swing.
Yeah. It was always interesting, how long is Micah going to last in Dallas? Because, I remember, like, your first week on the job, we talked, and I'm like, hey, what is it like being in the building, seeing these guys talking when the camera's off, and you're like, Micah Parsons is a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
It wasn't like some animosity you had towards him. Like, you talked about this story about how like Dak cussed him out in front of the media because he like wouldn't do his interviews or something that was required during like media day or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, when you're really good, man, you can get away with a lot of things, but when there's inconsistency and other stuff going on, like, it can really cause a situation to go bad. And especially once that contract stuff got involved. I don't know if there was any way Micah Parsons could have been on the team at this point now, because imagine if they had worked that out. Were you just going to run into the same problem a year or two from now with extensions and, more disagreements? Probably.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anything else you got?
Yeah, it's funny. Antoine mentions Tavondre Sweat. I did see this quote, but Tavondre Sweat was another name that I put in that article. I think the Titans are on a fire sale type situation right now. Tavondre Sweat has played, I think, above what he was drafted at. I'd be curious to see what the Titans could get for Tavondre Sweat. And considering his run defense ability, I could see the Cowboys maybe taking a swing here. A little unrealistic, but I don't think it's as unrealistic as it might be just because the Titans are in such a bad situation right now.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of persons, Cowboys would love the person Tavondre Sweat is.
They would. He's fantastic.
The PR, the quotes, the bangers he brings to every press conference. Hey, you remember that interview he did with the Titans talking about the real UT?
Yes. Yeah.
Texas went to the SEC championship. Tennessee didn't. Just saying.
Yep.
Just saying. That'd be very interesting because the Titans also have big old Jeff Simmons, right?
Yeah.
Who is, I think, like one of the more underrated interior D linemen in the entire league, and it's because he plays on a dog shit team in Tennessee. But Sweat's the future for them once Simmons, eventually starts to come down from this plateau he's been on as a player. So very curious what they'd ask for Sweat. But what did he say about, is it Justin Herbert?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact quote, but he was like, he's like the perfect quarterback. He's tall, he's white, and he can throw the ball far, and he's fast, or something like that. It's like that.
Yeah, that is some Tavondre stuff right there. Yeah, that it is. Jake Bayless brings up a good point. That's crazy if the Titans would consider trading a good player on the second year of their contract.
That's why it's a little bit unrealistic. But I think if Tennessee really wants to fire sale and jumpstart this rebuild, that's a way to do it. If I were Tennessee, I would not move Sweat, but we've seen teams make dumber decisions in the past. But like if you could get a first round pick for Tavondre Sweat, which would be overpaying, let me preface. But if you could get that, you move him. You do that because he was drafted, I believe, 40th, give or take overall. Yeah, it was early second round, and I think he's played above that billing to this point, and he was really good last year. He's battled some injuries this year, but if you could get a first or even an early second out of that, you do that.
That'd be crazy because Tennessee would basically be profiting off the fact that he had got a DWI charge because that's what tanked him out of the first round.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he was ever going first round before then, if I'm being 100% honest.
That is a good point. It would probably solidified him not going first round, you could say. All right. Well, I'm going to switch it over to college. Texas, Vandy, we're going to take a look at the SEC availability report. A few updates. Arch Manning, Michael Taft, they're remaining questionable, but true freshman stud pass rusher Lance Jackson and starting center Cole Hudson have been moved to probable, which is notable. I believe Hudson's last game was either the Oklahoma or Florida game, and then Lance Jackson got dinged up last week in Starkville, but still haven't heard what the actual injury is with him, which is kind of strange. Vanderbilt, nothing's changed from the initial report that came out Wednesday.
No Drew Dickey revenge game? Damn.
Dude, I wrote a story on all the Texans on Vanderbilt's roster. Drew Dickey has been on their team, I believe, since 2022. You want to guess how many snaps he's played?
6.
It's like 9. Yeah. Yeah.
How does he get hurt? Does he get hurt like walking into practice?
I don't know. Maybe he's like scout team safety and hit Pavi a little too hard. Drew Dickey's a big dude. I mean, he's like 6'2", 6'3", and solid. Till this day, I don't think I've ever seen a high school QB throw a ball further than him. I mean, a lot of raw talent there. Hey, he once stayed at Austin Regents too. Shout out to him. But yeah, so not a ton here from the injury report.
One state.
I mean, hey, it's Taps, you know. State. Yeah, but these are it's the same state championship that all the Cowboys Raiders will beat their chest on when Jason Witten and his team win state again.
Hold on. Not this guy. Let's stop there.
Yeah, I didn't say Nick. I said Cowboys.
The percentage that Arch and Taft play, what would you put each of those guys at?
Man, I don't know. I thought there was no chance in hell Arch is going to play like up until today. I mean, he's going through practice. He's not doing the normal amount of reps he usually does. He's still in concussion protocol, but I don't know. I think no matter what, he's warming up in pads Saturday morning, whether he plays or not. CB says here, you know, they're going to play mind games. And I do think that Texas and Sark are very much thinking about the confusion and, I mean, not confusion, but kind of intensity build up with this and the quarterbacks. They're going to wait until game time decision, whether it actually is truly a game time decision or not. And Nathan brought up, in case you missed it, the Texas Barstool Twitter account.
I saw that.
Posted a photo of Arch driving a car. I'm pretty sure that's an old photo. I don't know for sure, though. But if that is him and he's able to drive a car on Monday morning, less than 48 hours after getting a concussion in Starkville, he'll probably be okay to play. You know, yeah. I don't know. I wonder if his insurance saw that and was like, whoa, whoa, buddy, you know? So I don't know. And
Cooper's premium's going up this month.
Yeah. Michael Taft, I think he could club it, but unless there's a club on it, I don't think he's playing.
Okay.
It is very interesting. One thing I hadn't really thought about, shout out CJ Vogel. He brought this up on Twitter yesterday. You look at the rest of these games. Texas is 6-2. They have a top 10 Vanderbilt team. Then they have a bye. Then they play a top 10 Georgia team in Athens.
Yeah.
Then they have Arkansas, and then they have a top 5 A&M team in Austin. They have to, at worst, go 9-3 to have a shot at the playoffs. Like, they can very well lose to Vanderbilt on Saturday. It's not same old low Vanderbilt. It's different. And if you're Arch and if you're Texas, like, you lose this one, your chances of winning out versus A&M, Georgia, and Arkansas are very low. Like, the season is riding on each game week to week. So he brought up, like, you kind of have to play Arch to some degree, or else the season could be over. Are you going to rest him and, risk or raise the chances of losing by resting him just so he could have 2 extra weeks with the bye and then go into Georgia when Texas is 6-3 and their season might already be over? Like,
yeah.
It is a very interesting, topic because you want the health, longevity with him. The family obviously does as well. They're looking towards a long NFL career that's in his future, and things like this can shorten it. He never missed any games or had any major injuries at Isidore Newman in high school. So, it's not like he's injury prone or is a brittle guy or anything like that. But I don't know. I do think it's going to be a true game time decision. And David Keith brings up a point here, or David Keith Williams said it would most certainly be in Texas's best interest if Michael Taft played tomorrow, but the speed that Xavier Filsaime has at safety would be an asset for the defense. I think the impact of not having Michael Taft is much greater, or was much greater, versus Mississippi State last week compared to what it'll be for Vandy this week. Like, Mississippi State has a lot more downfield passing than Vandy does, and it's a very unorthodox offense. I mean, it's Jeff Lebby in the veer and shoot. He's kind of had PK's number from the jump. Like, I don't know. I think Texas can still win this game without Michael Taft. I don't know if that's the same, though, for Arch Manning.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Now, would it be Matthew Caldwell?
Hmm?
Would it be Matthew Caldwell?
Yeah, he will start if Arch Manning won't.
Okay. Because the only reason I think about that is, like, Matthew Caldwell is probably the guy you want to throw in there, like, if Arch gets knocked out during a game. But if you have, like, a week of preparation, I almost wonder if KJ Lacey's the better option.
No, it has to be Caldwell. Okay. He's a 5th or 6th year guy. He's been he didn't show up until June or July. He missed all of spring ball, but he was the number 2, like, after the first day of fall camp.
Yeah.
And then KJ Lacey passed up Trey Owens to become the 3. He'll be the 2 on Saturday. Trey Owens will be the 3 on Saturday.
If Arch does not play.
Correct. So yeah. What's your prediction for Texas Vandy? I went 23-20. I probably would go 23-20 regardless if Arch or Caldwell's playing, but that prediction was made with Caldwell playing.
Yeah, I think if Arch is playing, Texas wins. If he's not, I think Vandy wins this game. Vandy's a physical football team. I love what they've built in the trenches. I think that's a big reason why Clark Lee's team is number 9 in the country. It's still so strange seeing that number 9 next to their name. It doesn't even look right. But that's kind of where I feel about it. If Arch is in, I think Texas wins. If he's not, I think Vandy takes this.
Yeah. You brought up, it's crazy seeing Vandy top 10. I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, it was the first time Vanderbilt football had been ranked ahead of what the university is ranked, like, academic-wise.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Right. Which I'm sure, in the 40s, that was the last time they were in the top 10, but, like, how accurate were college rankings then, you know? And you can make the point for both football and, like, academic rankings, but still, it's pretty wild. I want to talk about the Texans on Vanderbilt's roster. They got 18 of them, 12.5. And on Saturday, it's Vanderbilt's first time playing in Austin since 1903. First time the Commodores are playing the Longhorns inside Texas state lines since 1928 when Vandy beat Texas 13-12 at Fair Park Stadium in Dallas. It was not the Cotton Bowl yet then. It was Fair Park Stadium. And this is also the Commodores' first time playing in the state of Texas since 2020 when they played in College Station versus A&M. I don't have the score to that game, but they lost by multiple scores. because that was pre-Clark Lee. I talked about it a little bit yesterday. Like, it's obviously a huge game for both teams, but for a few guys in Vanderbilt, I mean, could be the biggest game of their college career up to this point. You know, they haven't played inside state lines since they were in high school. A lot of them are from Austin, DFW, or Houston. That's where 12 of 18 of them come from. So I'm just going to roll through the big names to know. I won't hit on the walk-ons or true freshmen that don't play at all. But Dante Carter, he's the 5th highest prospect to ever commit to Vanderbilt in the history of 24/7 sports. Out of Cibolo Steel, originally chose Vanderbilt over like Nebraska, Texas Tech, and I think maybe Baylor. His senior year, though, he went nuclear. Georgia, Missouri, I think LSU all started hitting him up, but, I mean, he wasn't really responding. He was pretty locked in with Vanderbilt, really liked what Clark Lee and them were building, and they were also like his second or third offer. And they honestly just did a really good job recruiting his family. Like, there is someone very close to him and his family that has disabilities, and Texas Tech and the in-state schools were all pushing like, hey, how are they going to get to see you play in home games? You know, they have to travel. This is hard. And Vanderbilt like orchestrated an entire plan of different things about how they can get his entire family to each and every game he plays, whether home or away. So I thought that was really cool. And they only have to travel an hour on Saturday because they're still in Cibolo. Trent Hudson, he's a reserve receiver in his he's in his 3rd and final year of college. He went JUCO for 2 years out of Colleen Shoemaker. I'll be honest, I didn't even know this dude existed. But he went to TJC and then New Mexico State. In 2023, he was Diego Pavia's 2nd leading receiver at New Mexico State. Then transferred to Mississippi State. Barely played their first 4 games. And so he just sat out after 4 games at Mississippi State last year. And then transferred into Vandy this year, but he only has like 1 catch and has only played in the 4 non-conference games. Thing is, the NCAA JUCO ruling, he could have 2 more years and will then be in JUCO in college for a combined total of 7 years if he gets that ruling. So he's either out of eligibility or he'll get 2 more years to play, depending on how that case goes. Randon Fontenette, I think this is a cat you remember.
Yep.
Out of Brazosport, the Exporters. Fun fact, they have been so bad since he graduated. They didn't win a game for 2 years, and they're currently 1-7.
Yeah,
and he took them to the playoffs 3 years in a row, his sophomore, junior, senior year, as the full-time QB and safety. He never came off the field. But an awesome player. Originally was committed to Utah, ended up flipping to TCU, played as a true freshman there, started a few games, and then went in the portal, went to Vanderbilt. Last year, he was their starting nickel. He has the same job this year, but he does move around in the defense a lot. He's kind of a defensive back that's shaped like a linebacker, but has DB speed. Like, he's going to be a very interesting draft prospect. I think he could get selected in April after 3 years in college. Georgia and a few other schools were like tampering with this cat too, which kind of shows you the level of dude he is. But Vanderbilt got him to stay. They sneakily have a much better war chest of funds to pay the roster than everyone thinks they do. But he's their leading he leads them in snap counts on defense, and by the second guy, he has over 100 more snaps than the second guy, which is kind of crazy. He almost never comes off the field. Colby Taylor, I did not remember this kid out of Pasadena Memorial. He went to Wyoming, spent 3 years at Wyoming, and now he's in his 2nd year at Vanderbilt. And he's been named to Bruce Feldman's Freaks list 4 years in a row because he is 6'3", 190, and has eclipsed 11 feet in the broad jump and 40 inches in the vertical several times.
Nice.
At 6'3", 190.
That's
and
great.
He starts at corner for them. He'll be out of eligibility after this year. I assume someone will draft him based off the fact, height, weight, speed, and he can be a special teamer at minimum. If Keaton Crawford can get drafted in the NFL, this guy has a chance. Tristan Brown out of Houston Lamar. Fun fact, the all-time leader in receptions, receiving yards, and touchdowns.
I remember this kid.
Houston Lamar, which is really impressive because this is the same high school that produced Josh Gordon, Brandon LaFell, and dozens of other NFL players. They've been open since the 1930s. Had nearly 2,300 yards receiving in high school, 28 touchdowns, and he averaged over 23 yards per catch in his high school career. which is just bonkers.
Yeah.
Didn't play much last year. Played in 10 and 13 games. Only caught 3 passes. Was mostly special teams. But this year he's played in all 8 games. Has 5 catches for 91 yards and a carry for 2 yards. But like, a really interesting recruitment because he's a super undersized, fast kid, but he never ran track. There was no verified athleticism on him. And so Vandy, at their signing day press conference 2 years ago, are like, yeah, we think we got a steal. We think the entire country would have been on him, but he never ran track. But we calculated his play speed and stuff because you can now track that even with huddle film, like how fast they're running, and they loved him. And Antoine brings up, too, Texas 1 year did sign Deshaun Jameson, Anthony Cook, and Alvontae Woodard out of there. They were all top 100 DB prospects, and I think Deshaun Jameson, was he the only one that got drafted? I don't even know if he was drafted.
Yeah, it was all 3 of them had their ups and downs.
Holton Hill also came out of Houston Lamar.
I think he was the class behind him, though, or something like that.
Yeah. Man, I thought Holton Hill was the truth, but he couldn't lay off the weed. I think that was what kept getting him suspended or like kicked off the team temporarily. But he was on the Vikings for a little while. You know, he still made it. We already talked about Drew Dickey. Through 4 years, he has yet to play much. He's played 9 career snaps across 3 game appearances. Eli Stowers, former Denton Guyer quarterback, got hurt in the state championship game as a senior. Jackson Arnold came in as a 14, 15-year-old freshman. Ended up at A&M, spent 2 or 3 years there, didn't really play much. They wanted to move him tight end. He said, I'm a quarterback. And then he transferred to New Mexico State where they moved him to tight end. And he was great. His 1 year in New Mexico State was awesome. He was there with Pavia, I believe was like the 3rd leading receiver there, was first team all conference. And then went in the portal with Pavia, Jerry Kill, several other guys to Vanderbilt. He's been there 2 years, back-to-back seasons where he's been the leading receiver as this kind of jumbo receiver tight end. It's a very non-traditional tight end.
He's getting tight end 1 love in this upcoming draft.
Yeah, I mean, shit, he would have been selected last year, so I'm very curious to see where he goes in this year's draft. My guy, Jalen Gilbert out of Round Rock, unfortunately has not played much in the 3 years he's been there, but he's a full-time special teamer, so maybe he gets his crack on defense in a little bit. Nick, do you remember McKylan Young?
Of course. Thizilla. Come on, and he had an 80-yard touchdown last week.
Nick, do you want to
excuse me. It's Quadzilla. Excuse me.
Yeah, you're good. He's the 2nd highest graded player on their offense behind Pavia. He's the 2nd string running back behind Cedric Alexander. Nick, he has rushed for 60 or more yards on a single carry 3 times this year. Wow. And he has 7 runs of 15 or more yards this season, again, as the backup running back. You want to guess how many the entire Texas team has? Yards, rushes of 15-plus yards.
3.
They have 6. McKylan Young has 7 by himself.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And Sid Alexander has like 5. Pavia has 4. Like in total, they, I think, have 21 yards of rushes of over 15-plus yards. So pretty nuts. This year, he's their 3rd leading rusher, 382 yards, 5 touchdowns. He's averaging 12.3 yards per carry.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's good for him, man. Always good to do.
And did you know, went to New Mexico State, spent 2 years there, and then transferred into Vanderbilt in May of last year. He didn't enroll, though. He was not on the team last year. And called one of our old friends who's in Midland. I'm like, yo, what? Did he just disappear for a year? What happened? And they said he had a daughter back in Midland that his girl or the mother of his daughter gave birth to. And so I guess he just took a year off and got things right back home. And then he showed back up at Vanderbilt for their bowl practices in December. He's been in Nashville since. And since he was not on the team at all last year, it didn't count towards eligibility. And he will have 2 years of eligibility after this year because he only played in 4 games as a true freshman. But I bet the entire country is going to try to tamper with him just because the speed, home run hitting ability. And, I mean, again, he's averaging 12.3 yards per carry and has 7 rushes of 15 yards or more as the backup running back.
I mean, he almost single-handedly won that game offensively for Vanderbilt last week.
Yeah. And I talked to someone in Nashville earlier this week asking, like, hey, is there any possibility they would take Ced out of the starting lineup to start Mikhail Young, and they're like, no, Cedric Alexander's starting.
That's fine.
He's a 3-year starter, 27 games in a row. He'll come back next year. He'll start 4 years in a row. Like, he might not be as productive as Mikhail Young is, but he's who opens their offense because they run an entirely different running game with Alexander versus Young. Yeah. You can't really run Young between the tackles. He's not a traditional running back for the SEC. You want him outside. But, yeah. Remember A.J. Newberry at South Grand Prairie?
I do.
Yeah. Was going to Colorado. Then they stunk in 2021. They fired their coach. They hired Dion, and he got Vanderbilt a few of their offers his senior year and flipped from Colorado to Vandy 2 days after Colorado hired Dion. Didn't play much in his first year. Last year, he was the primary backup, had 185 yards, 3 touchdowns, 7 passes, 134 more yards, 2 more scores. But this year, he has kind of regressed. He's like 4th or 5th string running back now, but a big part of that is because Ced Alexander is a 3-year starter and Mikhail Young has emerged. Speaking of Ced Alexander, first time playing back in Austin since he was in high school. He's Austin ISD's all-time leading rusher, all-time leading touchdown scorer, and played for current Texas staffer Jamal Fenner at Austin LBJ. Current Texas safety commit Miami Riley, who's now at Austin Anderson, was on that same LBJ team as a freshman. Awesome career for him. It's been an awesome career for him. Again, I keep saying it, 3-year starter. This year, it's the most productive season he's had yet. 388 yards, 6 touchdowns on 5.3 yards per carry. He's really good catching the ball out of the backfield, played a lot of 7-on-7 with juice, and 10 passes for 10 catches for 105 yards and 4 more touchdowns in 8 games. He's been awesome, man. It's been so fun seeing his career go the way it has, because when he originally committed to Vanderbilt, he had no intentions of going there. It was to lock in a spot and hope that bigger offers come about. They never did, and, he kind of really fell in love with Nashville and loved the running backs coach, loved Clark Lee. Barton Simmons was also a big part of his recruitment too, their GM. This is a kid who committed to Vanderbilt over the only other offers he had: Texas Southern, Campbell, Navy, and Air Force.
Wow.
And Mikhail Young, by the way, who's gone nuclear, his 6 offers out of high school, by the way, he rushed for over 4,000 yards, had 63 touchdowns at Midland Legacy. His only offers out of high school: East Texas A&M, which was A&M Commerce at the time, Houston Christian, Jackson State, New Mexico State, SFA, and UTPB. And he's currently averaging 12.3 yards per carry in the SEC.
That's big time.
They also had Chris Brazel, who's balling at Tennessee, is going to get drafted in April, started his career at Tulane, and their quarterback was Marcos Davila. They had a really good trio. They just ran into South Lake Carroll in the second round who kicked their ass. Trudell Berry, I don't know much to say on him. I don't know much about him. And
I do.
He's played less and less each year he's been there.
Where was he? Was he in Baytown? Baytown Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a unique kid, man. He trained with C4, which is in Texoma.
Yeah.
And he would drive to Durant, Oklahoma every weekend to train with those guys from Baytown, which is like southeast Houston. Crazy. And that kid's an athletic freak. And whenever COVID had hit and the All-American Bowl, this would have been in 2021, and they had like 16 kids show up and test positive, Trudell Berry was one of the kids that they gave a call to come in. And he ended up winning the game MVP, I think, in that All-American Bowl in 2021.
I don't know about MVP, but he was named the top performers.
Top performer, maybe that was it.
Yeah. Everyone else is pretty much a walk-on or true freshman that hasn't played. But one walk-on, Hayden Bray, he's in his second year at Vanderbilt. He spent the first 3 years of his 5-year college career at Oklahoma. He's been a walk-on this entire time. But the reason I'm bringing him up, he was like a 2 or 3 year starter at Westlake, and is like the main reason Ethan Burke did not play or actually get meaningful snaps at Westlake till his senior year. And the same thing for Colton Vossig not getting meaningful snaps until his junior year. They just had a log jam of really good high school players and seniors, and he was one of them. And, hey, he graduated from OU in 3 years and is getting a grad degree from Vandy. It's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Some other notable names on this Vanderbilt roster. Jordan Matthews. Do you remember this cat?
I do not. Oh, from Baton Rouge?
Yeah, Woodlawn.
Wow.
He was down to Texas, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Classic, how do I say it? The old secondary staff at Texas would get very confident they were getting a kid, and they're overconfident most of the time, and they thought they had Jordan Matthews in the bag. It was Texas or Tennessee.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the entire Texas market reported it would be Texas because that's what everyone on the staff was telling us. And he catches them off guard, picks up a Tennessee hat. Texas had no idea it was coming. And a similar thing happened with Corey and Gibson, and that's why Horns 24/7 was the only site reporting it'd be Clemson the entire time. And it's because sources at Texas like, yeah, we're getting him. It's done. When Corey gave us Clemson commitment quotes like 2 weeks before. So, yeah. But hey, the new secondary staff, they're not nearly as overconfident in recruiting. I will say that. CJ Hurd, do you remember this kid?
I do not.
Yeah. Texas fans probably have no idea who he is. Originally from Atlanta and was committed to Florida State, but they dropped him a month before signing day. He had nowhere to go. He ended up at FAU, which is usually a bad thing because he was playing for Tom Herman. But he started every game at safety as a true freshman for FAU, was third-team all-conference, and then hopped in the portal after they fired Herman. Vandy bid out a few other schools for him, and he's currently Vanderbilt's leading tackler, and he's second in snap count amongst defensive players behind Randon Fontenette. Whit Muschamp, the son of Will Muschamp. Okay. Second-year quarterback who's part of a two-quarterback class. He didn't play at all as a true freshman, and then, he's like fourth string right now. So, yeah, you got to go.
I do have to roll. Seth has a question here at the end here. If you could bring it up. Nick, you got Rockwall Heath tonight. Damn right I got Rockwall Heath tonight. They're taking down these jackets from the north side of town. It's the I-30 Classic tonight at Wilkerson Sanders Memorial Stadium. Heath 38, Rockwall 21. That's all.
You know, that'd be a game I'd be interested in covering, but they don't let recruiting media in there. You got to change that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's tough.
Hey, I'll tell you what, if Heath doesn't beat Rockwall, I'm going to be on your ass because you know who went up to Wilkerson Sanders Memorial Stadium and beat that ass?
Beat that ass. It was like 24-20, first off, Lake Travis, I know. But Heath is going to handle business tonight. Don't worry about it.
It sound good. Sorry, last thing. What game are you calling? What snooze fest are you calling in Frisco ISD tonight?
We got a Frisco Wakeland tonight in their senior night, trying to avenge a loss last week to Lone Star. They are taking on Sherman. So, and then tomorrow I am calling I'm making my ESPN debut, ESPN Plus. I am calling the JUCO National JUCO Game of the Week between Northeastern Oklahoma A&M and Trinity Valley down in Athens. So, if y'all aren't doing anything around 1 p.m. tomorrow on ESPN Plus, give your boy a listen, and that'll be that.
Shit, I'll be watching the Texas game on ESPN Plus with YouTube TV. So,
in case that game gets out of hand, you know where to come.
Yeah. How about the JUCO Game of the Week, man? We'll see you, Nick. I know you got to run. Have fun at the press conference and ask Jerry about his booming oil business.
Damn right I will.
So, yeah, we'll see you. All right, I'm just going to roll solo. I'm going to hit on one more player for Vanderbilt, and then I'll answer a bunch of questions. So, if you got recruiting questions, Texas Vandy questions, or anything, just let me know, and I'll hit on them here in a minute. But Aaron Bryant's the one former Longhorn on Vanderbilt's roster. In case you don't remember him, he was part of the 2022 recruiting class out of Mississippi. It was kind of like the first big one Bo Davis landed. He went back to his home state. Bo Davis is from Mississippi, and he got Aaron Bryant. He chose Texas over Georgia, A&M, and Ole Miss, but things never really worked out. Didn't play a snap his freshman year in 2022, redshirted. Then played 7 games in 2023, but only recorded like 1 or 2 tackles, didn't play that much. And then in 2024, last year, he only played in 4 games. So the writing was kind of on the wall. This was not a guy that Texas pushed into the portal, though most of their portal departures are guys they pushed away. That was not the case there in Bryant. They really liked what he brought to the locker room. And while he probably was never going to play meaningful snaps at Texas, they love the player and they love the person and everything between the ears. So I'm curious how it'll look this weekend. He gets about 10 snaps a game for Vanderbilt. He is 6th in snap count amongst interior D linemen on Vandy's roster. They primarily have a 4-man rotation, but again, Bryant gets about 10 snaps per game. And if some Texas fans might remember, had a pretty cool heartfelt letter that he wrote to Longhorn Nation the day after entering the transfer portal. I'm going to read this again just because I think I read this when it happened last December, but I'm going to read it because I think it's a really, touching piece. But it's called Why I Bet on Myself by Aaron Bryant. And it's when I first committed to Texas, I heard all the doubters. Why Texas? They're 5-7. Why not stay in Mississippi? You're making a mistake. But for me, the decision was about more than records or rankings. It was about believing in the vision. Coach Sark laid it all out, the culture he was building, the future he saw for Texas, and how I could be a part of it. And there was Coach Bo Davis. If you're a defensive lineman, you know the name. Bo Davis is a legend. He's coached some of the best to play the game, and when he told me he wanted me to come to Texas, I didn't hesitate. I knew he could help me become the player I dreamed of being. So I blocked out the noise, packed my bags, and left South Haven, Mississippi for Austin, Texas. And each of these little chapters or sections is called, or they're titled. So this next one is called The Grind. I redshirted my freshman year, which wasn't easy. I wanted to be out there on Saturdays making plays in front of the crowd at DKR. Instead, I was grinding on the scout team, working in the shadows. Coach Bo didn't let me take a single rep off. He broke down every move I made, what I did right, what I did wrong, and how I could get better. You've got the tools, he told me. Now you just have to go put in the work. That first year taught me a lot about patience and resilience. I wasn't where I wanted to be yet, but I could feel myself getting closer. This next section/chapter, oh, come on now. This next section/chapter is called When Everything Changed. After my redshirt year, we got the news. Coach Bo was leaving for LSU. Hearing that hit me harder than I expected. Coach Bo wasn't just my position coach. He was the reason I came to Texas. I trusted him to develop me, to prepare me for the next level, and now he was gone. For the first time, I started questioning my decision. Did I make the wrong choice? Was Texas still the right place for me? Then Coach Kenny Baker came in. And this chapter is titled The Coach Who Gave Me Confidence. Coach Baker was different from Coach Bo. Where Coach Bo focused on the technical side of things, Coach Baker zeroed in on my mindset. Coach Baker is a man who I will always respect and love. He'd stay late after practice, going over film with me, breaking down my technique, and showing me how to refine my game. I'd have Coach Mike, he's a D-line GA. He said he'd have Coach Mike send me clips of what I could do better, and he'd show me. But more than that, he'd remind me of what I was capable of. He believed in me more than I believed in myself. AB, you've got everything you need to be great, he told me one day after a long practice. You just have to trust yourself and go get it. He spoke life into me. Those words stuck with me and will stick with me forever. This chapter is called The Hardest Decision. Even with Coach Baker's support, I started to feel like something was missing. I wasn't getting the opportunity to show what I could do on the field. I love Texas, my teammates, the fans, the tradition, but I knew I needed more. That's when I made the hardest decision of my life. I entered the transfer portal. It wasn't easy. Texas was the program that gave me my first shot, that taught me how to grind and believe in the process. Leaving felt like walking away from a part of myself, but deep down, I knew it was the right move. This chapter is called Betting on Myself Again. For a lot of people, entering the portal looks like quitting. For me, it was the opposite. It was about stepping up. I've always believed in the grind. I've always believed in putting in the work and earning my spot. But sometimes you have to take a leap of faith. You have to bet on yourself even when it's scary. That's what this decision was about. It wasn't just about finding another program. It was about finding the right opportunity to prove myself and the world what I'm capable of. Looking forward, or the chapter is now titled Looking Forward. Right now, I don't know where I'll end up, but wherever I go, I'll carry the lessons I learned at Texas with me. Coach Bo taught me how to work. Coach Baker taught me how to believe in myself, and Texas taught me the value of resilience. My dream is to play on Sundays, to dominate on the field, and make an impact off it. But more than that, I want to inspire others to bet on themselves, to take the risks that lead to growth. Without Coach Baker, I honestly don't know if I would have had the confidence to make this decision. He taught me so much about football and life, but the most important lesson that he taught me was to believe in myself. To Longhorn Nation, thank you for everything. Thank you for the support, the memories, and the lessons. This isn't goodbye. It's see you later. And most importantly, thank you, Coach Baker, for believing in me. The best is yet to come. Sincerely, Aaron Bryant. I thought it was awesome. Again, I read that when he first put it out the day after entering the portal. And anytime Texas is going to play Vanderbilt or a team with Aaron Bryant on the roster, I'm going to read it. Just a phenomenal young man. He's not a kid that I got to cover, but I heard a lot of things about him from Mike, Hudson, Nick, other people on the beat, and had always been a very easy guy to root for, even, before this letter. So, yeah, like David Keith Williams said, Aaron Bryant, like many of out-of-state recruits, was one of those recruits that wanted, or the recruits that most of Longhorn Nation wanted to succeed. Unfortunately, his ability did not warrant him playing significantly at Texas. Yeah. David Keith Williams said this message from Aaron Bryant could be the nucleus of a thesis statement for a future graduate degree at Vanderbilt. Yeah, he's going to be successful, whatever he does off the football field after he's done playing football. All right, I'm going to hit on these questions. I'm scrolling to the top. So if y'all got any questions, comments, concerns, let me know and I'll hit on them. What other stuff here? David Keith Williams said Texas absolutely has done nothing to prove they can go to Georgia and beat a top 5 Bulldogs team that has only lost to a top 4 Alabama team. Yeah. I say this like every other episode, but Georgia also, up until they lost to Alabama earlier this season, had not lost a home game in Sanford Stadium since 2019. Rodrigo Blankenship was the kicker, and he shanked what would have been a game-winning field goal. South Carolina won the ball game. So that and Ty Simpson and Bama walking in there and beating them earlier this year are the only 2 losses they've had in the last 6-7 seasons, whatever it's been. Jesus Christ, I just did the 6-7 thing. Sorry. What other stuff do we have here? Jesus, Patrick. Sam Leavitt. Wow, I didn't know he was out for the year. That's big. I'm curious what it's going to look like with Dillingham. They lost to Tech. That was a game everyone thought they'd lose, but they also lost to Houston the week after. And I know Leavitt didn't play, but like the time for Dillingham to leave is decreasing each and every week that goes by where they're going to lose. And I know, again, Sam Leavitt being out's a big part of it, but what is their plan after Sam Leavitt? They have a really good QB committed from El Paso, Jake Fett. He committed to Arizona State pretty early. Since then, LSU, a few other programs have tried to flip him, but he's pretty locked in. And I mean, it's damn near an in-state kid. He's in El Paso, and it's just a drive to Tempe. That's a closer drive than it is to Texas Tech for him in El Paso, as crazy as that is. Or I'm pretty sure that's true. I don't know. I'll fact check that. But nickname, El Paso, pretty decent. Jake Bayless will close on this. David Keith Williams said, I've been watching a lot of film of Jalen Lott, who is actually my personal number 1 recruit of the 2026 recruiting class. The more I see him, the more he reminds me of Matthew Golden. Do you see any similarities in Jalen Lott and Matt Golden? They both have run around 10.7 or 10.8 in the 100 meters. But like Golden, I think Lott will be faster comparatively in the 40-yard dash. Yeah, Jalen Lott will run a faster 40 than what his 100-meter reflects like Golden. That's on the money. As far as comparing the types of players and athletes, Jalen Lott is a more explosive guy. And I know that sounds crazy. Matt Golden was just the 2nd receiver selected in the draft behind Ted McMillan, or I guess 3rd if you count Travis Hunter, right? But Jalen Lott has high jumped over 7 feet multiple times. His dad held the national high school record for several years when he was coming out of high school in the same event, the high jump. Jalen Lott has also gone over like 24, 25 feet in the long jump, and he's gone sub 11 a dozen times on the 100-meter. Has really good 200-meter times too. Like truly the best track and fielder amongst football prospects in this entire class, not named Jackson Cantwell, who's thrown a shot put like 70 feet, and both his parents were in the Olympics. Like, he's not going to beat that, but it's still really impressive. I think Lott is tremendous. You think about if he's in Texas's class, where would he stack up with the rest of the receivers? If we're not counting Jermaine Bishop, no question he'd be the best receiver prospect. If we are, that's pretty close. I think Jalen Lott is a safer projection to pan out than Jermaine Bishop is, and that all of that comes down to Bishop's frame. But Bishop has produced at a higher level in a harder classification and has played, they both play full-time, or they both play both ways pretty much full-time. but Jermaine Bishop plays more snaps per game and has done it since his freshman year, where Jalen Lott terrorized freshman opponents at Lovejoy because he was suspended from varsity play, played primarily corner at Lovejoy, a little bit of receiver as a sophomore, and then transferred into Frisco Panther Creek. And he's kind of been full-time both ways, but plays more receiver than corner, or at least did as a junior. So it'll be a debate that's going to last until these guys are done playing football. Whether it's Lott, Bishop, who's better, I don't know. But I think Jalen Lott is a tremendous prospect. Texas, they're continuing to chip away at that one. What are the chances? I don't know. Texas is never going to offer something higher than what Oregon is offering in NIL. It's a really, really big number, and Texas offered something that's pretty standard. So unless Texas is going to top Oregon's offer, or unless Jalen Lott is going to get homesick and say, you know what, I'd rather be a 4-hour drive away than being a 4 or 5 hour flight away. There's a difference there. So Texas could have something. I don't think flipping him would require a return visit for a game. He already made it to one of the games earlier this year. But, I mean, this is a kid who grew up going to games at DKR, going to Austin. His dad played football or ran track at Texas. His mom played basketball at Texas. Like, he's seen everything he needs to see on the 40 acres. There's nothing else he needs to see. So a flip could come out of nowhere, but right now it's not something I'm expecting as of late, morning on October 31st, Halloween. I expect him to sign with Oregon, but that could obviously change. Jake Bayless, this is a great question. I don't know why Miami announced they were parting ways with the GM and not also announcing Mike McDaniel's done. Everyone knows that. Antoine asked Jordan, any info on the 2027 D tackle Braden White from Shepherd visiting the Vandy game? Yeah, I actually really like this kid. Not quite sure if he's a Texas guy. The measurements are going to be important. He's a little small at Under Armour Houston, but tested pretty well. And this kid is also a tremendous basketball player. I believe last year he averaged over 18 a game and 12 rebounds a game. And they're at the smaller school level. He's playing, I believe, 3A or 4A competition, but a super fun kid. And if I was on staff at Houston, I would do everything in my power to get this kid. But I do think, and again, I haven't looked at his stuff since last spring, or since this spring, whatever. Probably has gotten better. But the last time I did, really dive into him, I'm like, yeah, this is probably a Big 12 kid. I don't know about Texas. If he's in the SEC, it's because he's at Vanderbilt and they took a shot and hit on the evaluation. That kind of is the projection I see for him. But who knows? Maybe I'll have my mind changed when I watch his stuff later today. Antoine said, I remember Trey Owens had all the buzz after the spring game. How do we know he isn't good? Well, you don't have to be bad to be the fourth-string quarterback at Texas. Not a bad player. But is he going to give you the same thing that KJ Lacey, Matt Caldwell, or Arch Manning will give you? No, according to Sarkisian and that staff. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say. And I will say, he does seem still pretty locked in. Do I think he's going to be on another team next year? 1,000%. But, kind of random, but I'm friends with him on Snapchat. This morning, I saw him in the entire quarterback room outside Arch Manning, all dressed up in costumes, in the locker room. He's still having fun, hanging around the guys and showing up to practice every day. And that's all you can ask for him, regardless if he's going to be on another team or Texas next year. So, yeah. Antoine brought up, it's strange Colt McCoy wouldn't be recruited by Texas today, 2A quarterback from West Texas. Yeah. I mean, he wasn't even going to get recruited by Texas had he not shown up to camp for Mac Brown, if I'm not mistaken. And if I remember correctly, didn't Mac miss on a few of his top QB targets before he kind of settled on Colt McCoy, and then McCoy ended up being better than all of them? I think that is a story, but, I mean, he was getting recruited when I was in diapers, so I don't know the answer to that. Someone will have to fact check me in these comments. But I do ask myself this question with a lot of guys. Does Texas and Sarkisian, do they recruit Sam Ehlinger? I don't know, Very interesting. David Keith Williams said, based on your insider knowledge, are there any LSU Tigers currently on the team and committed recruits in their 2026 recruiting class that are possibilities for transfer and decommit? I do think they're going to retain a lot of this roster and a lot of their recruiting class. I talked about this almost every day this week, but LSU is one of there's probably less than 10 colleges left in college football that kids are still committing to that program because of the school, the logo, and just the pride of being the in-state kid going to the in-state school or just wanting to play for them. Very few, if anyone, that's committed to LSU committed there to play for Brian Kelly. And you look at the recruit reactions that 24/7 put out when James Franklin was fired at Penn State, when Billy Napier was fired at Florida, when Brian Kelly was fired at LSU. All the Florida and Penn State kids, a lot of them decommitted. And they say, I wish the best. It really sucks. I really like my relationship. There was none of that with LSU. They haven't had a single kid decommit. He was fired Sunday night. It's Friday morning. So I think they're going to retain a lot of guys just because, Louisiana, LSU was the pro sports team in Louisiana. I know they got the Saints and the Pelicans, but if you know ball, you know what I'm talking about. So I think they're going to retain a lot. Yes, there will be a few guys that end up flipping or decommitting or on the roster, but for the most part, I think they expect. Here are the ones Texas will try to shoot their shot with as far as LSU commits. Jabari Mack, the receiver out of Destrehan. Don't expect him to flip, though. Lamar Brown, 5-star D lineman at Baton Rouge. Definitely don't expect him to flip, and if he does, it'd be A&M before Texas. Richard Anderson, who's like a borderline 5-star D lineman or top 100 D lineman out of New Orleans. He's at Edna Carr, his teammates with Texas corner commit. Hayward Howard. However, he's never visited Texas before, and the entire country is trying to flip him right now. So unless he shows up for a visit, that's incredibly unrealistic. Then they also have a few other kids like Aiden Hall, 4-star safety, Bryson Martinez, 4-star offensive tackle, that Texas offered early on but never got to campus for visits, and their recruitments were non-competitive. They ended up committing to LSU. So that's the guys I can think of off the top of my head for their class. As far as the roster goes, the entire country is going to be tampering with Dominic McKinley, the former 5-star D lineman. He is from Lafayette, and his younger brother's committed there, so I think they'll keep him. Texas, after dealing with Brandon Brown and all that bullshit for however long, if you don't remember him, it's because he's not that good. He was an interior D lineman committed to Bo Davis that stayed committed after Bo took the LSU job, and just it was really annoying to cover, and Texas hated dealing with them, and they were so desperate for D linemen they had to. They're not talking to that kid. Who else? Caden Durham, I assume Texas and a lot of other schools will try to hit him up. Same with Harlem Berry. Those are 2 running backs. Can't think of any QBs. They have some dudes on their own line. Ori Williams, he was a long-term developmental upside cat that picked LSU over Texas out of San Marcos a few years back. They have Weston Davis, who's out of Beaumont United. He chose LSU over A&M originally. Texas never offered him. And then Texas offered him his senior year, told him not to post it, and tried to sneak him onto campus for an OV. But it was reported, it got out, and LSU convinced him to cancel it. So, yeah, they have a center, Cohen Eccles. He's a second-year player. He started both years at center, originally out of Katy. And he was another kid that was committed to A&M and flipped to LSU. Texas never offered him. So I don't know. I also know his family. I did in the summer of 2022, I went on this van trip around the Southeast with 10 other kids, some of their parents, and they just went to a bunch of college camps. And Braylon Conley, the USC corner, was there, and Cohen Eccles, the LSU center, he was also on that trip. And again, his family is Aggies, so I don't know if Texas is a possibility for him if he goes in the portal. Those are the main guys I can think of off the top of my head. I keep getting asked about that. Once we get close to the portal opening or LSU hiring a coach, I'll have a much clearer answer. They also have 4 games left to play, and if anyone sits out at LSU these next 4 games, they're dumb as hell because they're not going to get paid. So, give it about a month and a half for LSU, and a lot more answers are going to be revealed for their roster. Woodcrest said, is it true that there's certain schools in Louisiana that are pro-LSU and won't let outside colleges come to the school to talk to recruits? I'm sure that's happened in the past before, and it might exist now, but I personally have never heard anything about this, about a specific school or anything like that. So, yeah. but it is LSU in the state of Louisiana. It would be far from surprising. What other stuff do we have here? David Keith Williams said about Lance Jackson, I'm not sure what true freshmen and redshirt freshmen are making a bigger impact, but I think Jackson and Grayson Littleton could be freshman All-Americans. They're going to have a shot. Grayson Littleton definitely will. And I mean, like, seriously, think about this. Outside of Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill, and I know Lance Jackson doesn't play as much as Grayson Littleton, but it feels like the snap-to-snap impact he makes and the snap he gets is a bigger impact than Littleton, if that makes sense. But is Lance Jackson having the best season out of any Longhorn true freshman defensive player in the Sark era, not named Colin Simmons or Anthony Hill? Like, am I forgetting someone? He has to have the third best true freshman defensive season out of anyone at Texas in the Sark era, not named Anthony Hill or Colin Simmons. It's close. Antoine said Cam Cook from Round Rock is leading the nation in rushing yards. Shout out to him. At Jack State, agent advised him to leave TCU. I have no idea why he would have been starting at TCU this year. But he's going to get paid as a G5, portal back. Look at Fluff Bothwell. Look at Maud Hardy at Mizzou. G5 backs get paid. And this is a kid who went to Round Rock, Stony Point. Could Texas look at him? Maybe. They offered him out of high school, but never really pushed. That's why he went to TCU. So I don't know. And also, maybe him and his brother tried to be a package deal. Most people don't know this. He has a younger brother named Caden Cook that is a true freshman corner at Cal Berkeley. So maybe he goes out to the Calgorithm. That'd be cool. Wow. RT, former Texas basketball coach, hired in New Orleans as a scout. That's interesting. All right, what do we have here? We need to get out of here soon. Antoine said Ty Simpson, Fernando Mendoza, and Dante Moore. Who's the best? I think best long-term draft prospect, it's Dante Moore, as crazy as that sounds, like long-term pro prospect. But right now, I'd take Ty Simpson over any of them. Like, if I had to pick one of these guys to quarterback Texas versus Vandy on Saturday, I'd pick Ty Simpson. Going to be interesting with him in the draft. Only 1 year as a starter, but he's been in college 4 or 5 years, and he will be good enough to leave 1 year as a starter. But, NFL, they're going to be asking, hey, what happened to the last 1 year starter or quarterback for Alabama, Mac Jones? Something to think about. Jorge Mendoza, I've not heard of the YouTube TV and Disney ESPN dispute getting resolved. Hopefully it does by Saturday or by tomorrow. I think it will. They usually do get it fixed pretty quick. But if not, I got my dad's ESPN Plus login, so I can use that. If you don't have ESPN Plus or pay for it, find some illegal streaming device, pull it up on your laptop, and AirPlay it to a TV. That's the move. Sorry, what other stuff do we have here? Antoine said, agreed, Vandy being 9 is strange. Clark Lee is 23 and 34 and getting buzzed for big jobs. What the F is college football? Yeah, I know, it's crazy, but I think Clark Lee would be really good outside of Vanderbilt. I continue to think that. What other stuff? Can't you just... No, Patrick, you can't do this to still get your NIL checks. Sorry, we have a lot of comments today. I'm behind. Woodcrest, Holden Hill was great. He was phenomenal at Texas. Just as Jake Bailiff said, couldn't lay off the weed. Yeah, agreed, David Keith Williams. If Holden Hill was focused, he's an All-American. He probably could have gone as high as day 2, I think. And yeah, it is crazy to think the amount of players that's careers were ruined because of weed, and now the NCAA, NBA, NFL, MLB, none of them test for THC in their drug tests anymore. Like, all of college football is blowing down. I hate to pull the mask or pull the curtain back and break it down to you, but almost the entire Power 4, conferences of football, a lot of their players are blowing down. That's just what it is. And it's the same thing in pro sports too. Patrick said, what was the receiver that left Texas early to the NFL and he didn't even get drafted and the Aints picked him up? Lil Jordan Humphrey? I assume you're talking about Lil Jordan Humphrey. He's still playing in the league now. I don't know where he is now. And yes, CB, Jamal Fenner, coach, said Alexander at LBJ. Antoine brought up Caleb Crenshaw. He is getting very close. He's probably going to end up breaking Alexander's rushing record for Austin ISD, but he would have to score like 7 touchdowns a game to beat his touchdown record. So at least said we'll still have that one. All right, what other stuff do we have here? Jeez. Jose said, Jordan, does Texas change their recruiting strategy to offer money sooner if the state passes laws to do it, or is it something they do no matter what due to their recruiting style? I mean, if Texas passes state laws where UT can start paying kids to commit and stay committed and get monthly payments like what USC does in the state of California, you can bet your ass Texas is going to do that. Like, you have to do that. He also asked, is it something they do no matter what due to their recruiting style? I'm not going to come on here and say, Texas is totally paying kids under the table. I actually myself have not heard anything of that, but it is happening at effectively every school in the country. Once they're there, like, this is one of the things I'm most curious to see over these next few years. They have this clearinghouse, right? And if you don't report deals to the clearinghouse, you can lose eligibility or get suspended. I know of over a dozen people or players on college football teams right now that are getting paid money in deals that are not on the clearinghouse or through the clearinghouse or through rev share. It's under the table money. It never really went away. It did for a little bit once NIL became a thing, but under the table money is at an all-time high since NIL has been passed and it's legal to pay the players. But it's under the table because if it was over the table and through the clearinghouse, it would get denied. And there are several deals, rev share, NIL deals I've heard where, it gets reported it's fully guaranteed 5.1 across 3 years, but rev share will only make, $1 million a year. So it's like, hey, where does the other 2.1 million come from that is apparently guaranteed? It's under the table. That's what it is. So I'm very curious when the NCAA finally investigates or finds something about under the table money and proves that a player got paid under the table money and that player played in games with under the table money being paid to him for months. Is the NCAA going to strip wins? Are they going to take away a conference championship or something like that? What is it going to look like? Is the GM going to get a show cause for pulling this shit? Is it going to be the head coach or the player or the player's agent? How's it going to work? Again, like everything with the NCAA in 2025, a lot more questions than answers. So, sorry, I'm looking at some of these comments. Yeah, this is true. Like, for Texas to flip guys or have a shot at flipping them, their chances go way up if they went out. Still early to ask about the Alvarado running back. Hey, it's on the scouting team. They know about him now. Okay. Thank you, CB and Patrick, for giving me context on Colt McCoy. David Keith Williams to Trent Henderson. Hank hit him up. Hank South, Horns 24/7, hit him up about 2 weeks ago. Texas has not contacted him much since he committed to LSU, but his top 3, Texas, LSU, Florida. Texas is the only team that has the same head coach as they did in the summer. Maybe there's something there. Main guys we're watching at edge, it's really Drake Quinn and then Trent Henderson, and then after that, senior evals. Jermarion Carlton is a name people keep asking me about and bringing me up, but he's currently playing through an injury that's going to need surgery, and he's probably going to miss spring ball if he ends up at Baylor, wherever he ends up. That has not been reported yet. So, but Jermarion Carlton probably going to end up at Baylor unless Aranda gets fired. Then I think he could end up at LSU depending on that new staff, or maybe Texas. I don't know. It'll be very interesting what happens with him if Aranda gets fired. Sorry, I'm looking at here. Woodcrest said, Jordan, what's it going to take for Texas to get into the DMV area to get some of those kids? Well, hiring someone from the DMV area, that's what it'll take. Or, playing ball in the DMV area with money. Like, the only reason Maryland has Zion Ely committed is because they're going to pay him $2 million as a freshman. Oregon went into the DMV and got Emmanuel Iniacho out of the D.C. area. They're paying him about $2 million as a freshman. Now, both are 5 stars, but, like, you have to have ties and on top of that, money to do that. I don't know who it is on A&M staff, but they have a position coach who's from up there, which is kind of their way in the DMV. Auburn has had a lot of recruiting wins in the DMV as of late. That's because they have DJ Durkin as their DC. He coached at Maryland and is from the DMV, coached in the DMV at several other stops besides Maryland. So you have to have an in and you have to have money. Texas has money, but they don't have an in, or at least one that I'm aware of. What is Sadir Mitchell doing now? That is a great question. Is he at LSU still? I don't know. But if he is, Texas isn't bringing him back. David Keith Williams said Aiden Anding and Walter Mathis were Texas targets and possible Texas commits that committed to LSU. As a Longhorns fan, I'd gladly take them both. I would love Aiden Anding. I mean, he was literally going to commit to Texas. Had quotes. It was done. The whole thing was done. The graphic was made. Everything was done. And it was going to be a early Saturday afternoon announcement. I'm in the hotel in College Station for the state 7-on-7 tournament the night before. I have notifications on his Twitter account, so if he committed earlier than the time he told me, I'd have it ready. And I get the notification that he posts an LSU offer at like 10 o'clock at night, less than 24 hours before he's supposed to commit to Texas. He delays everything, doesn't want to commit until he can visit LSU, visits LSU at the end of July, and then committed sometime in August. But like Texas basically threw in the towel a week after LSU offered. They knew what was going to happen. So I don't know, but he has a younger brother that is a 2027 safety or corner named Jaden Anding. Jaden and Aiden. I'm not going to hate, but Jaden's a top 247 kid. So maybe if Texas were to get Aiden, they could get the little brother in a few years too. Walter Mathis, kind of doubt that one. Texas is really loaded with younger D linemen, and they weren't as close with that one as they were with Anding. What am I dressing up for as Halloween? That's a great question. I'm going to go over to my girlfriend's parents' house later tonight and have some drinks, hand out some candy, probably watch some Texas high school football. Byron Murphy, that is true. He was pretty strong as a freshman. Pretty strong. Okay. So Sadir Mitchell was removed from the LSU roster. Man, does anyone remember? I hate to be an asshole, but I am an asshole. Anyone remember the amount of Texas fans who are like, Sadir Mitchell ain't no 3-star? He chose Texas over Georgia. Georgia wanted him. You think Kirby Smart wants a 3-star? Just saying. Just saying. Look at us now, And hey, y'all can talk shit on the ones we rank 4 stars that whiffed and missed too. I'll take the heat. But the amount of bullshit that was thrown our way because Sadir Mitchell was a 3-star on 24/7 and no other sites at the time when he committed to Texas. Look at us now. Look at us now. Anyways, we're going to close it out with that. It's a Friday. Y'all have a great one. Jake Bellis, I'm not going to scroll up to your comment because I don't know where it is, but they fucked up and let us get to Friday. A spooky Friday, too, on Halloween. But up next, Third and Longhorn previews tomorrow's game against Vanderbilt. I'm getting out of here. I ran late. I know we've run late a few times this week. I don't mind it. I think it's fun. And I need to get a visitor list together for Texas later today, but you'll get it. Yeah, hey, there you go. Jordan Davis is a 3-star. I'll take it. I'll take the heat. I can dish it out and take it. Pause. But y'all have a great one. Happy Friday. Going to end the stream. Chip Brown and Zay Collier are going to be back on it at 2. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. Y'all have a great weekend. Hopefully the Horns get a dub and hook them.